Chapter 8:19. Bam, bam, bam. After 5 consecutive shield attacks, Dragon Queen's extreme speed and great strength transformed into momentum on King Gal's body, knocking it all the way to the city gate and landing in front of the knights. Hold it down and chop it up. I don't believe we can't kill it. Dragon Queen gritted her teeth. She walked out of the wildfire. Her green velvet cloak had been burned, but her blue and white armor was still shiny as if it had not been burned by the green flames. Kill King Gal, end the long night. Big Bear roared and rushed over first. He held down King Gal's right arm that was holding the sword and swung his steel sword with all his might. It was like chopping a wooden stake. Kill King Gal, end the long night. Old Bart, Clinton, Kui Luo, Grey Bug, Jamie and the others rushed forward, holding down its legs, feet and arms, swinging their swords wildly. Xiao King Gal opened its mouth that was missing front teeth and let out a soul-freezing howl. Arth! The knights surrounding it were bleeding from their 7 orifices, their faces twisted. You're already meat on the chopping block, still want to struggle. The dragon soul entered its body and used soul-suppressing strike. King Gal's soul attack was interrupted. The souls of the soldiers surrounding it seemed to have taken a hot bath, and their minds were clear again. Kai Dong. Dragon Queen also walked forward, stabbing her sword into its heart where the red sword had pierced through. The tip of the sword broke. The blade was too wide, and the ice armor was too thick. Sir, stab it in the heart. Danny let old Bart do it. After a while, Your Majesty, King Gal's ice armor is too scary. It can't be broken. Barristan's right arm that was holding the sword was covered in a layer of white frost. When he spoke, his teeth were chattering. This was not an illusion. The ice power of the entire northern region was gathering towards King Gal. Although it was held to the ground by a few large men with oak shields, a thick layer of light blue ice armor quickly solidified on its body. It looked very similar to the fire armor that Sheepegg had used fire magic to solidify in Orlus's magic tower. What was even more frightening was that the ice armor was like a black hole, stealing the energy and heat from the people around it. Or perhaps, the king of foreign ghosts had turned into a white hole of ice, shooting out the power of ice from the long night in all directions. Every strand of frost energy was like a living creature, drilling into the bodies of living people and greedily devouring their warm life force. Because of Strange Ghost King, the area under the city gate had turned into an ice hell. There was even a layer of frost on the ground where it was lying, spreading in all directions. Damn it, my feet are frozen. The knights around King Strange Ghost were terrified. Visible to the naked eye, the white frost crept up from the soles of the boots to the insteps, ankles, calves, even the grey stone walls on the side were covered in a palm-thick layer of light grey ice that was rapidly spreading upwards. The crowd that was leaning on the battlements and looking down excitedly, cheering and cheering felt as if they had touched a red-hot iron. They screamed and stepped back. But even if they wanted to retreat, their feet and hands were frozen to the wall by the frost. The heat of their lives was like a pool of water that had its gates opened, gushing out. Holy Mother, King Deviant Ghost wants to freeze Winterfell. The long night is really brought by the deviant ghosts. Sansa held her big belly. With the help of Theon and Jenny, she quickly leaned against the wildfire brazier to avoid the cold that was pressing down on her. Hiss-gar boom. Hiss-gar boom. Hiss-gar boom. The 3 megalosaurus lying on the city wall and the top of the tower moved. They roared into the sky and spewed out white, golden, and blood-red dragon flames from their mouths. The 3 dragon flames gathered in mid-air and then spread out to a radius of 100 meters. It was like a huge umbrella that covered the top of Winterfell's city gate. The handle of the umbrella was in Dragon Queen's right hand. It was actually more like a huge mushroom umbrella. The fire-forbidden domain was still there. She could not control it as accurately as before, but she could still roughly knead the dragon flames into the shape of a mushroom. Under the cover of the dragon flames, the flame power and fire element were rampant. The sky, ground, city walls, and people's bodies were all dyed red by the hot flames. The power of ice struggled to fade away and retreated to the surface of King Deviant Ghost's body, condensing into a thick cold fog that did not dissipate around it. Everyone regained their vitality again. But the tactic of chopping up the stuffing was not very effective. Just like Great Wizard Valeglia, who was standing on the side of the magic tower, as long as it did not exceed the upper limit of the power of fire magic injected into the magic pump, no one could break the flame shield on his body. The Long Night, especially the northern region that was ravaged by the Long Night, was King Deviant Ghost's magic tower. The power of ice surged in from all directions, constantly strengthening the ice armor on its body. If there was no Megalosaurus, it could really turn the entire Winterfell into an ice sculpture. Bang Crack Mormorn raised the steel sword that had a large gap in its front teeth and said in horror, "My steel sword is broken. How is this possible? Its arm is stronger than steel." Clearly, before Stannis. At this point, Big Bear seemed to think of something and suddenly shouted, "The red sword of the hero, only the light messenger can kill King Deviant Ghost." Jaime exhaled a thick white breath and asked, "Your Majesty Dany Alice, where is the light messenger? I seem to have heard you say that King Deviant Ghost cut it into pieces." "The light messenger is indeed broken." "What? The prophesied light messenger to end the Long Night is broken? What do we do now? Without the red sword, we can't kill King Deviant Ghost." A group of people who knew of Asher's prophecy were confused. Even those who were skeptical of Asher's prophecy, now that they had surrounded King Deviant Ghost for so long, they more or less understood Yasua and Yahai's difficulties in killing their wives as a sacrifice to the sword. Without the light messenger, they could not kill King Deviant Ghost even if they caught him. Hound stabbed an ironwood spear into King Deviant Ghost's mouth as he cursed loudly, "Bullshit prophecy. Did the prophecy say that King Deviant Ghost would lie on the ground like a dead pig for us to stab?" This was also the truth. The prophecy and the great battle that they expected should be like Erlu and King Deviant Ghost before, back and forth, and it would be extremely thrilling. He shouldn't have kicked King Yi Gui like a ball like the Dragon Queen was hitting her son. If Dragon Queen had the red sword, King Deviant Ghost would not be able to withstand a single blow. When they thought of this, their expressions became strange. The legendary and divine nature of Erlu and King Deviant Ghost's desperate fight seemed to have decreased a lot. Dany looked around at the soldiers who were shivering in the cold air around King Deviant Ghost, and comforted them loudly. The Deviant Ghost cavalry was completely wiped out in the wildfire, and King Deviant Ghost is now a turtle in a jar, with no reinforcements and no way to escape. There is nothing that cannot be killed, we have time, and we can slowly grind it to death. With that, she waved her right hand, and a thick pillar of fire dropped down from the center of the dragon flame mushroom above her head. The mushroom-like stem was aimed at King Deviant Ghost's lower abdomen. Like a water column shot out from a firefighter's water gun, the scorching dragon flame landed on King Deviant Ghost's lower abdomen, making a sizzling sound, and a large amount of steam rose. The soldiers who were holding King Deviant Ghost down could not help but tilt their heads. Dragon Queen waved the broken sword, not dodging the dragon flame and steam, and stabbed at King Deviant Ghost's lower abdomen that was shot by the dragon flame. Fut, fut, fut. King Deviant Ghost's lower abdomen was like a leather drum, making muffled sounds of tearing. The broken sword pierced the ice armor, leaving wounds on King Deviant Ghost's lower abdomen, but it could not penetrate deep into the internal organs, and was immediately blocked by new ice crystals. King Deviant Ghost grunted in pain, but there was no fatal injury. Dany was annoyed. She raised her iron boot and stomped down on King Deviant Ghost's crotch. Unexpectedly, this inadvertent act of venting her anger was extraordinarily effective. Crack. The ice armor on King Deviant Ghost's crotch shattered, and a heel imprint appeared. Ouch! King Deviant Ghost closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and resisted the hound's attack on his throat, and let out a miserable howl from his chest. Sir Richard's eyes lit up, and he laughed. "I see, this iceberg is Bunyan Stark, and he also has a weakness. Queen, please let me try. Everyone, do me a favor and pull King Deviant Ghost's legs apart." He raised his fake red sword and said solemnly. Dany was stunned for a moment, then understood his intention. She shuddered and made room for the demon hunter. Although Grey Worm and Missand, who were in charge of pressing King Deviant Ghost's legs, didn't know what was going on, they endured the bone-piercing cold and pulled King Deviant Ghost's ankle. Activate the Saint Seiya armor. Before Richard attacked, Dragon Queen kindly reminded him. "I almost forgot if you didn't mention it." Richard suddenly understood and took 2 steps back, his expression extremely sincere. The power of faith accumulated for 4 days can only maintain the Saint Seiya armor for a few breaths, but it won't take much time to complete a killing blow. What Saint Seiya armor? Jamie and the others were confused. You're not lying. Did you really bring down a set of Saint Seiya armor from heaven? Clutton Songe, one of the 3 heroes of Hearts, was surprised. Saint Seiya, what kind of warrior is that? Armor brought down from the heavens? He's clearly wearing an old ancestral armor. The surrounding people were puzzled and looked at the warrior of Hearts strangely. Almighty Dragon of Heaven, Richard chanted a spell, and a circle of golden 7-point stars lit up between his eyebrows. The warrior's divine power and the Holy Mother's holy healing poured into his body. Supreme Stranger. The deity's descent rune imprinted on his soul was activated, and the golden light came from the depths of his soul, from the inside out. 7 Gods of Bo Ruo. The divine power of the warrior of the 7 gods ran in the deity's descent rune. Richard's muscles inflated, and his bones stretched and stretched with a crackling sound. Such an explosive change of body would certainly cause great damage to the body, but the Holy Mother's divine power immediately followed. Bo Ruo Ba Ma Ku Tilda Buzz. The divine power seeped out of the armor through the flesh and solidified into a set of pale golden armor on the surface of Richard. A bull's head, a snake's god, a scorpion's tail, a tiger's claw, the fake golden Saint Seiya Lalo. Almighty Dragon of Heaven, Supreme Stranger, 7 Gods of Bo Ruo Ba Ma Ku. Richard's originally rough voice suddenly became grand and holy, like thunder in an empty valley, and the surrounding people were enlightened. They felt that the world in front of them was shaking in the thunder. 7 gods, Richard has become a giant. Gods, what power is this? It's so strong. Lord of Light, Richard has become. Sir Song Ji's expression was distorted. After the pockmarked night pierced the sun, the red-robed woman began to spread the doctrine and image of Shadow Demon Lalo among the Red Heart Knights. The others were shocked by the demon hunter's transformation, but the Dragon Queen was not very satisfied. Even without the service fee, Richard's divine power was still too little, and the time was too short. The outer holy robe was actually made of divine power, and with little divine power, the color and texture were naturally a little illusory. It was not solid enough. However, the sun-piercing strike was enough. But if the king of deviant ghosts really died, how would history be written? The Dragon Queen's face was conflicted, and she began to worry unnecessarily. Demon, die. Chapter 820. 7 gods, please help me kill the ghost. Richard grew from 1.9 meters to 2 meters. With the golden bull helmet on his head, he was close to 2.5 meters. He was like a mini-giant. He also felt that he had the strength of a giant. His muscles bulged, and he only had strength left. It was like drinking a year's worth of aphrodisiac. He felt extremely suffocated and bloated. At this moment, he was confident that he could break through any defense with his sword, the knight's iron armor, the shield-bearer's oak shield, the king of strange ghosts' ice armor, almighty dragon of heaven, kill kill kill. He bent down and charged forward. The warrior's divine power activated the red sword in his hand, and a circle of golden red flames rose. He rushed in. He advanced quickly, but halfway through, he found it difficult to walk. He thought of the night when he was 13 years old and became a man on a maid. Almighty Dragon of Heaven, pineapple 8 meters red. The light golden armor on the surface of his body was drained of divine power, and it instantly dimmed and disappeared. But the attack was effective. Half of the 3-foot-long sword went in. Ouch! The king of strange ghosts trembled like a sieve. He closed his mouth and didn't dare to open it. He could only let out a soul-shaking wail from his chest. John, who was pressing the king of strange ghosts' head and using the Sisters of Darkness to poke its eyes and ears, heard his uncle's wail and looked at Richard, who was grinning and charging forward bravely. He couldn't bear to see it. Uncle Bunyan, open your eyes and remove the ice crystal armor. Let me free you. He begged in a low voice. Buzz, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. The battle between sunlight and darkness ended. The sun disappeared completely. The darkness was like a coffin, locking the last gap. Danny was doing 2 things at the same time. At this moment, in the space of faith of the 7 gods, her divided soul swallowed the destiny of the Lady of Light. You dare to have designs on the Song of Light and start a battle of the laws. We will fight to the death. There is no room for negotiation. I will no longer care about long night and cold God. From now on, all my strength will be used to kill you, the King of Light announced coldly. He meant what he said. He retreated. Once again, at the crucial moment, just as Richard twisted his blade and was about to lose control, the King of Light dropped the ball and ran away. Be careful, Frost God is descending from the astral plane. I can't stop him. Bran's shrill cry appeared in Danny and John's mind. He had been working with the Light King to resist the will of the Frost God. Mother God King Yi Gui called out in a low voice. It summoned a spirit of ice, darkness, and death. In an instant, all the braziers and torches in Winterfell were extinguished. The fake red sword was stuck in the middle of the pike, unable to move an inch. The pockmarked knight was so anxious that he roared again and again. In fact, in the fire-forbidden domain, ordinary flames could no longer be ignited. At this moment, even the wildfire had been extinguished. Winterfell seemed to have fallen into a dark and cold jelly. It was like an orange petal in an orange jelly. Will the torch be extinguished when it falls into the water? This was the same principle. Only the dragon flame was still burning fiercely. However, the mushroom umbrella formed by the 3 Megalosaurus dragonflame could no longer be maintained and scattered into a mess. Rumble the ground was shaking and Winterfell was boiling. In all directions, millions of ghouls surrounded the city walls. The 20-ton wall of fire outside the city gate was extinguished and the ghouls swarmed in. The knights immediately raised their shields and formed a shield wall with King Yi Gui as the center. Winterfell had 6 city walls. There were no wildfire bombs to clear the area. The ghouls could pile up zombie ramps at any angle of the city walls. Only the dragon crystal weapons could cause damage. The real battle of Winterfell had begun. SSSS Whitey leaped up and flew within the city walls to avoid the deviant ghosts that might appear among the ghouls. He extended his neck and twisted outwards. The dragon flame pillar swept the battlefield outside the city walls. Blackie landed on the tower above the city gate and stepped on a pile of rubble. The dragon flame landed directly on the shield wall more than 10 meters away. Danny raised one hand to the sky, and the dragon flames that were gushing towards her scattered in all directions like a pillar of water that had encountered a reef, splashing onto the ghouls outside the shield wall. Seeing that Winterfell was barely able to maintain the situation, Bran's warning came again. Be careful, the Frost God is changing the weather. The snowstorm in Winterfell and even in half of the northern region stopped temporarily. The cold air and snow all gathered above King Yi Gui's head and formed huge hailstones that fell from the sky. Only in the area near the city gate, the hailstones were as thick as a fist, as long as an arm, and as sharp as a spear. It was as if the frost god in the sky was lying on the clouds and smashing the ground with his iron fists. It was the terrifying Pegasus meteor punch. Every hailstone was a punch. Blackie! Danny shouted. SSSS at the critical moment, Blackie opened his mouth and spat out a bright red fireball with a mosaic. Pop! The mosaic fireball flew above Danny's head and instantly expanded into a bright red mirror with a diameter of 30 meters. It happened to cover the shield formation formed by hundreds of knights below. And just 100 meters in front of him, another mirror that looked exactly the same as the first one opened in a seemingly slow but urgent manner. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the hailstones fell from the sky like spears and fell into the mirror at high speed. They didn't even cause a ripple and disappeared. Crackle bang bang bang. It was an indiscriminate attack. The knights in full armor looked around blankly in the pink mirror. The ghouls around them were smashed in the head by the hailstones and their corpses were smashed. Jaime looked up in shock and saw a dense army of ghouls. Above them, they were walking on the ground and were being smashed to pieces by the hailstones that passed by him. What is this? He asked in a daze. Dimension portal. This is the dimension portal opened by the Megalosaurus, Big Bear said excitedly. Don't delay, quick, carry King Yi Gui into the city, Danny ordered loudly. Its back is stuck to the ice crystals on the ground. We can't lift it. Beristan and the others lifted its head, pulled its legs, and grabbed its arms. After a lot of tossing and turning, they were shocked to find that King Yi Gui's back was like a cement block, unable to move at all. Dani's eyes flashed and she said coldly, "Since it doesn't want to get up, let's bury it here." "Bury?" Jamie was shocked and then suddenly said, "Yes, we can use stones to pile it up. How can we have the time and opportunity to move the boulders now?" Beristan said helplessly, "If it weren't for the fear of freezing my dick, I would like to pee into its mouth." "We can each pee and let it freeze in its feces and urine," the hound cursed. "That's a good idea. If we have time, we can try it." Dani thought. "We can use the materials here," she said to John. "What do you mean?" John was surprised. Leave this tower." Big Black roared at the people in the tower below. The guards were at a loss and did not move. Squeak squeak, Little White and Little Green changed their direction. The dragon flame was like a waterfall, burning the 3-story tower above the city gate from top to bottom. The dragon flame burning the tower woke everyone up. Although they did not know what was going on, they immediately fled the tower under the fire. Looking at the knights who looked over in surprise, Dani only said lightly, "Get ready to retreat." Before she finished speaking, the light red space door above their heads rippled a few times. Buzz rip. The space door that was wandering around 100 meters in front of them disappeared directly. The next moment, another space door suddenly appeared at the junction of the tower and the city wall under Big Black's feet. There were entrances and exits to the space door. In the higher dimension world, there was only one space door, and the entrances and exits were connected together. But in the 3-dimensional material world, there seemed to be 2 space doors, and the entrances and exits were separated. Now, Big Black kept the entrance of the space door unchanged, and the exit position changed from outside the city to under the tower. Like a chainsaw cutting wood, the light red mirror laboriously cut open the boulder wall. It stopped halfway, and the remaining half of the wall was still connected. The tower did not fall into the space door. In fact, from the outside, the space door cut through stone as easily as a sword cutting through meat. But Dani knew that it was very difficult for the space door to cut through material objects. The difficulty here was mainly reflected in the consumption of the soul power. Big Black was completely using its power to drive the space door god's talent. Its own comprehension and skills were all gone. Last time in Aulus, its space door was blocked by the Black Tower's immortal stone. Poochie poochie. The stone tower shook, and there was an endless dull sound like firecrackers being set off inside. The hail did not stop, and it went through the space door and smashed into the stone tower. "I need 2 warriors to stay here and hold down King Strange Ghost's death acupuncture point," Dani said loudly. Looking at the dust and bricks falling from above, everyone could guess what was going to happen. Old John was the most courageous. He was the first to raise his hand and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to die with King Strange Ghost. Let me do it. After living for so long, it's not bad to go to heaven with the glory of ending King Strange Ghost's life." Beristan was eager to try. "I'm not afraid of death." "Calixi, let me do it," Qui Luo said immediately. "My determination to protect the West Eros is not as good as a centaur's." "Your Majesty, tell me, what should we do?" Hound said loudly. Then Jamie, Big Bear, Darkstar, and the others all expressed their willingness to step on the path of glory. Even the little crab, when Dani glanced at him, reluctantly expressed his willingness to die for his queen. Well, his father and brother were both winged dragon knights, and they were not here. Of course, the little crab did not want to die, but everyone around him was patting their chests, eager to sacrifice themselves. If he did not do anything, he would be too conspicuous and unconventional. But he did not know the Dragon Queen's habits. If Sir Ulisa was here, he would rather lose face than raise his hand to ask for a sacrifice. Because the Dragon Queen loved to drag her own people into the death squads. She called it leading by example, absolutely fair. "Sir Sartiga, your ancestors and your descendants will be proud of you." The Dragon Queen sighed. "Sir Richard, Mother of God bless you." The little crab's eyes widened, and his soul froze into ice. The Queen's voice seemed to come from the sky. "I've been chosen. Why, I'm Sartiga, your direct descendant. Also, I'm still dreaming of becoming the Queen's husband." I'm not married, and I don't have any descendant. His mind went blank, and he did not even know what to say. Your Majesty, thank you for bestowing this honor upon me. I promise to complete the mission. The pockmarked knight was different. He was very happy and excited. Dragon Queen, His Majesty Stannis is dead. I'm willing to imitate his heroic act of perishing together with King Strange Ghost. Please give me this opportunity. The short and stout Sir Sonj said emotionally. Don't even think about snatching it from me. The pockmarked knight glared at his partner. Richard, we've known each other for many years. Just help me this once, and leave the honor to me, Sir Sonj pleaded. No, I can give up everything else, but the honor of perishing together with King Strange Ghost must not be given up. Seeing the two arguing, the little crab was conflicted. Chapter 8:21. Time is of the essence. Stop arguing. I'm willing to give my honor to Sir Song-Ji. Rhaegar Sitiga had a pained expression. Without waiting for Dragon Queen to speak, Sir Song-Ji stepped forward and took the little crab's hand. He said sincerely, "Thank you, Sir Sitiga. Thank you so much. When I go to heaven, I'll pray to the Holy Mother every day to bless you with health and longevity until the summer comes." Holy Mother? Don't you believe in the Red God? The little crab looked at the red heart on his chest and asked in confusion. Believing in the Red God can also go to heaven. Defeating the deviants can also go to heaven. Song-Ji said matter-of-factly. The pockmarked knight looked at his little friend in shock. Seeing that he was serious and did not seem to have lost his mind, he asked curiously, "You scolded me for betraying my faith and refused to even bring the atonement scroll. Why did you change your mind now?" Sir Song-Ji looked at the sky and quickly said, "His Majesty Stannis and Mage Melisandre are both dead. The sun is also covered by darkness. I don't think the King of Light is reliable. The Holy Mother of the Seven Kingdoms is more realistic and powerful. You've been to the Seven God Heaven and revived in the Holy Robe. But who has been to the Red God Heaven? Who knows what the Red God Heaven is like? If you're really forged into chains, it'll be too tragic." This was too honest. Richard could not refute it. The little crab ran away in shame under the gaze of the Dragon Queen, but was stopped by the short knight. "Wait, Count Sitiga. I don't have an atonement scroll. Lend me your red light version. I still have to fight the corpses outside the city." The little crab was troubled. Richard turned to the Dragon Queen and asked, "Do you have an extra atonement scroll?" "I didn't bring it. But don't worry, I'll be right beside you. When you die, I'll immediately summon Stranger and send you to heaven," Dany promised. Actually, while they were chatting, the others were not just standing there and listening. After confirming that the members of the Suicide Squad were the little crab and Richard, Old Barton, Jaime and the others had already raised their shields and retreated into the city gate. Now, there were only a dozen stainless steel warriors, Dany, the Red Heart Knight and the little crab holding the deviant Ghost King down. "You two, hold on tight to it." Dany instructed the two Red Heart Knights to pin down the King of Strange Ghosts. Then, she flashed and moved 10 meters away. The next moment, whoosh, the space door under Big Black's body suddenly expanded. The tower, which had only been cut in half, was now cut in half by the light red mirror. Boom! The chimney-shaped stone tower immediately sank into the pale red mirror and fell from another mirror outside the city gate. "Holy Mother, please protect me." Looking at the hollow stone tower falling from above, Song-Ji couldn't help but shout, "You must smash me to death." Well, of course the tower is not solid. The space door was cut along the city wall. The bottom of the stone tower that fell from the sky was actually the hall of the first floor of the tower. It was more than 20 square meters and more than 4 meters high. It was like a big bowl that covered the heads of the Red Heart Knight and the King of Strange Ghosts. If the stone tower was solid enough, the two of them and the ghost would be like Bai Sujan under the Lei Yifeng Tower. They would be trapped under the tower instead of being crushed into meat paste. After all, there was still a space of 4 meters above their heads. Fortunately, the space door was opened a little high. It was more than 20 meters in the air. The 100-ton stone tower did not have a steel frame. It fell to the ground, shook a few times, and collapsed. Boom! The ground shook a few times. Smoke and dust filled the air. There was an additional 7 to 8 meter tall pile of rocks at the city gate. The hailstones in the sky stopped. The entire Winterfell fell into silence after the explosion. It was quiet. Other than the whistling of the north wind, everyone stretched their necks and looked at the rocks below the city. Is the king of strange ghosts dead? Beristan asked expectantly. Definitely not dead. The gowls outside the city did not fall. The torches on the city wall still can't be lit. Jon frowned. Not just the king of strange ghosts, even Sir Richard and Sir Songji are not dead, Dany said awkwardly. She kept her promise and had been waiting for their souls to send them to heaven. Now that their souls did not appear, it meant that they were not dead. Winterfell had a history of 8,000 years. The building materials were of high quality. Even the stone tower's floor was made of a whole piece of rock. It was very sturdy. A few long pieces of rock were placed horizontally to form an angular space, allowing the 2 knights of Redheart to survive. But as Knight Songji shouted, he would rather be smashed into meat paste. It was too torturous to slowly suffer in pain and bleeding. Is it really impossible to kill the king of strange ghosts without the hero's red sword? Big Bear frowned. It has a thick layer of ice armor on its body that cannot be broken. It is normal for it to be able to withstand the falling rocks. But the king of strange ghosts is trapped inside. We can kill all the gowls first and then slowly torture it. Jaime said excitedly. Your Highness, we can use the space door to cut its body. Jon suggested softly. Dany pointed to the sky and said in a low voice, we can try, but we have to chase away the one in the sky first. Gods, what is that? Jon looked up and exclaimed. Rumble ka lolo. The dark clouds above Winterfell rotated slowly, forming a giant whirlpool that rotated counterclockwise. Purplish-black lightning chains swam around the center of the whirlpool. At first, the area of the dark clouds was not large, barely covering 100 meters around the King's Gate. But like cotton candy, every time the dark cloud whirlpool rotated, the surrounding dark sky would rotate as well. Round after round. Under everyone's stunned gaze, a black whirlpool with a radius of 10 kilometers covered the sky. Ah, look in the distance, there is light. Suddenly, Jacqueline shouted from the city wall. Actually, without her reminder, everyone noticed that the dark sky that was originally the same color was divided into 2 circles. Every time the giant whirlpool rotated, the darkness became thicker, and the color of the sky outside the whirlpool became lighter. If the darkness was material velvet, the total number of velvet was fixed and evenly distributed in the sky of the northern region. Now, under the control of the gods, the velvet that represented the darkness began to accumulate in the sky above Winterfell. Winterfell was even darker, and the rest of the city revealed a gray sky. From afar, it was as if there was light outside the black whirlpool. In fact, there was no sunlight at all. The light came from the darkness. Lalo had already retreated. Even the shattered sun had exhausted its energy and disappeared completely. Be careful, this is a large-scale hailstorm mana spell. Everyone, hide in the tomb immediately. A flock of crows descended from the sky and cawed in unison above Winterfell. Bran was in a hurry and appeared in front of everyone without concealing himself. The Winterfell defenders were shocked and suspicious. Blackie immediately said, all soldiers, the generals of each section of the city wall are to lead their troops into the tomb. There was a bug-like structure in Winterfell, and that was the tomb that was tens of meters underground. All the official members of the King of the Northern Region and the House of Stark, not counting illegitimate children and married daughters, would be buried in the Winterfell tomb after they died. For example, Lyanna, Ide, Ricard, and Brandon were buried in the tomb. Every deceased person had a space the size of a parking space to place the sarcophagus, statues, and direwolves. Yes, in front of the sarcophagus, there was a statue of the deceased ascending to the top. At the foot of the statue was a roaring direwolf. Every time Robert went to Winterfell, the first thing he did was enter the tomb to see Lyanna's statue. For 8,000 years, the Stark legacy had been passed down. How many people had died? However, they were all placed in the tomb. From this, one could see how big the tomb was. In fact, The huge cavern in the tomb was even bigger than the castle on the surface. Under Blackie's command, the soldiers in the city began to leave in an orderly manner. Danny asked telepathically, "How powerful is the large-scale frost god spell? The kind that can destroy cities and countries." "It's less powerful than the Dawn Arm and the Neck Swamp, but it's definitely stronger than the time when Loina Water Wizard flooded Valeglia's city." Bran's mental waves were filled with fatigue and powerlessness. "Fuck, this is a forbidden spell. Is hiding in the tomb useful?" Danny's face was pale. She began to consider if she should escape on her dragon. "If it wasn't for you, everyone here would have died." A large crow cawed as it landed on the city gate. "What's the use of personal strength against such a natural disaster? You are the controller of the wind song. How can there be a wind god defeated by a storm?" Bran said in a low voice. His words were very reasonable. Danny could not refute him. However, she had to refute him even if she could not. "I don't know a single wind spell. I can only use the most primitive way to communicate with the wind." "Or, do you have any powerful wind spell in the Green Prophet's memory that you can teach me now? You have the wind of the world from the Mother Goddess. Find all the tornadoes and analyze their structure. Then you can create a spell to summon tornadoes yourself. Do you still need me to teach you? You can say this to me 500 years later. I have only had the wind of the world for half a month. However, how many things do I have to worry about in this half a month? We are not attacking each other, but defending against their attacks. You don't need to use large-scale spells. You just need to destroy their ice storm. Try it first." Bran's voice became softer. Danny sighed. 2 fire crows flew out of her eyes and landed on her shoulders. They turned into a pair of fire wings in the shape of a round shield. She leaped into the air like a big bird, leaving behind a trail of fire in the pitch-black sky. Then, she arrived at the giant black vortex. Wherever the wind god went, the wind in nature was her friend. She could merge with it and fly with it. Now, she felt that the wind was out of her control. The wind was very cold. It slowly condensed under the rotation of the vortex. The embryonic form of a tornado had already taken shape. She was like a willow leaf that moved with the wind uncontrollably. She was multitasking. The ring of wind brought the second soul into the state of the wind song. She analyzed the structure of the ice storm while chatting with the three-eyed crow. "The frost god is so powerful. How did Yasuo and Ahai end the long night? What did you do that you don't even know? Lalo plotted against you. You just needed to resist. Why did you have to shed all pretense of cordiality and merge with the Lady of Light's destiny? How many songs of laws have you been involved in? 4 elements, death, and now light. Aren't you tired?" The Bran complained. Danny said angrily, "Ever since he plotted against me, I shed all pretense of cordiality with him. You didn't blame Lalo, who broke the rules of the game first. Instead, you blamed me, an ally who was so cautious and conscientious, but was betrayed. Are you crazy? Do you know that I lost 20% of my divine soul's power? Did I blame you for destroying the red sword? If you had pretended to be obedient first and merged with the Lady of Light's destiny after passing this trial, I could have even helped you deal with Lalo. Such a good situation was ruined because of the internal strife between you two. So that's how it is. Destruction is much easier than creation." Danny suddenly laughed. Along with her carefree laughter, a light green wind belt surrounded her body. The wind belt was like a living creature, swallowing all the tornadoes that fell from the giant whirlpool. At the same time, it spread circles of chaotic wind in all directions. It was as if the wind had become a substance like water. The giant whirlpool of the frost god was condensing the water in the pool of wind, and Danny connected a pipe under the opponent's pool to steal the water into her own pool. Then she turned on the tap and let the water flow back to nature. Boom ka la. In less than a quarter of an hour, the tornadoes under the giant black whirlpool completely collapsed. As the Bran said, Danny was the controller of the Song of Wind. Danny couldn't control the ordinary wind witchcraft driven by magic or divine power because the divine power belonged to the demon god himself. However, large-scale wind forbidden spells must involve the power of the wind element in nature. When it came to controlling the wind element between heaven and earth, Dani might not have any skills, but she could destroy the opponent's orderly control. Be careful, the white frost is coming. Dani was excited. Bran shouted at the top of his lungs, and his spiritual fluctuations were full of fear. Chapter 8:22. Be careful, the white frost is coming, Bran said in fear. Dani looked up and saw that the giant whirlpool with a radius of 10 kilometers seemed to be slowly but rapidly extending downwards into a long pipe, like a funnel. No, it didn't look like a funnel. The tail of the whirlpool was too thin. It was like a fishing line hanging from a Boeing 747. If it wasn't white and emitting white light, which contrasted with the black whirlpool, Dani wouldn't have been able to find it even with Bran's reminder. The white trail in the center of the whirlpool was very fast. In a short while, it drifted down 5,000 meters and was only 2,000 meters away from Dani. Run, that's the white frost, Bran said anxiously. What's the white frost? Dani moved with the wind. She didn't lower her altitude and flew horizontally away from Winterfell. Do you remember why I asked you to rebuild the Great Wall? Bran asked. That day, Dani discovered that there were still runes operating in the Great Wall. They even preserved part of her mana. However, she didn't intend to repair the 30-kilometer collapsed Great Wall. She felt that the Great Wall with a hole was useless. Bran appeared and told her, "Our world is a closed system. When the long night comes, the cold air from the north will enter our world. The Great Wall is the dam that blocks the cold air. A damaged Great Wall is better than no Great Wall. It's like how a dilapidated house is warmer than the outside. Every moment, there's cold air entering our world from the north. The Great Wall can't block all the cold air. It's less in summer and more in winter. The long night is the peak of the cold air invasion. The long night has arrived, and the northern region is shrouded in thick ice power. This power is getting stronger and gradually eroding the Westeros and even the entire world. Eventually, the world will be dragged into the abyss of ice and darkness. The ice power is like poison to us living beings, but the deviant ghosts absorb the ice power to grow stronger. We can't break the ice armor on the deviant Ghost King because he can absorb the ice power from the heavens and earth to replenish himself. Now, the Frost God is extracting the ice power from the northern region and condensing it into an ice mana spell. It was by Shuang. Because of the Frost God's spell, the ice power in the northern region has been greatly reduced. As you can see, the sky in the distance has brightened up, and the average temperature has risen. Using your dragon degrees, it's at least 20 dragon degrees higher. In other words, the white frost we're about to face is an ice monster that can lower the temperature of the entire northern region by 20 dragon degrees. Dani's voice trembled. How big was the northern region? At least 2 million square kilometers. Then, how much energy would it take to lower the temperature of the entire northern region by 20 degrees Celsius? You don't have to use up all the white frost. That's not realistic. It's like a flood. You can't drink it. We just need to make sure the white frost can't hit us, Bran said in a deep voice. That was true. White frost didn't chase me. He went to Winterfell. Can dragon flames deal with white frost? Dani turned her head to take a look before flying towards Winterfell. You can try, but you must be careful. Megalosaurus is not agile enough, and its huge body can easily be caught by the hoarfrost. Sansa regretted it. She shouldn't have brought her sister back to Winterfell because of the prophecy about the deviant ghost. The deviant Ghost King's ice armor was so thick and sturdy that dozens of knights couldn't even break through it. What was the use of Arya holding the dragon bone dagger? Well, no one knew that the prophecy was true, only the Radiant Messenger could kill the deviant Ghost King. But she shouldn't have stayed in Winterfell. She had considered that as the main battlefield of the Great War, Winterfell would be fraught with danger. At the beginning, the battle was still within the realm of mortals' understanding. Stannis and the deviant Ghost King were evenly matched, and they fought back and forth. It was completely in line with the settings of the legends. Then, the Dragon Queen changed the story. She pretended to be weak to eat the tiger. At the beginning of the battle, she was in a stalemate with a normal deviant ghost. After a long battle, even the humans thought that was her true combat power, let alone the deviant Ghost King. If the deviant Ghost King knew the true level of her swordsmanship, he probably wouldn't have appeared alone. After all, Uncle Bunyan was a Stark. When he became the deviant Ghost King, he seemed very simple and didn't know how to scheme. Oh, that's not right. When he fought with Stannis, he used many tricks and finally killed the Radiant Messenger, the only fatal blow to him. Unfortunately, when faced with the sudden power of the Dragon Queen, all his tricks were useless. Even though she didn't know much about swordsmanship, she knew that Uncle Bunyan was far inferior to Sword Daybreak, and the Dragon Queen had surpassed Arthur Dayne. The deviant Ghost King was beaten up like a child by the Dragon Queen. Although it wasn't the fixed plot of the legends, it was still a human battle. But the hailstorm that followed, the fire in Winterfell went out, the dimension portal cut the tower. Even Grandma's legends weren't so exaggerated. But this wasn't the most exaggerated. The giant whirlpool was 10 kilometers wide. Even the ignorant humans would tremble inexplicably. The extraordinaries who sensed the terrifying mana within were already in despair. Sansa knew deeply that this was the prelude to a terrifying spell. As a moonsinger, she could even predict the fate that would befall Winterfell through the violent tides in the Mana Sea. Even though the Dragon Queen suddenly grew a pair of wings and flew into the sky, causing the defenders in the city to shout excitedly, she didn't get much comfort from it. When Bran's crows loudly reminded the Winterfell defenders to hide in the tomb, she hesitated like the others. The others didn't know who was controlling the crows, nor did they understand the seriousness of the matter. But she knew that hiding in the tomb might not be useful. Escaping on the pterosaur was the best plan. But besides Jenny Poole and Theon, she also had Princess Elaine and the others with her. She had watched the deviant Ghost King's final battle on the city wall and had been surrounded by people. She couldn't escape on the dragon in front of them. While she hesitated, she was escorted back to the inner city by Jenny and Theon and queued up to enter the tomb. Perhaps the Dragon Queen could stop the forbidden spell in the sky. Perhaps the tomb could prevent them from being affected by the spell. After all, Bran let them enter the tomb but didn't remind her to escape on the dragon. And Jon and Arya, thinking of Jon and Arya, Sansa began to worry about her siblings. Just now, the Black Dragon's voice rumbled, "Those who can't enter the tomb in 5 minutes, immediately turn back to the city wall and gate. Put down the wooden ladder and leave Winterfell." Sansa understood what he meant. The Winterfell tomb originally only had one entrance. After the deviant ghosts broke through the city wall, Jon knew that the Winterfell war was inevitable. He had no choice but to burn the remains of Stark's ancestor and empty the tomb to make it the last fortress against the ghost army. Only then did he carve out 3 more passageways. There were 4 rugged stairs that only allowed 2 people to walk side by side, but there were 20,000 people in Winterfell. It was very likely that when the forbidden spell in the sky descended, not all of them would be able to enter the tomb. Thinking of this, she became more anxious and hesitant. "Sansa, don't worry. It will be our turn soon. We will be able to enter the tomb in 5 minutes." Theon supported her body and felt her trembling. He comforted her gently. Even if Miss Stark was willing to be behind the Princess of Dawn, the Earls, and the Knights out of humility, she wouldn't be behind the commoners and barbarian soldiers. "Maybe I should leave on the pterosaur." Theon was someone she could trust. Sansa whispered her thoughts to him. "Not now. There are so many people watching. Princess Elaine just went in." Theon shook his head with a troubled expression. "You shouldn't go to the city wall. If you are in the castle, you can do whatever you want." This was the reason why Sansa was hesitating. The tomb is 30 to 40 meters deep. The tornado can destroy the castle above the tomb, but it can't tear the ground apart, right? Jenny Poole said. She was once Sansa's personal maid. After Ide was killed, she worked as a prostitute for Littlefinger for a year. Later, as Arya, she married Little Skinner. On the night of their wedding, Theon was forced to moisten her body. Now, after going through the vicissitudes of life, she returned to the side of Miss Winterfell, who was also no longer young. Both master and servant had become beautiful widows. The tornado disappeared before it formed. It seems that the north wind has also stopped. "Ah, what is that?" Theon's gentle comforting suddenly turned into a hoarse scream. Sansa felt a sudden chill behind her. She turned around and glanced at the city gate. That glance froze her soul. A white line hung down from the center of the giant dark whirlpool. It fluttered gently like a ribbon. It was about the thickness of a finger. It lightly brushed past the right tower of the outer city gate. It formed a pair with the stone tower that was cut by the dimension door. It was made of grey stone and was 3 stories tall. When the white ribbon brushed past the railing at the top of the tower, white powder that emitted a white light floated down. Perhaps the ribbon itself was made of powder. In the darkness, the fluorescent white powder was so gentle and beautiful that it was intoxicating. Tilde grey-white ice crystals appeared out of thin air. Starting from the top of the tower where the white frost touched it, it sprinted downwards and spread in all directions. In a few breaths' time, the tower and the 50-meter-long city wall at the city gate were all covered in a layer of ice crystals. There was a long queue at the city gate. The commander cursed loudly and asked the soldiers who were dawdling to leave quickly. Even though the black dragon had warned them, those who could not enter the tomb in time were unwilling to leave the city. Leave the city to hide. Hide from deviant ghosts. There are deviant ghosts, zombies, and even deviant ghost kings outside the city. Leaving the city is courting death. The soldiers complained loudly. Kaa, what's that sound? The soldiers raised their heads. Their expressions froze and their movements froze. The white frost crawled on the walls of the city gate. The moment they felt the cold air from the white frost, they were frozen into ice sculptures. Bam, bam, bam. Because many people were still walking forward, their feet froze when they took a step forward. Their bodies naturally fell forward, shattering a handful of icy blue dust. The ice powder spread and blocked the view of the city gate. Only the cold sound of the white frost crawling could be heard. No. The people who were queuing up to leave the city saw the terrifying scene in front of them and shouted. However, their terrified cries seemed to have attracted a certain existence. Or rather, the white ribbon floating in the air was an intelligent creature. It smelled the fear of the humans and came. The white ribbon floated lightly as if it was weightless. It bounced off the heads of the people who were running frantically. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It left behind a circle of ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, the white frost spread out like ink falling into clear water. The entire world fell silent. No Sansa's delicate features twisted into a demon's. She was so terrified that she peed her pants. Chapter 8:23. Save me. Merciful Virgin Mary. Dragon Queen, save me. Where is Dragon Queen? Megalosaurus, save me. Great Guardian of Light, save me. In the areas of Winterfell that had not been dyed white, the soldiers, servants, and civilians could no longer maintain order. They either cried and squeezed forward, found a room to hide in, or jumped off the city wall before the white frost reached them. More people ran while shouting the names of the Virgin Mary, Dragon Queen, King of the Northern Territory, and even Stannis the Undead. Kaboom/Dragon Queen and the others did not respond, but the giant whirlpool in the sky seemed to respond to their calls. Thick lightning rolled in the black clouds, as if the gods were waving their lightning whips to fight with the enemies. In the center of the whirlpool, bursts of crimson light pierced through the thick darkness. The falling white frost ribbons lost their previous lightness and elegance, like the leather whip of a butcher who had lost control of his emotions. They no longer chased after crowded areas, but whipped the castle, the stables, the spacious training ground, and even landed on the Gauls who were fighting with the soldiers outside the city wall. The Gauls were already cold enough, and because of their arrival, the weather was even colder. But in the face of the white frost, they were frozen like humans, falling to the ground and shattering into ice shards. 7 gods, what is that? Old Bart quickly escaped from the spreading white frost on the ground while looking back at the thousands of Gauls frozen in ice. The White Knights had been strictly following Dragon Queen's orders. The others were still hesitating whether to go out of the city to fight the Gauls, but they did not hesitate at all. The group of knights who were waiting at the city gate, those who had horses immediately found them, those who did not raised their shields and followed behind the knights. They formed an arrow formation and rushed out together. Along the King's Road, they ran away from Winterfell to the south. Old Bart, Big Bear, and the other followers of Dragon Queen rode their dragons. Naturally, they did not have war horses, so they could only run on their 2 legs. Just now, the white frost ribbons twisted like the wind and moved a kilometer or 2 horizontally, landing on the left side of Old Bart and immediately freezing the ground. If it weren't for the old knight's good luck that he was a little far from where the white frost fell and that he was wearing a steel armor that could resist part of the power of the ice, he would have been glorious. The white ribbons that tracked the aura of the living in an orderly manner turned into a white frost whip that went out of control. It was an unexpected disaster for the people outside the city. But the Winterfell creatures who were queuing up to enter the tomb realized that it was a good opportunity to escape. After Bai Shuang left, they had time to enter the tomb again. Quick, get out of the way. This is Queen Sansa. This is Sansa Stark. She's pregnant. Theon carried the stunned Sansa in his arms and roared as he pushed his way forward. We should have left on the pterosaur. Danny Liz has already escaped. It's too late now. I've sent Lady away. It's too late. Sansa sobbed in Theon's arms. There's still time. We can hide in the tomb. That white frost whip can't freeze the ground into ice. There's a hot spring under Winterfell. Theon consoled her. Fortunately, the title of queen was useless. Stark was a sturdy signboard in the Northern Territory and Winterfell. Even though the white frost whip was wreaking havoc in Winterfell and their lives were in danger, many savages, Northern Territory civilians, and even noble knights made way for Theon. Boom! Just as Theon carried Sansa down the stairs, a dull sound came from the center of the black whirlpool in the sky. It caused the castle to tremble slightly. Then, red light tore through the black whirlpool and dyed the ground red. The world of darkness suddenly became like the birth of the sun, with thousands of rays of multicolored light. Everyone who looked up at the sky could feel the warmth of the red light on their cheeks. It was hot. What happened? Theon stopped in his tracks and looked at the sky in a daze. Hong 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 rumble, there was a hole in the sky. The red light dimmed and disappeared. It was replaced by white light. Everyone who looked up at the sky could feel the warmth of the white light on their cheeks. It was cold. The bone-piercing coldness made everyone fearful. The viscous white light that leaked down from the hole in the sky had the same color and temperature as the white frost whip. But the amount of white light, it was like a black iron pot covering the ground. At this moment, there was a hole at the bottom of the pot, and the white porridge in the pot flowed out of the hole. It was like a child playing outside the house in winter. The snot that flowed out of the nose was long and cold. It flowed down the mouth and chin. Then, with a slurp sound, the snot was sucked back into the nostrils. It was very cool. It was a pity that the black whirlpool only left the white snot and didn't suck it in. Now, the snot was falling towards Winterfell. Quick, let's enter the tomb. Sansa gripped Theon's cloak tightly and screamed with a distorted face. Hualala, before his snot could fall, the hailstones arrived first. Winterfell was once again filled with wails. White frost flowed down from the sky like snot. Surrounding the frost was a thick icy fog. It was the moisture in the air that was frozen into tiny ice particles. The tiny ice crystals held hands and froze into large ice cubes. Hail was born. Fortunately, the hail wasn't interfered with by the gods. Otherwise, the hail wouldn't be the size of eggs or fists. Finally, the snot reached Winterfell. In an instant, white light flashed above Winterfell. The castle, the training ground, the city walls, and the people on the ground were all frozen. Ka. The snot froze into an icicle. The snot continued to flow, and the icicle expanded and rose. The water vapor in the northern region was sucked in, forming a cyclone around the icicle. The cyclone was like the hands of the gods that rubbed the sky above Winterfell. It created a 1 kilometer wide and 2 kilometer tall iceberg. Within the iceberg, one could see a lifelike castle with city walls, tall towers, courtyards, people, and forests. It was like a magnified Disney's crystal ball castle. 7 gods above, we're only fighting the deviant ghosts. Why is there such a powerful force? On King's Lane, Jaime was on the verge of breaking down. Plop. John's legs turned to jelly, and he knelt on the ground. He wailed heartbreakingly, "No, Sangza, my sister, caw, caw, caw." A flock of black crows flew down from the sky. One of them landed on John's shoulder, while the rest circled above the humans and Gowls. This team was being chased by thousands of Gowls, and the battle never stopped. "John, pull yourself together. Sangza is hiding in the tomb. There's a hot spring in the tomb. Arya isn't in Winterfell. They're not dead." After hearing that his two sisters were fine, John felt much better. He tilted his head to look at the big crow on his shoulder and said sadly, "What happened?" "Winterfell is frozen. Sigh, this is the best ending. White Frost's ice power was released into the air. It's like the Frost God's forbidden spell mist. Dragon Queen neutralized the Frost God's attack." Bran sighed. "Best ending. We were about to win, but we were all wiped out. What kind of ending is that?" The hound cut down a Gowl and roared without turning his head. "Didn't you see the strange phenomenon in the sky? That's a true god casting a large-scale forbidden spell. If it wasn't interrupted, there wouldn't be anyone alive within a 10-kilometer radius. Now, you're all alive. True god. Fuck, what's that? Where's our god king, Lalo?" The hound asked blankly. "It should be the Frost god. In the Asher prophecy, the deviant Ghost King was the servant of the Frost god. The god that Carhold City sacrificed was also the Frost god." Although James was paying attention to their conversation, his own line of defense was not messed up. He tied a round shield on his right hand to protect his waist. The sword in his left hand was as fast as lightning. The widow's wail pierced the Gowl's eye socket. He then pulled the sword horizontally, cutting off half of the Gowl's head and another Gowl's neck. That's right. The dark vortex in the sky is the Frost God's spell. Lalo is no match for him and has retreated. The Light King ran away. What about the 7 gods? Why didn't the warrior and the Holy Mother come? Jaime asked. 7 gods. The big crow had a strange look in his eyes. The 7 gods are here. It's the 7 gods and Dany Rise who stopped the Frost God's forbidden spell. There was nothing wrong with that. Dany didn't run away. She was usually afraid of death, but in the face of danger, she had a brute courage that she didn't know she had. In fact, she had been trying to stop the white frost from falling from the sky. For the first time, she hovered in the path of the white frost ribbons. 3 megalosaurus surrounded her and formed 3 huge dragon fireballs. The megalosaurus left. She held the fireballs and waited for the white frost ribbons as thick as a thumb to reach her body. The 3 dragon fireballs the size of carriages, one of which was the blacksmith fireball with the strongest flame power, smashed over together. There wasn't even a splash. There was no explosion, no expansion, no sizzling sound of red-hot soldering iron entering water. The white frost was like a greedy demon, reaching its tentacles into the dragon fireballs and sucking watermelon juice. In a few breaths, the fireballs shriveled, shrunk, and finally disappeared. In fact, the white frost didn't absorb the flame power in the dragon fireballs. Instead, it extinguished the dragon flames with a large amount of ice power. It was like using a fire hose to extinguish a lit candle. The second try was the space gate. Blackie was far away. A mosaic fireball shot out dozens of meters and cut off the white frost ribbons. Then, the bright red space gate solidified into a seemingly solid ice crystal mirror and shattered with a crack. As expected, the space gate doesn't work well on Frost God and even the King of Strange Ghosts. Bran sighed helplessly. The time and space talent that Mother Goddess gave you can be divided into time and space talents. Time is Door God's talent, while space comes from Wind Mastery, PS. To put it bluntly, the space gate was just a kind of witchcraft derived from the Song of Wind. Door God knew how to use it, and so did Frost God. However, the Song of Wind completely belonged to Door God. The Weirwood Root retained the Song of Darkness and could no longer use the Wind Space Gate. After 2 failed attempts, Dany gritted her teeth and thought, since I can't block the frost, I'll deal with the source of the frost. She rode on Blackie and opened the space gate. In an instant, they crossed 8 kilometers, which was 8,000 meters in the sky. She and Blackie came to the top of the dark vortex. Only she and Blackie were left. Little White and Little Green flew to the White Blade River Mountains far away from Winterfell. Above the dark vortex, Dany looked up and saw the stars and moon that she hadn't seen for many days. They were still shining, but they were more than 10 times dimmer. She wasn't in the mood to lament the lack of stars. Below her, in the huge vortex of ice and darkness, a malicious and terrifying will was staring at her. It was Frost God. Dany vs. Frost God, the first round. Chapter 8:24. There was an evil and cold consciousness in the black vortex that locked onto Dany. Dany immediately sensed something strange from him. She was no longer ignorant of the power of this world when she had just transmigrated. She had fought with Sheep Egg, Door God, and Lalo. She had even beaten Frost God's servant, King Strange Ghost, to death. It was not easy to judge purely based on strength, because Sheep Egg and Ahro were not facing her with their true bodies and full strength. But at first glance, Dany noticed the difference between the god of frost and the other gods. He did not fit in with this world and was incompatible. Or rather, Frost God was rejected by this world. Perhaps other people or gods would overlook this. But Frost God's distance from the world and Dany's closeness to the world were a stark contrast. Entering the state of Song of Wind, she was almost one with the world. The origin of the world was like a teacher who taught her the secrets of the law through the wind. Without any external help, Dany was confident that she could sing both wind and fire songs if she was given 1,000 years of cultivation. Compared to her, Frost God was like the secret son of the world's Will's wife and the old man next door. Previously, Dany had always thought that the one controlling the black vortex was just a clone of Frost God. Because if his true body was here, there was no reason for him not to attack personally, just like what the cow-headed snake demon did in the East Sea Kingdom. Now, she was sure that Frost God's true body was here. He was in the black vortex below. But the world did not like him and bound him with a layer of law. If he really showed himself in front of others and fought with Dany and Megalosaurus, would he not be their match? Dany was not sure. But it was obvious that compared to physical combat, forbidden spells were more powerful and had better effects. Reality proved that even the powerful King Strange Ghost's performance in physical combat was very awkward. At this moment, seeing that Frost God was hiding in the black vortex, Dany would not foolishly rush in to seek a one-on-one swordsmanship challenge. Her goal was not to defeat Frost God, but to interrupt the casting process of the forbidden spell White Frost. The Megalosaurus flew along the surface of the black vortex at high speed, spitting out divine dragon flames. She was like a nimble fly, constantly harassing a certain lousy hand who was sitting in front of the computer typing. As it turned out, even the Frost God was not that skilled. The purplish-red lightning and black shadow tentacles had tried to catch Dahe several times, but failed. However, flies could not cause much harm to people who were writing. From time to time, Blackie would sweep across the surface of the dark whirlpool and leave behind streaks of dragon flames. Besides producing white steam and black smoke, Blackie couldn't stop the white frost from corroding Winterfell. Yes, the dragon flame vortex still had some effect on Bai Shuang. Dany had indirectly saved Sangza's life. Due to the dragon flames, the power of ice and power of darkness in the whirlpool were unbalanced. The frost above Winterfell was like a whip that randomly whipped Winterfell. Before that, the ribbon-like white frost was like a devil's tentacles that accurately tracked the aura of living people. It went all the way to the dungeon gate and almost froze all the people who were queuing at the entrance of the tomb. I also have a forbidden spell. Cooperate with me and let's try it. In the end, Dany decided to use her killing move. Her divine power and soul power were infused into the bodies of the 10 fire elves. They turned into 10 crows and blended into the three-eyed crow's army of 3,000 crows. When the three-eyed crow and the frost god's wills clashed, the 10 crows left the flock and dove into the center of the black vortex. Explosions aren't necessarily art, but they are definitely the simplest and most violent. Boom! In the center of the black vortex, amidst the boundless power of ice, the 10 crows suddenly turned into 10 fire elves. For Dany, for all humans, charge! Little Fog shouted loudly and led the 9 fire elves to expand rapidly. Then, boom! This was the reason why the world was filled with dazzling lights. The explosion was not only caused by the mana of the 10 fire elves, but also Dragon Queen's divine power and soul power. Simply put, the 10 fire elves and Dany self-destructed at the same time. It was a complete self-destruction. The effect was, it was a little awkward. The self-destruction blasted a hole in the black vortex, and the accumulated power of ice poured out. It was unknown whether the frost god was severely injured, but Winterfell was sealed in ice by a 2,000-meter-tall icicle, killing 1,000 enemies and sacrificing 1,200 of their own. However, Bran felt that it was worth it. No matter how great the damage was to Winterfell, it couldn't change the fact that without the help of a true god, the humans were able to resist the frost god with their own power. This was the first time in history. It's elemental annihilation. How did you do it? Bran was astonished. It's the special characteristic of the fire elves. They are originally fire elemental creatures. Lalo can no longer force the humans to consider the big picture. You have broken free from your original destiny. We can ditch him and fight alone, Bran said with a complicated tone. This is just the beginning. Since the elemental explosion is proven to be effective, let's go big. Dany was in a very bad state. Her face was pale, and her soul was in pain. She had no strength or mana, but her tired eyes shone with excitement. When she blew up Lady Chu in the Death World, she only paid the price of one thought. This time, all her divine power was drained, and her soul participated in the self-destruction. She was basically in the same state as the elves. Her vitality was greatly damaged, and she was on the verge of hibernation. However, she still had one last trump card, overclocking fusion. Previously, she had only overclocked with Blackie. Now, the 5 Megalosaurus had mastered the 9-colored Vortex Meditation Foundation. She could fuse with the 5 Megalosaurus at the same time. However, Little Red and Little Gold were too far away, and the after-effects of overclocking were too severe. She couldn't immediately rush over to treat them. Blackie was carrying her high in the sky, and he had to protect her, Little White, and Little Green. Double overclocking should be enough. 3 kilometers south of Winterfell, on the King's Road. More than 500 warriors formed a circle of shields, and they were surrounded by thousands of Gowls. Bunyan, you crippled man, come out and fight me. Jaime, the disabled man, loudly invited him to battle. Jon looked embarrassed. Uncle Bunyan, I'm now the Lord of Winterfell, and you're also from Winterfell. You used to be the person I respected the most, and I was deeply loved by you. Now that Winterfell has been destroyed, I'm destined to die on the battlefield. Please fulfill my last wish. Come out and fight me fairly. Let me sever the last of our friendship before I die. The big crow leaped up from Jon's shoulder, and its soul voice entered the ears of all the living people. Found it. The whole army has it. The shield-bearers on the periphery squatted down, and the wounded in the inner circle crawled on the ground. Caw, caw, caw. Without waiting for Jaime and the others to respond, the big crow leaped up and led a flock of crows to an inconspicuous corner of the Gowl army. In the snow 200 meters away from the living shield formation, in the middle of a group of Gowls stood a white Gowl with an umbrella sword on its back and a horned crown on its head. King Strange Ghost. In the chaos, it was fished out from a pile of rocks by the Gowl giant. Previously, it had been hiding in the Gowl army, and even the three-eyed crow couldn't find it. Therefore, when Jaime provoked it, Jon moved it emotionally, and when it showed strong emotional fluctuations, it was immediately noticed by Bran. Then, Bran led a flock of crows over. Bran Stark. Seeing the flock of crows flying over, King Strange Ghost felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Red Sword wasn't the only one who could kill King Strange Ghost. In the world, only Red Sword's mana level had reached the highest true god level, and it could easily break through King Strange Ghost's defense. Without another word, King Strange Ghost retreated in a flash. It wasn't slow, but the way it ran was very awkward. It bent its body, stuck its butt out, and limped like a patient with severe hemorrhoids. Perhaps King Strange Ghost himself realized that his running posture wasn't graceful or domineering enough, so he hurriedly called for his horse. Soon, the Gowl horse with frost on its surface ran over. But before King Strange Ghost could climb onto the horse, the 8 crows had already surrounded it. before King Strange Ghost could draw his sword and slash. Bam, bam, bam. The 8 crows turned into 8 little suns with human faces. They held hands and surrounded King Strange Ghost in the center, and shouted in unison, "Greetings to you on behalf of the Dragon Queen, long live explosion." At the same time, above the dark vortex, the remaining 40 crows and Meng Zazi all fell into the center of the vortex and turned into 40 fire spirits. The 40 fire spirits squeezed together and shouted in unison, "Greetings to you on behalf of the Dragon Queen, long live explosion." There were 40 fire spirits in the sky and 8 on the ground. The 48 fire spirits divided all of Little White's and Little Green's souls and magic power. Especially the magic power. The Megalosaurus magic power was almost endless, but at this moment, they all self-destructed. Boom! The explosion wasn't loud, but the entire sky seemed to be ignited by flames. The dark vortex was like a cow dung that had been hit by a cannon, and a 1-kilometer wide hole instantly exploded. Then, the entire dark vortex was like a deflated balloon, spewing out large amounts of white powder and dark smoke. Before the powder and black smoke fell, they immediately turned into a surging storm and egg-sized hail. However, the water vapor in the sky of the northern region was almost dry, and the hail seemed abnormally thin. Visible to the naked eye, the dark vortex disappeared, the black clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sky gradually began to brighten. It was like coming from a dark night to a gloomy evening. The sky was clean and gray. As the sky brightened, the warriors who got up from the ground could see their surroundings clearly. 200 meters ahead, there was a hole the size of a basketball court. At the edge of the snow hole, there were corpses that fell like wheat. Most of them were still alive and were still struggling to get up. Even around the shield formation, there were corpses that were getting up from the ground. They were almost uninjured, but they couldn't stand steadily under the shockwave and fell to the ground. The vortex disappeared, the black clouds in the sky also disappeared. Is the god of frost dead? Is the king of strange ghosts dead? Is the long night over? Jamie shook his head that was constantly ringing, and looked around blankly. They're not dead, the corpses are still moving. John snapped his fingers, and a cluster of flames rose from the tip of his finger. Just as his face showed joy, he suddenly thought of something and his expression became anxious. He looked into the distance and said quickly, "The flame domain is broken, and the firewood can be lit. The king of strange ghosts must be in a bad state. We should take this opportunity to end it. The corpses aren't attacking us, they're retreating. The king of strange ghosts is really in big trouble." Beristan was both happy and anxious. "Where is the 3-eyed crow? Help us lock onto the king of strange ghost." The 500 warriors had been fighting for a night, and they were already exhausted, but now they seemed to be on drugs. They formed the arrow formation again and rushed to the center of the explosion. As soon as they got close to the edge of the snow hole, they were stunned. Someone had beaten them to it. Chapter 825. 40 fire elves, carrying 2 Megalosaurus mana and soul power, self-destructed. The power was terrifying. Before the explosion, Dani had been looking forward to it. But she wasn't naive enough to think that a fire element annihilation could kill a true god. The theme of the Winterfell battle hadn't changed: kill the king of strange ghost. Yes, the king of strange ghosts was the target. If the frost god was chased away, it would be a success. But after the black vortex disappeared and the frost god left, the king of strange ghosts wouldn't insist on fighting Winterfell. It would also run away. Even the 3-eyed crow wouldn't be able to find it if it hid among the millions of ghouls. So, before Dani attacked the black vortex, she had to find the king of strange ghosts and detonate the 48 fire elves. It would be best if she could kill it in one go. Even if she couldn't, with the sun vessel, the tower pressure, and the explosion of the fire elves, it would be at least half dead. Even if she couldn't kill it, she had to capture it alive. In short, everyone had suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Winterfell. She couldn't let the culprit escape. Arya discovered something terrifying. When she activated the Death God's Bible, the Ghouls ignored her. The Ghouls treated her as one of them. Bran was right, the Death God's Bible had a huge flaw. But she wasn't worried. First, under the Death God's mindset, there were no negative emotions like worry or fear. Second, the Dragon Queen promised to help her solve the problem of becoming a ghoul. She didn't trust the Dragon Queen, but she trusted Bran. Bran said that the Dragon Queen would definitely help her solve the side effects of the meditation technique. Finally, if the ghouls treated her as one of them, wouldn't it be easier to assassinate the King of Strange Ghosts? Yes, Arya also had the ambition to assassinate the king. Fighting for the Iron Throne for her sister Sansa was only a small part of the reason. She wanted to help Winterfell solve its crisis. Then, assassinating the King of Strange Ghosts would make her a legend. Who didn't want to become the hero in Old Nan's legend? She hid in the darkness and pretended to be a ghoul. Stannis's eternal life had touched her deeply. Of course, she was also tempted to attack him. Later, she saw a terrifying thing. The Dragon Queen actually took the initiative to break the hero's red sword. Why? Arya's heart was filled with questions. For a moment, she even suspected that the chairman of the United Front of Ghosts had defected to the deviant ghosts. However, when he thought about the Dragon Queen's identity as the Pope of the Seven Gods, the Seven Gods would definitely not be deceived by their believers, and they would definitely not side with the Frost God. Soon, she stopped thinking about this problem. The conversation between the Dragon Queen and King Ygui revealed a shocking secret. Her aunt wasn't kidnapped by Lager at all. That adulterous couple eloped. What did this mean? The legitimacy of the War of the Usurpers was gone. The deviant Ghost King who wanted to destroy the Westeros was a Stark, which was enough to make Stark feel vexed. If Stark was labeled as the main culprit of the War of the Usurpers, how would Winterfell and Stark be able to maintain their standing in front of the Seven Kingdoms? What would everyone think? Would there be a great reckoning? Arya was shocked again while she was lost in her thoughts. Dragon Queen pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. She suddenly exploded and captured King Ygui. Well, compared to the unforeseen events that happened one after another, this small matter was nothing. Finally, opportunities were given to those who were prepared. After a shocking explosion, Arya met King Ygui who was lying on the ground like a corpse. Actually, this wasn't just dumb luck. She saw King Ygui being rescued from the rubble by the corpse ghost giant with her own eyes. She also saw him grit his teeth and howl as he pulled out the longsword behind his butt. King Ygui didn't dare to destroy the fake red sword because after the blade was frozen by the power of ice, the shards would remain where they were, making it even harder to pull them out. It was also from that moment on that Arya decided not to treat him like Uncle Bunyan. It was too unsightly, too unsightly. Her wise and powerful second uncle of the Night Guard shouldn't be like that. Even King Yigui's image as the world-destroying demon king gradually collapsed in her heart. Seeing King Yigui limping forward and the icy blue liquid flowing down the ice crystal leg armor, Arya started to look down on him. Other than the corpse ghost giant, there were a dozen other deviant ghosts protecting King Yigui. Therefore, Arya didn't have a chance to sneak attack. But the opportunity came quickly. King Yigui hid his aura and put on a grey cloak, pretending to be an ordinary corpse ghost and hiding in the middle of a group of corpse ghosts. If she hadn't seen the whole thing with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that King Ygui could be so wretched. That's right, she didn't think it was smart, only wretched. You're King Ygui, the demon king that destroyed the world, the final boss in all of Grandma's legends. Can't you be a little tougher? But King Ygui didn't have any deviant ghosts protecting him, so it was a good chance. Just as Arya was about to sneak up on it, something happened again. A huge explosion sent her flying 7 to 8 meters away. Her head was stuck in the snow. She staggered up and found that her chance was even better. King Ygui got up from the snow pit at the center of the explosion and struggled to the edge of the snow pit. All of his ice armor was broken, his pale skin festering, and icy blue blood flowed down his legs to the ground, leaving light blue footprints. Right now, he was like a suckling pig that had been roasted alive, skinned, and minced. However, Arya also noticed that as wisps of grayish-white mist surged in from all directions, those terrifying wounds were rapidly healing. I can't waste any more time. Arya crept up behind King Strange Ghost without making a sound. She had almost no body temperature, no breath, no breath. She didn't seem to be any different from the corpse ghosts around her. Cut off its head. Pierce through its back. After hesitating for a moment, Arya decided to sneak attack King Yigui's back because she only had a steel dagger in her hand. Unlike swords, daggers couldn't cut off heads easily. The dagger didn't make a sound, but Arya missed. After missing, she lost her balance and the dagger whistled in the air. King Yigui stepped on his right foot and turned 180 degrees to avoid the attack. His ferocious and cold face faced Arya. His right hand shot out like lightning and grabbed her neck, lifting her 1/2 meter high like a rag doll. His left hand twisted her right arm that was holding the dagger into a V shape. Crack Arya's forehead was covered in sweat from the pain. She groaned, but her right hand didn't let go of the dagger. Idiot, in my eyes, your life force is more obvious than a bonfire in the dark. Unless you can completely give up your inferior human emotions, King Yigui mocked in a sharp voice. Arya's neck was choked. Her face was red and she couldn't say a word. But you are special. Our souls have merged before. Maybe I should break the rule of not turning women before the eternal night. How about I make you my queen? I need an heir. King Yigui's blue eyes were cold and emotionless, but his expression was very serious. He loosened his iron-like right hand, wanting to hear a definite answer from the King Yigui. Arya's face paled. The deviant Ghost King deserved it. She put on her most pitiful expression and cried, "Uncle Bunyan, it's me. I'm Arya. Wake up, Uncle Bunyan, Uncle Bunyan, I'm Arya, troublemaker Arya. When I was young, you taught me archery and horse riding. You even said that I would become a female knight." King Yigui's pale face showed signs of struggle. His blue eyes could no longer maintain the coldness from before. Arya. He murmured the name with nostalgia. Bunyan Stark was awakened again. Don't. A crow flew over unhurriedly and cawed anxiously. It was Bran's voice. But Arya's right hand had already let go of the dagger. Her hanging left hand caught it and stabbed it into the hole in her chest left by the light messenger. The steel dagger pierced through her heart. The whole thing was done in one breath, as fast as lightning. The complicated emotions in King Yigui's eyes disappeared together with the light. You killed your uncle. King Yigui's dim eyes were only left with coldness. Pust pust pust. What answered him was Arya stabbing him again and again. His heart was pierced. Idiot. King Yigui suddenly smiled at Arya's cold little face and turned to look at the sky. Buzz buzz, a portal flashed 50 meters in the sky. The black dragon jumped out with the dragon queen, whose eyes were shining with red light. Caw caw caw, 3,000 crows followed behind the megalosaurus. They were so dense that they looked like locusts passing by. I elbow back. After saying that, King Yigui fell to the ground. The blue light in his eyes dimmed. Plop plop plop. With King Yigui's body as the center, the Gowls and other Gowls all fell to the ground like puppets whose power was turned off. Ah, King Yigui has been killed. The long night is over. The warriors who rushed over cheered. Ivildor, where are you going? Dragon Queen's reaction was very strange. She shouted and jumped up. The megalosaurus under her was like a plane that lost its power. Its eyes dimmed and it fell into the snow. A trench 100 meters long and 3 meters deep was plowed in the snow. Ordinary people couldn't see it from the soul's perspective. A blue light shot out from King Yigui's forehead. The light wrapped around a man's figure and flew to the north like a meteor. Then, a black dragon flew out from Dragon Queen's forehead. The Dragon Queen, whose body was made of flames, rode the black dragon and chased after the blue light. She had used this method to chase after the six-form man Valamir and intercept the red dragon and the sheep-egg dragon spirit. In fact, she didn't catch up with Valamir at that time. She only arrived when the six-form man's remnant soul opened the second life in the wolf's body. She killed the wolf, not the human Valamir. This time was the same. She missed the initiative and couldn't catch up with King Yigui, who had opened the second life. But she wasn't alone. Caw caw caw, the crows came from all directions and surrounded King Yigui in front and Dragon Queen behind. Bam! King Yigui's blue light was like a spear that pierced through the formation of crows in front. But its speed was greatly reduced. Hiss caw boom! The megalosaurus chased after it and bit the blue light. It spat out divine dragon flames and activated the bestowment spirit. Our mother goddess. The blue light quickly melted in the dragon flames and turned into spirit and divinity that entered the space of the seven gods' faith. Then, Danny saw a pair of cold dark eyes. Her, Blackie, and the three-eyed crow's soul vision were all occupied by the huge eyeball. Their souls began to form a layer of white frost, and all their thinking and ability to move disappeared. Whoosh! The blue light that wrapped around King Yi Gui's soul disappeared instantly. Chapter 8:26. I'm really envious of people who have backers. Danny sighed helplessly. The cold god's will was powerful, and it instantly pulled her and the three-eyed crow into the dark, ice-cold abyss of death. But their mental power wasn't weak, and they were only attacked by a surprise attack. But it was a pity that this was enough time for the King of Strange Ghost Soul to run around the world 100 times. It escaped. You should have been aware of this from the very beginning. You could have fulfilled Lalo's request, and he would have restrained the cold god according to fate, while humans could have focused on the King of Strange Ghosts. Now, you've made a choice and changed your fate. The true gods are watching from the side, and it's inevitable that we'll run into the cold god. Today is just the beginning, and you must get used to dealing with the cold god, Lalo, and other dark demon gods. You don't have a way out, and you don't have a backer to rely on. Because you're the strongest human, you're the backer of others, the three-eyed crow said in a solemn tone. I didn't expect you to have such a high awareness, Danny said in surprise. The three-eyed crow has always been the backer of the Westeros, and we've been carrying heavy responsibilities and walking alone in the history of the human kingdoms. We're already used to it, Bran said calmly. I'm just saying that you're fat, and you're really panting. Without all of you, the world would have been better. Blackie's soul left his mind, and he lost control of his body, and he fell to the ground. But the whole process seemed long, and it only took a breath's time. Blackie's belly armor was still sliding on the snow, and Danny brought his soul back to his body. At this moment, the King of Strange Ghost Soul also started a second life in a new body. 7 gods, isn't the King of Strange Ghosts dead? Why did these ghouls come back to life? Amidst the screams of old Barker and his men, the deviant ghosts and ghouls on the snowy ground were like charged terminators. Their pale blue eyes lit up once again, and they got up mechanically, running on the snowy ground as fast as flying. They were retreating. Danny landed on Blackie's back and shouted, "The King of Strange Ghosts isn't dead, continue fighting." "Who are we fighting? Where is Foreign Ghost King?" Arya held her dagger, her expression blank. Deviant ghosts and corpse ghosts are all running for their lives. "Kill them all," Danny said casually. Without waiting for the others to respond, she mounted Big Black and washed the ground with her dragon flames. This time, they were really unscrupulous in their cleansing. There was no King of Strange Ghosts, no God of Frost, and no forbidden fire domain. The dark sky was dispelled, and the sky was light years, gloomy grey. The visibility was better than ever. Danny was still in the double overclocking state. Darhay was almost flying close to the ground, and the dragon flame it spat out was like a 100-meter-wide broom, sweeping out scorched tracks on the white and flawless snowy plains. The corpses were burning, and black smoke was billowing, and the burnt smell permeated the vast snowy plains. This is too much. If it was like this before, compared to the Megalosaurus, our group seems to be useless. Jaime was deeply affected, and his face was full of dejection. She didn't dare to do this before. Jon said seriously, "Now that the sun is up, the Megalosaurus and Dragon Queen can see the danger from the ground. That's why they are so bold. If the Foreign Ghost King was still here, with more than 10 deviant ghosts and the forbidden fire domain, they would definitely be able to heavily injure the Megalosaurus. So, the city wall and the guards are not useless. The Megalosaurus cooperated with the human soldiers and worked together to cover each other. This is the way to win." Thinking about how it was so dark that they could only rely on their blue eyes to determine the identity of the corpse ghosts and their attacks, Jaime nodded silently. His expression was much better. Arya looked around and found a big crow that had landed on the corpse ghost's cheek and was pecking at the pale flesh. She walked over and asked, "Why is the Foreign Ghost King not dead?" "I killed it." The crow swallowed the bloody white meat and asked, The foreign ghost king can control deviant ghosts, just like a shapeshifter can control animal companions. Do you understand now? The foreign ghost king is also a shapeshifter. Arya's expression was ugly. In fact, the first deviant ghost and the first foreign ghost king were both Green Prophet. The deviant ghost's meditation technique is 90% similar to the Green Prophet's. Your Reaper's Bible was created based on the meditation technique of the deviant ghost and the Green Prophet. So the foreign ghost king can never be killed. Jon found it hard to accept. No, it's already dead. Uncle Bunyan's will completely dissipated, and then the real foreign ghost king was born. Bran's tone was complicated. What do you mean, wasn't the one before the foreign ghost king? Jaime frowned at the crow whose mouth was stained with blood. It's the foreign ghost king, but it's not complete. You guys noticed it too, right? Bunyan Stark can control the body of the foreign ghost king from time to time. At that time, the forbidden fire domain disappears, the ice power that automatically surges towards it disappears, and the piercing north wind slows down. It can be said that other than the appearance of a deviant ghost, it has lost all the talents and abilities of the foreign ghost king. That is the pure Bunyan Stark, a human. The reason for this is that there seems to be a problem with the ritual of transforming the foreign ghost king, and it's only half completed. Most of the time, Bunyan can't take control of the body of the foreign ghost king, but his will never disappear. The foreign ghost king with human emotions is naturally an unfinished product of failure. Therefore, the foreign ghost king must come to attack Winterfell, and Frost God must destroy Winterfell. By destroying his own home and killing his own family, Bunyan Stark completed the final transformation to the foreign ghost king, Bran explained. Isn't that too incredible? Jared Dane looked suspicious. You didn't tell us this before, and you didn't even reveal the secret of the foreign ghost king's true identity. Jon frowned and said unhappily, if you knew all this, why didn't you tell us in advance? I was just guessing then, I wasn't sure. Big Raven's eyes flashed with human-like helplessness. Jon, do you still remember how you found the winter horn? The horn that blew down the Great Wall? Jaime exclaimed. Did a horn really cause the Great Wall to collapse? Although I've never been to the Great Wall in my life, I've always heard that the Great Wall is like a mountain range that will exist until the end of time. It sounds incredible, but it's a fact. The Eastwatch Night Watchmen saw it with their own eyes. Beristan pouted in the direction of Winterfell. Before today, could you have thought of this? Looking at the towering iceberg, all the doubtful creatures fell silent. Bran continued, the barbarians guessed correctly. For thousands of years, the winter horn has been in Joman's tomb, but how did it appear? Humans don't remember, but the deviant ghosts remember, and they dug it out. 5 years ago, Jon found the winter horn under a rock at the Ancestor Fist Peak. It wasn't an accident. At that time, the deviant ghosts had just dug out the horn and transformed Bunyan. At that time, Bunyan's will hadn't completely fallen asleep. He didn't want to destroy humans, so he stole the horn and prepared to leave it to the Night Watchman. How is that possible? Jon couldn't believe it and shook his head. The others were also in disbelief. Bran sighed and said slowly, others may not understand the significance of the Ancestor Fist Peak, but Jon, you were the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchman. Don't you know? The Ancestor Fist Peak was a hill that rose abruptly in the Ghost Shadow Forest. The terrain was steep, and the view was good. There was a small river flowing at the foot of the hill. It was a rare strategic location beyond the Great Wall. If Dany was the king of the Seven Kingdoms and knew about the existence of the Ancestor Fist Peak, she would definitely build an outpost fortress at the top of the hill to warn the barbarians and deviant ghosts. In fact, before the first long night, the ancestors had built a simple circular fortress at the top of the hill, a circle of grey stone walls that reached the height of one's chest. Therefore, until now, the Ancestor Fist Peak was an important stronghold for the Night Watchman north of the Great Wall. When Old Mormorn led the Night Watchman out of the Great Wall to inquire about the movements of the barbarians and deviant ghosts, he used the Ancestor Fist Peak as a base to stop the invading barbarians and deviant ghosts. Then the deviant ghosts taught the Night Watchmen who had forgotten their ancestors and history how to behave. Bunyan had been a ranger for more than 10 years and had stayed at the Ancestor Fist Peak countless times. He hid the Horn of Winter there in the hope that other rangers could find it and bring it to the south of the Great Wall. In order to remind the night watchman, he also put a bag of dragon crystals beside the Horn of Winter. Unfortunately, no one understood what he meant. Bran said helplessly. Jon carefully recalled the scene when he found the horn and slowly accepted Bran's explanation. Why didn't Uncle Bunyan leave a letter to make things clear? He asked in a hoarse voice. He wasn't a scholar. How could he carry a pen and paper with him? Besides, he had already been transformed into the King of Deviant Ghosts at that time. Going against the King of Deviant Ghosts' instinct to destroy the living, he stole the Horn of Winter and buried it under the Ancestor Fist Peak. That was the limit of what he could do. Why didn't the King of Deviant Ghosts find the horn after that? Beristan frowned. Jon smiled bitterly. Now that I think about it, they really did find it. Not long after Commander Mormorn led us to the Ancestor Fist Peak, the Ghoul army surrounded us. After that, they chased the Night Watchman all the way to Castel Castle. Bran continued, I know what happened in the past, but I can't predict the state of the King of Deviant Ghosts. Combined with everything that happened today and seeing the King of Deviant Ghosts' second life with my own eyes, I came to this conclusion. The Hound glanced at the big crow and said impatiently, I don't care about Bunyan Stark's will. Tell me clearly, can the King of Deviant Ghosts be killed, and how should we kill it? Actually, we almost killed it before. The crow's red eyes turned to Arya with a complicated look. If we wait a moment and let Dany Rise deal with the King of Deviant Ghosts, it's very likely that she'll directly destroy its soul. She has a special witchcraft that specifically targets creatures with immortal souls. Immortal soul, it sounds scary. Did the last King of Deviant Ghosts also have an immortal soul? Jaime frowned. How did Yasuo and Yahai end the long night? Yes, the red sword can also kill the King of Deviant Ghosts. Maybe, we need to create a second, third, or even more red swords. Bran looked at the Dragon Queen who was sweeping the corpses in the distance and said thoughtfully, when Dany Rise comes back, we'll discuss this. Jaime heard this and his expression became very strange. I heard the red-robed woman say that forging a red sword requires the sacrifice of one's only loved one, so Yasuo and Yahai stabbed the newly forged red sword into their wife's heart. Is the Dragon Queen going to sacrifice her royal husband? She doesn't have a royal husband now. If she creates a red sword and sacrifices a royal husband, then... He looked around and the corner of his mouth twitched. I wonder if anyone is willing to be a volunteer. The little crab shuddered and shrunk its neck. It decided to get married when it returned to Crab Island. Whoever wants to be the Queen's royal husband can be it. Chapter 8:27. Dany rode on Blackie and swept through the vast snowfield. She burned from noon until evening, when the sky was completely dark. This time, the sky was dark because it was night time. Within a 20-kilometer radius of Winterfell, there were crisscrossing burn marks on the white, carpet-like snow. She even chased them to the northwest wolf forest. At least 100,000 ghouls were burned to ashes by the dragon flames. When the sky was completely dark, she left the wolf forest and returned to the White Blade River mountain range, 10 kilometers southeast of Winterfell. The White Blade River meandered past the entrance of Winterfell. On both sides of the river were hundreds of kilometers of mountain ranges with many silver mines. Before opening the dimension portal and leaping into the dark whirlpool, Little Green and Little White hid in the neighboring mountain range. Obviously, Winterfell was the center of the forbidden spell attack. Dany couldn't let them hide in Winterfell. In fact, Dany's winged dragon legion was also in the mountain range. She chose an 800-meter-tall mountain peak and built a simple airbase on a wind-sheltered platform. More than 50 tons of wildfire bombs were hidden there. The main reason was that Winterfell was too small. With a side length of 300 to 500 meters, 20,000 people were squeezed inside. How could the winged dragons, which were 20 to 30 meters long, stop? With millions of ghouls attacking the city, Dany had killed countless enemies in one day and one night, and she had also obtained an immeasurable amount of spiritual essence. She had only used 1/20th of the amount, and it had allowed Little White and Little Green to recover from their exhaustion. After using about 10% of the spiritual essence, Danny and the 58 crows became energetic again. They were left with 85% of the spiritual essence. Old Crab and the winged dragon knights continued to stay at the airbase. Danny brought the 3 megalosaurus back to Winterfell. Winterfell was located in a conical icicle with a diameter of 2 kilometers and a height of 2 kilometers. The ice outside was crystal clear. Inside, the war-torn castle, frightened people, and snow-covered trees were lifelike, forming a strange and beautiful scene. When Danny landed, about 3,000 soldiers were gathered in the ruins of Winterfell in front of the King's Gate. Only the wooden houses, pillars, and roofs of Winterfell were demolished. The main structure was still there. Moreover, the people of the northern region were used to building basements to avoid the winter. Even some multi-story stone buildings could be used as living quarters. After receiving Blackie's warning, the 3,000 soldiers left Winterfell via the city gates or ladders. At least 5,000 of them left Winterfell. Now, there were only 3,000 left, and most of them were injured. Wounds from swords, bites from deviant ghosts, frostbits from cold air. Beside the bonfires, there were wounded soldiers crying out in pain. "Your Majesty, I've used up all my divine art slots, but there's still a large group of injured people. I don't have any medicine or bandages here. Do you think you should help treat them?" As soon as the megalosaurus landed, the exhausted hound came looking for them. "Gather the wounded soldiers together." "I'll treat them together," Danny said directly. Hound said blankly, "The wounded soldiers have been arranged together. You can treat them when you go over. Let them line up before me, side by side." "Sir Beristan, bring some people over to help," Danny said. Hound was still puzzled, but he still left with White Knight. John came over again and said, "Your Majesty, there are still many people trapped in the Winterfell graveyard. Why don't you use your dragon flames to burn a hole and rescue them?" Danny didn't refuse. "There's no need to evacuate Winterfell. We can hollow out the interior and use this iceberg to survive the long night." The iceberg didn't just contain Winterfell, it also eroded half of Winterfell town. It was about 800 meters from the foot of the iceberg to the Winterfell gate. The iceberg in Winterfell was as small as the filling in the meat buns on the streets. Even if Winterfell was hollowed out, it wouldn't affect the overall structure of the iceberg. Removing the filling wouldn't affect the weight of the bun either. SSSS Whitey spat out dragon flames at the clear ice body. Danny stood at the side and controlled the area of the dragon flames with her fire control spell. Kai, Kai, Kai. The red flames collided with the blue ice, and the 2-meter-tall and 2-meter-wide semicircular arch slowly pushed inwards. The iceberg melted, and warm water flowed into the snow pit at the side. Hot steam lingered. At this time, Old Bart, Hound, and a group of healthy warriors carried the wounded soldiers over. Danny frowned and looked at the dirty soldiers for a while. She said loudly, "Find some pots and pans and get some water from me to clean the wounds." After a while, when the wounded were shivering under the half-cold water, Danny let them huddle together again, shoulder to shoulder. "Most of you aren't believers of the 7 gods. In order to increase the effectiveness of the sacred healing spell, you are all praying to the Holy Mother in your hearts. At the same time, you are singing the Holy Mother's song with Hound. With me." Hound pointed at his nose and asked, "You are the chief bishop. You lead the singing, I will cast the divine spell." "All right." Hound stood in front of the wounded soldier. Under hundreds of curious and expectant gazes, he cleared his throat and said, "Gentle Holy Mother, the source of mercy, please bless your son to travel through the fierce battle, stop the arrows, block the swords and sabers, and let them see a bright tomorrow. Gentle Holy Mother, the hope of women, help your daughter not to suffer, calm the anger, tame the madness, teach us to be tolerant of each other." After singing for a while in an off-key, rough voice, Hound suddenly froze. He looked at the crowd opposite him and asked, "Why don't you sing with me?" "Slow down, they can't keep up," Danny said impatiently. Then Hound slowly sang, "Gentle Holy Mother, the source of mercy. Gentle Holy Mother, the source of mercy." The group of northerners loudly sang the same off-key song. Although their singing was not very good, they had the pious and holy attitude that Danny needed. In short, these northerners had become shallow believers of the 7 gods without even knowing it or being willing to admit it. Faith came from hope. Now that they were suffering from illness, they must be hoping that the Holy Mother could help them get out of their current predicament. This was the foundation of faith. With faith, the efficiency of the holy healing art increased by more than 10 times. Dani did not care about the Northerner's faith. She only wanted to save some divine power and spiritual quality. As the Holy Mother's song continued, a faint milky white halo rose from their wounds. The halo connected into a milky white glow. Holy, holy, grand, and warm. Holy Mother, I can feel it. Holy Mother is watching me gently and caressing my wounds. I am full of strength. A bearded Northerner closed his eyes and shouted randomly. The wound on his cheek that was bitten by a zombie was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Holy Mother is merciful. The hole in my stomach is healing. My intestines are moving. It's a miracle. My leg is healed. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Jamie was dumbfounded. The hound was sweating profusely after casting a palm-sized holy healing art. The queen healed 600 to 700 people at once and her face didn't even turn pale. Is there such a huge difference between the chief bishop and a normal monk? His Majesty is blessed by the Holy Mother. He is the child of the 7 saints. He is different from the others, old Barton said with a devout expression. Wounded soldiers were often one of the biggest reasons for the decline of the army's morale. By the same logic, wounded soldiers were treated effectively with the miraculous group healing art. Even if Winterfell was frozen, even if the King of Strange Ghosts escaped, even if the humans suffered heavy casualties in this battle, the remaining soldiers quickly regained their fighting spirit and became energetic. The atmosphere in the winter avoidance town camp became much more relaxed and cheerful. What's the matter with the King of Strange Ghosts? After the wounded left, Dani continued to burn the ice cave while asking the big crow beside her. Bran repeated what he said to Jamie, old Barton, and the others before concluding, I am 100% sure that after changing bodies, the King of Strange Ghosts will be much weaker than before. Stark's bloodline is not ordinary. You should have noticed this. Dani's eyes turned and asked, is it possible for the King of Strange Ghosts to take over Jon's body? For example, killing Jon, or kidnapping him and forcefully occupying his soul? Absolutely not. Bran said with certainty, not to mention that there can only be one King of Strange Ghosts in each long night. After this rebirth, the King of Strange Ghosts can no longer activate a second life in another Strange Ghost's body. In the millions of years of the Three-Eyed Crow's history, all the Transfiguration beings and Green Prophet who activated a second life will lose the ability to occupy other creatures' bodies. In other words, the gift of rebirth through possession is a one-time use. After using it, the Transfiguration ability will be lost. You mean, if the King of Strange Ghosts is killed again, it will definitely die? Dani asked suspiciously. Hesitation flashed in the big crow's eyes. I'm not sure. Do you know how the King of Strange Ghosts was born? You know? Dani asked. The big crow shook its head and said, I have a guess, but I don't know the specific process. The strange ghosts leave simple ice runes in the dead's mind, transforming the corpse into a corpse ghost and controlling it. The King of Strange Ghosts leaves its will and meditation technique in the mind of a baby, allowing the baby to absorb the power of ice and become a strange ghost to control it. Then, is it possible that the strange ghosts summon the Frost God through sacrifice and let the Frost God leave its will in Bunyan's mind? It's very possible, Dani said. Then, can the Frost God take back the assimilated soul and return it to its main body, or transfer that soul to the next strange ghost? Bran said. Then the King of Strange Ghosts can never be killed, Dani said. What I mean is, killing the King of Strange Ghosts who activated a second life with a normal weapon might not be able to end the long night. What we really need to do is to destroy the will of the Frost God in Bunyan's soul, Dani thought. You're right. Our real enemy is the Frost God. Maybe, I need a stronger weapon. Can the talent of turning souls into pure spirit be added to a weapon? If it succeeds, it won't be weaker than the light emissary, Bran said. It can't be done at the moment. How much of Lalo's red sword can you imitate? Bran asked again. I can imitate it 100%. I've completely deciphered the runes, but it's useless. I, Sheep Egg, and Lalo all have our own Song of Fire, and the Red Sword's basic spell is to use Lalo's Fire Mastery. If I can chant the complete Song of Fire, I can also create my own Sword of Fire. Bran said helplessly, in the end, to deal with a true god, only the power of a true god or a weapon that can use a true god's power. Other than you, who has a chance, the others will never be able to complete the oath of the one who ends the long night will be the king. Dany heard this and looked worried. This is not good news. We have to change the oath. The one who contributes the most will be the king. I'm just a tool and won't participate in the competition. Bran. Chapter 8:28. How many fragments of the seal of the Green Prophet did you get from King Strangeghost? Bran asked. That's mine. Dany coldly said. Although King Strangeghost was saved by Frost God, a small part of his soul had already been burned by Dragon Queen before he escaped. The seal of the Green Prophet belongs to the Three-Eyed Crow. I feel uneasy losing it in my hands. We've worked together a few times now and can be considered a reliable ally. Can't you help me? He couldn't take her by force, and he couldn't offer anything that could move Dragon Queen, so Bran had no choice but to play the sentimental card. But the problem was, did Dragon Queen have feelings for him? It's too late, I've already turned the seal of the Green Prophet into pure sentience, Dany said. Sentience is fine too, strengthening my soul is the same as completing the seal of the Green Prophet. After I die, I'll also become a part of the Green Prophet, Bran hurriedly said. I've already fused the sentience into my soul, Dany said. I can feel it, you haven't, Gar. Bran stopped halfway, because Dragon Queen had swallowed the sentience of the Green Prophet right in front of him. You can feel what? I haven't. Dany asked solemnly. Bran didn't say anything. Dany sighed. With another 2% increase in my control over the heavenly path, the connection between the 7 gods and their followers is becoming clearer and clearer. So many voices, so many prayers, I can't handle it all. Kaka, the 800 meters of ice was about to burn through, and the ice cave met the pile of rocks that was used to suppress King Strangeghost. Save me. Dany was shocked. The voice came from the pile of rocks. There was still someone alive inside. Who's outside? Save me. Although the voice was as soft as a mosquito's, it was filled with great pain. Even the most cold-hearted person couldn't help but feel pity. Sir Richard, you're not dead yet? Dany was stunned for a moment when she sensed the mental wave from the stone. The stone pile in front of the city gate was different from the tomb cellar. The tomb was built from a natural underground cavern. There were gaps in the interior that led to further underground caverns, so air circulation was not a problem at all. Therefore, the Ghoul army had already retreated, and Dany didn't immediately set fire to the glacier. But the rocks were completely covered by the ice, and there was limited oxygen. After such a long time, the oxygen must have been depleted. No, Richard was no longer a normal person. At this moment, Dany remembers that Richard is not a perfect resurrection like Big Sparrow. The yin spirit in his body is not completely removed. Not long after, a group of soldiers came in and moved away the stone slabs, bricks, wood, and other debris, revealing a small space between 2 stone slabs. There were 2 corpses inside. They were naturally corpses. However, one of the corpses slowly opened its eyes and gently breathed in the cold air. The corpse is coming back to life. Quick, kill it. It's a corpse ghost. The barbarian soldiers carrying the corpse howled and went to look for the dragon-tooth dagger. I told you, he's Sir Richard. He's not dead, Dany said with a dark face. But his ice, colder than ice, the soldier shouted. Look at his eyes. They're glowing blue, Dany reminded him. Everyone took a closer look and let out a long sigh of relief. Sir Richard's blue eyes were like extinguished candles. They were almost completely dim, let alone shining. When they carried Richard out of the ice and placed him by the fire to heat up, everyone gathered around to look at him curiously. Why isn't he dead? Jon asked in surprise. Well, the last time he was resurrected, he accidentally brought down a holy garment from heaven. Lying came naturally to her. Oh, I remember now, Jon said thoughtfully. At that time, Sir Richard was chanting something like mighty heavenly dragon. His body expanded and he was as strong as a bull. He stabbed the sword into the corpse. Speaking of this, John's face turned pale. His eyebrows twitched and he said, "The king of strange ghosts is too strong. After being treated like that, a normal person would have died long ago. But it's fine." "Something's wrong," Arya popped out from the crack of a rock. No one noticed where she was before. "The king of strange ghosts can be injured too. It's chest, eye socket, but..." Arya was also embarrassed for a moment. "The wounds haven't healed completely. It's limping. There's still a hole in its chest under the ice armor. I pierced its heart through that gap." Dany squatted by the fire and checked Richard's pulse and internal organs. She said, "The king of strange ghosts is also a living creature. Of course it can be injured. However, it can absorb the power of ice from the long night to heal minor injuries. It's similar to the healing skills of the 7 gods. It's easy to heal external wounds, but it's very time-consuming to regenerate broken limbs." "How is he?" Arya leaned over and asked. "It's very strange. The surface of his body is covered with a layer of frost, but the liquid inside his body is not frozen. Instead, it's in a state of hibernation," Dany said excitedly. In her previous life, scientists had worked hard for more than half a century, but they still couldn't find the technology to freeze living people. Now, with the productivity and the level of science in the Middle Ages, Richard had perfectly achieved the goal of scientists. The yin soul in the cells seems to be able to absorb energy from the extreme cold. This energy makes breathing an unnecessary physiological activity. Maybe, Richard can survive in a hot and dry environment. We can try it if we have the chance. If we can prove that he can survive in extreme environments, he doesn't need to be a knight. It's a waste of his talent. He can become an interstellar explorer." "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" Old Bar and the others were confused. The Dragon Queen's nonsensical ramblings stunned everyone. "Song Ji, is Song Ji still alive?" Beside the fire, Richard's body temperature rose as he slowly regained his vitality. He turned his head and asked with a dry voice. "He went to heaven," Dany comforted him. "Why didn't the king of foreign ghosts kill you?" John asked curiously. "It hates us too much. It wants us to suffer slowly in despair," Richard said through gritted teeth. Everyone was silent. "You did such a thing to the king of foreign ghosts. You deserve to suffer slowly." But Sir Song Ji was just unlucky to be implicated. They started to burn from the city gate. Along the way, they met hundreds of people from the north who were frozen in ice. They melted the ice and carried the bodies out. Because of this, they wasted a lot of time. It was only at midnight that Dany arrived at the entrance of the tomb. Oh no, it was so crowded that the door of the tomb couldn't be closed in time. The cold air rushed in. Seeing the anxious and terrified ice sculptures in the staircase of the tomb, John's heart sank. "Ah, this is Jenny Poole." She was always by Song's side. The tomb was very deep, about 30 meters underground. The narrow staircase spread down in a zigzag pattern. At the bottom of the staircase, John saw an ice sculpture that made his soul freeze. His eyes reddened and he almost cried. "I told you, Sangza is fine," the big crow on his shoulder said calmly. "Not only is she fine, you can also see an unexpected old friend." Bran's voice sounded strange in the narrow passage. After clearing another layer of ice, the worry on John's face turned into surprise. The thick oak board at the entrance to the upper level was not covered, but the entrance to the tomb at the bottom level was tightly shut. He looked back at Jenny Poole's body carefully. Her face was filled with despair. She was curled up into a ball, her right hand clenched into a fist, as if she was hitting something. Jenny was blocked outside. She struggled for a long time before she froze to death. John shuddered. The iron oak door that was thicker than Dany's waist was slowly opened by the people in the tomb. There was a gap, and a few soldiers were holding torches to clear the ice shards between the door, so that the door could move freely. When the door was fully opened, a woman in red stood under the light of the fire. Her mysterious red eyes looked at the Dragon Queen who was holding the fireball. She said calmly, "What took you so long? You're not dead." Dany was still calm, but John shouted first. Melisandre wore another ruby around her neck. It shone brightly in the dim tomb. "When I stepped into the great King of Light's divine kingdom, He told me that some people had failed to fulfill their promises. The red-robed woman looked at Danny deeply. The long night did not end, and the mission was not completed. I could only take a step back, leave the heaven of light and fire, and return to the world of mortals. Welcome, welcome. It's good that you're back. The world still needs a great wizard like you. Danny's eyes were gloomy, but there was a bright smile on her face. Where's Sansa? Is she okay? John was only shocked by the red-robed woman's resurrection for a while, and then he looked into the tomb. She's fine. A bald middle-aged man with a square chin walked out of the shadows. His light blue eyes seemed to be shrouded in black smoke. They were not as pure as before, but had a depth that did not belong to Stannis. Erlu was also resurrected. His face was as pale as a dead man. His exposed skin did not have the luster and smoothness of a living person. It looked like pork belly that had been soaked in water for 2 hours. Judging from his appearance, it did not look like a perfect resurrection. However, Danny felt a similar aura from him when he was first resurrected. His body seemed to have been filled up and nourished by a powerful force. To put it simply, Lalo had invested more in him than the Lightning King and Madame Stoneheart, but less than Jon. Obviously, Lalo did not leave the long night behind. He intended to continue creating trouble through his agent. The tomb was warmer than expected. After burning the bones of Stark's ancestors, Jon purposefully transformed the tomb into an underground fortress. The hot spring in the forest of God's trees flowed from underground into the tomb. At the center of the underground hall, there was a pool made of bricks. The hot spring water flowed into the pool and made an arc in the tomb. When the heat dissipated and the water temperature dropped, it flowed into the cracks at the edge of the stone wall. Perhaps it would eventually flow into the underground river. The White Blade River was just beside Winterfell. At the entrance of the steamy hot spring, Jon found his sister. Although it was a little damp, it was the warmest, like spring. I didn't expect the tomb to be so big. Perhaps it is connected to Gorney's Passage. The city builder Brandon chose a good place. At the end of the tomb, Danny felt the cold air pouring in through the gaps and holes. She sighed with emotion. You don't have to go to the surface anymore. Just spend the winter here. It's quite warm. A Northern Territory woman washing carrots by the hot spring water looked at the Dragon Queen in awe and whispered, "Everyone says that there is a mystic dragon hidden under Winterfell." Danny shook her head and said, "There is no mystic dragon, but there is a crack in the ground. Perhaps there was a volcano nearby tens of millions of years ago. But now, it is long dead. There are fewer and fewer volcanoes in the world." Chapter 829. It took another day for the Dragon Queen to thaw out the main castle and the guest room from the ice. Even the training grounds, stables, warehouses, blacksmiths, kitchens, and other necessities around the castle were restored to normal. In the main castle, there was a living room with a burning fireplace. At that time, the red-robed woman had wrinkled skin and white hair. She looked like an old woman who was about to die. However, she didn't die. I saw her eyes. Lian sank into her memories. Her red eyes were very beautiful. However, at that time, the red seemed to have faded away and turned into a dull light blue. It seems like her eyes should have been blue, Arain said suspiciously. In other words, when the 3 Red Heart Knights carried the red-robed woman into the tomb, her eyes were still alive, Danny said with a frown. It wasn't just her eyes. Her hands were moving too, Viper Apaya corrected her. With Arain and the Viper's status, they were the first to enter the tomb. The Red Heart Knights who carried the 2 corpses were also with them. In the face of danger, the greater nobles had the first chance to escape. Once they were safe, it was the lesser nobles' turn. After the lesser nobles were the knights, and after the knights were the servants of the greater nobles. Finally, it was the ordinary soldiers' turn. Sansa was stuck outside because as the Winterfell dungeon lord, she had to be calm and magnanimous. She almost lost both her life and her corpse. The red-robed woman took out a ruby leather necklace from her pocket and held it in her trembling hand. The ruby gave off a bright red light, and her hair and eyes were dyed red. Then, she really returned to her original appearance. After that, she had the Crimson Heart Knights carry Stannis' body and soak it in the hot spring. When the ice melted and his body became soft, She took off all his clothes. As if she had thought of something that was not suitable for children, Princess Dawn's cheeks turned red, and her eyes became a little moist. She licked her plump and sexy lips and continued, Melisandre led the 3 knights to kneel by the pool and recite the red god's sacrifice. The night is long and full of danger. Then, the red-robed woman lowered her head and kissed Stannis's pale lips. He suddenly sat up, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. His face was full of fear and confusion. The flames in the fireplace flickered, casting a distorted shadow on Yelene's olive-colored face. It was too scary. Nymeria was so scared that she screamed and was about to cry. The elegant lady with a long braid blushed and hit her cousin's back. She said angrily, "Didn't you shout at that time?" Elaine glanced at the curious Dragon Queen and awkwardly said, "It's not that I'm a coward. I also knew that Melisandre wanted to revive Stannis, but you know that Stannis has 2 wounds on his chest and back." She gestured at her left chest with her hand. Such a big hole, right through his heart. I felt that his heart had already shattered into pieces of ice. I could see through it from the front to the back, but he survived. Jon couldn't help but touch his waist. It had also been pierced by countless swords. Dozens of Night Watchers held sharp swords and scolded him, Oathbreaker and shame of the Night Watchers, while stabbing holes in his body. However, the ones attacking him were just ordinary people with ordinary weapons. Stannis's chest was pierced by the King of Gowl's ice sword and his own light emissary. The coldest ice and the hottest fire. Ice and fire collided. It was burnt and frozen. It was very tragic. The wound on his chest didn't heal? Elaine asked in confusion. He had so many wounds on his body, but they disappeared immediately after he was revived. Not even a scar was left. That's the scary part. The wound is healing, and the flesh is wriggling like maggots, but it can't fully grow. In the end, there are 2 slits in his heart. Yelene's face was pale and her voice was trembling. The snake elder sister Apaya thought of her father and said, "It seems that the wound of the ice sword and the fire sword can't be healed. It's like a curse." Prince Abron was also a strange person. He was a scholar in his early years and left the City of Knowledge after creating the 6-section necklace. He traveled in the 9 free cities as a mercenary and formed his own mercenary group. He slept with men and women, and he was also slept with by men. He learned a lot about poisons and dark witchcraft. The poison that stabbed the Demon Mountain contained evil blood magic. Even the spellcaster scholar Caboern was helpless against it. Although Abron was promiscuous, he was very good to his illegitimate daughter and imparted all his knowledge to them. That night, in the main hall of the Winterfell castle, the fireplace was blazing, and the 4 walls were filled with torches. In the middle of the long wooden table sat the Earl and a group of knights, knight attendants, and barbarian leaders. They were either sitting or standing. The summary meeting of the Battle of Winterfell was in progress. In this battle, we lost 8,000 soldiers and more than 5,000 civilians. There are only slightly more than 6,000 soldiers, civilians, and servants left. It's a heavy price. However, their sacrifice wasn't in vain. During the battle, we placed more than 100 wooden ladders on the city walls. After nearly 10 hours of fierce fighting, each wooden ladder killed at least 1,000 enemies. More than 100,000 Gowls perished. Dragon Queen, who was at the city gate, took charge. From midnight to the next morning, at least 20,000 Gowls were killed by her. After the western city wall was lost, Sir Deacon Tarly detonated the wildfire bombs, and the Megalosaurus killed at least 20,000 Gowls. The Gowls that could climb the wooden ladders and attack the city walls were all armed Gowls. There were even thousands of knights. 100,000 Gowls were equivalent to millions of farmer Gowls. This was only the beginning. During the battle with the King of Deviant Ghosts, the Winged Dragon Legion's wildfire bombs annihilated the Deviant Ghost Knights. At least 200 Deviant Ghost Knights perished in the wildfire. The 200 Deviant Ghosts didn't travel alone. They controlled a large number of Gowls. If you go outside the Winterfell, you will see the snow-covered ground in the northeast direction. There are at least 300,000 Gowls. Yesterday afternoon, Dragon Queen rode the Megalosaurus and set the Deviant Ghosts ablaze. She killed more than 100,000 Gowls. In other words, in the Battle of Winterfell, we killed at least 600,000 Gowls and 400 deviant ghosts. I am sure that the main force of the Gowls has been destroyed. The King of the North, Jon Stark, was the first to stand up and announce the casualties and results. Clap, clap, clap. Lonely applause sounded in the quiet hall. Everyone looked at Ms. Long, who was at the main table, in confusion. Isn't such an achievement worthy of celebration? Dany was open and not embarrassed at all. You ran away from the King of Deviant Ghosts, Olu said coldly. Dany frowned. At this moment, she could feel a repressed hostility from him. It was a hostility that shouldn't belong to him. In the process of his resurrection, his soul had lost a part of its precious characteristics. There's no other way. The first divine king suddenly became weak. The red sword lost its magic, and the frost god in the sky no longer forced it to use forbidden spells, she said. Why are you unwilling to sacrifice yourself? You know what I'm saying. I used my life to create such a good opportunity for you, Olu questioned in a low voice. I need to consider the big picture. I can't sacrifice myself so easily. Dany's expression was serious. Olu's pale and thin face began to twist. I misjudged you, he said coldly. Ah, I understand. Dany suddenly understood. You don't grind your teeth now. Lalo took away your habit of grinding your teeth. So, grinding your teeth is your most precious characteristic. Dany's expression became very strange. Olu really stopped grinding his teeth. He just looked at her with a cold and emotionless gaze without saying a word. In fact, Olu's grinding of teeth was just an external manifestation of his intense emotions. Just like when Dany was too agitated, her eyebrows would change into strange shapes. Olu didn't grind his teeth now, not because he couldn't, but because the fire in his heart was extinguished. He rarely had intense emotions. Ahem, Your Majesty, everyone is waiting for you to speak. Jon coughed a few times to remind the two bosses that their performance was being watched by others. Dany turned her head and saw a sea of eyes flashing with various emotions. Yes, the radiant messenger is broken. God King Lalo was severely injured by the frost god and is on the verge of death. The number 1 war god and number 1 archmage are also dead. But we didn't lose. Dany's voice became passionate. The Battle of Winterfell broke the deviant ghost's delusion of destroying the Westeros in 3 months. Did the deviant ghosts say that they would destroy the Westeros in 3 months? Princess Arianne was puzzled. The deviant ghost king told me. Or do you think the deviant ghosts can't do it? Dany glanced at her. 1/2 a month to fight from the Great Wall to Winterfell. If we failed. South of Winterfell is the neck. 3 months to reach Dawn is not delusion. It's very realistic, Jaime said seriously. Dany ignored them and continued speaking loudly. This is the first defeat in the War of the Million Gowls. To the deviant ghosts, it's not only a loss in numbers, but also a loss in spirit. The Battle of Winterfell increased the confidence of the 7 kingdoms. It changed the fate of the humans who couldn't defeat the Frost God without the help of the gods. The fact that Arya Stark killed the deviant Ghost King proves that everyone can be the savior of the world. After the passionate speech, there were no cheers or chants of long live the Queen or victory in the War of Winterfell. Everyone in the hall looked at each other and was silent for a few breaths. Then, they started complaining emotionally. To be honest, after the Battle of Winterfell, I don't have much confidence in winning. Yes, this time, we used all our strength, but we couldn't end the long night. Is there any hope in the future? To the deviant ghosts, is the loss of troops meaningful? Will the group of zombies and icebergs feel defeated? I'm feeling a little hopeless. Isn't that so? Who wouldn't feel hopeless after seeing the dark vortex? We're living in an iceberg. I heard that it's the frost god's forbidden spell. I feel that Miss Arya's killing of the deviant Ghost King is more hopeless. After killing him, he can be reborn. I feel like going to heaven. The long night is too terrifying. Dragon Queen's passionate speech was meant to boost the morale of the nobles, but the more she spoke, the more hopeless the nobles became. This time, Dany was really embarrassed. Caw, caw, caw. A large crow flew from the direwolf statue above the fireplace to the center of the long table. I'm Bran Stark, this generation's three-eyed crow. The three-eyed crow is the god's messenger who protects the Westeros. I know all the secrets related to the Long Night. Now, I want to tell everyone that the Battle of Winterfell is an unprecedented victory. Chapter 8:30. Did you notice the change in Stannis? After the conclusion of the Battle of Winterfell, Dany immediately found Melisandre and invited her to a corner of the castle corridor. What do you want to say? The red-robed woman's attitude was cold. Dany pursed her pink lips and her beautiful face became serious. When Lalo revives the dead, he will take away the most precious part of that person's soul. I saw Lady Stoneheart in Hadjen and heard Monk Shorosh talk about what happened to the Lightning King Earl Bailey. After they were revived, they were no longer their previous selves. Lord Berry had even forgotten the name and face of his most beloved fiancé, and Lady Stoneheart had committed her most abhorrent crimes one by one. I don't know why the Light King wants to take away a person's soul, but it is clear that he didn't even let go of his chosen savior. Stannis used to be unscrupulous for the Iron Throne and power, but he at least understood that power was also a responsibility. He pursued the Iron Throne fervently, but he also fulfilled the responsibility of the King of the Seven Kingdoms to protect the Seven Kingdoms. For the sake of the big picture, he temporarily put down the Iron Throne and worked with me to deal with the strange Ghost King. Now, he has changed. Melisandre raised her head and stared at Dany with her beautiful red eyes. She asked, "Do you know that Stannis knew he was going to die, but he still created an opportunity for you?" Dany shook her head. He knew his end. Before challenging the strange Ghost King, he and I saw our fates in the bonfire, our shared fate. He knew how he would die under the strange Ghost King's sword, so you got such a good opportunity. The red-robed woman's eyes were filled with grief and anger. Dany was startled. She didn't expect Erlu to be so fearless. She sighed for Erlu who had passed away and said lightly, "Bullshit opportunity. Do you know that your prophecy was already known by Lalo?" The red-robed woman was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean? The King of Light that you believe in is not a good person. He knows that you are heroes, and he also guessed that I am a human hero. That sly old man knows how heroes make decisions at critical moments, and he is also good at using righteousness to deal with heroes. Therefore, he, who had seen through everything, set a trap on the red sword to lure me in. He guessed the beginning, but not the end. You are a hero, and so is Stannis, but I only look like a hero." The Dragon Queen showed unprecedented sincerity. "Why is the Light King trying to tempt you?" Melisandre asked, puzzled. "He wanted to plunder my talent, soul, and magic power. When I held the Light Emissary, Dany told her everything that had happened that day. As if she was worried that the red-robed woman would not understand Lalo's viciousness, she even told her what had happened to Yasuo, Ahai, and Nisha. Let me tell you clearly. The real savior is Jon Stark, and Stannis is just a spare tire. When you revived Jon the last time, the three-eyed crow and I did something, and reversed his fate of being entrusted with Lalo's will. We also indirectly changed Stannis' fate, and he became the main one from the spare tire." As if she was still not satisfied, Dany blabbered on, and revealed everything she could. Melisandre was dazed for a moment, but in the end, she bit her red lips and said firmly, "Since the great King of Light needs your talent and special traits, then give them to him. Being able to become one with him is the greatest honor in the world." Dany widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "You usually look quite smart, how can you say such stupid things? The so-called gods are just living beings with great power and superhuman knowledge. We can revere their power and learn from their teachings, but we must never lose ourselves and worship them without a bottom line. As expected, only a blasphemous person like you would commit the blasphemous crime of usurping the position of the seven gods." The red-robed woman looked at Dany with obvious disdain and disgust in her eyes. Dany looked at the red-robed woman carefully for a long time, from top to bottom, from left to right, and through her eyes, she looked into her soul. Finally, she was sure that the red-robed woman was a native fanatic who had not been baptized by modern thinking. All right, this conclusion did not require her to look left, right, up, or down. Aunt May was a native. Dany found it hard to understand because Melisandre was also a extraordinaire, and she was even a top-notch boss among extraordinaires, a demigod. You have such great power, and you are no different from a god in the eyes of mortals. Why are you so obsessed with faith? She asked curiously. Melisandre showed an intelligent and elegant smile, and asked in return, one day, a nobleman who was born a slave will be promoted to a duke of a country. A duke is no different from a king in the eyes of ordinary people, so can he look down on you and betray you? Dany did not know how to answer that. All right, you have a point. I can't use my own beliefs to ask you. You can choose to believe in the Light King, but you can't ask me to sacrifice everything to him. Melisandre clasped her hands and hung them on her abdomen, her wide sleeves covering them. She walked gracefully to the window, looked at Erlu who was busy downstairs, and said calmly, if you are willing to sacrifice yourself, countless people will be spared. You don't understand. This is the era of human civilization. Humans are the main characters, and our fate should not be controlled by the hands of gods. As the child of the era, I represent the future of humans. If I die, humans will truly lose hope. Dragon Queen's expression was pained, as if her responsibility far exceeded that of a savior, and she was under great pressure. Melisandre's mouth was wide open, and her heart-shaped face was blank. You are so arrogant, she said after a while. No, I am not arrogant. I thought you would understand me. Dragon Queen's expression was hurt because she was not understood. Sorry, I really don't understand. The red-robed woman's mouth twitched. Don't you and Stannis have the same mindset? Dany suddenly put on a smiling face. Stannis thinks that he is the savior and has the responsibility to save the world, so he can make Lan Lee sacrifice himself and let Aegon light his path forward. Compared to him, I can go one step further. As the strongest and most promising human to become a true god, I have every reason to think that I am the future of humans and the child of the world. So I can reject anyone and any god that wants me to sacrifice myself. On the contrary, they should sacrifice themselves for me. I am the mandate of heaven. This time, it was Melisandre's turn to be speechless. I am leaving. What else do you want? The red-robed woman planned to leave. Stannis, try to persuade Stannis. Persuade Stannis. If you have feelings for him, don't let him squander away the glory of the Battle of Winterfell. To be honest, you might not like to hear this, but Stannis dying in Winterfell is the best ending for him. You really shouldn't have revived him. Dany sighed. Melisandre's red eyes flashed. She turned her head and said firmly, under the guidance of the great Lalo, he and I are walking on the path of glory. You can think whatever you want, but don't do anything that is out of line. I swear to you, I really don't want to kill the two of you with my own hands. I have to admit, in the mud pit that is the Westeros, you and he are the least annoying. Dany smiled bitterly. Melisandre's face was full of anger. Her body trembled slightly. You know, it is not difficult for me to kill the two of you. Dany sighed. That is not certain. The red-robed woman said coldly. Dany shook her head. I reminded you, and I am not letting down our previous friendship. As for what you choose, that is your business. Let's skip this topic and talk about one last thing. At this point, Dany's face became unnatural. During the Battle of Winterfell, the strange Ghost King had a fire-forbidden realm. You also created a fire-forbidden realm. Can you teach me that technique? Melisandre's eyes widened. She looked at her as if she was looking at a little mouse that stole cat food. Is there something wrong with your memory? Did you forget the threat you made to me? Dany's pretty face scrunched up. She said helplessly, you should know how helpful the realm is to me. If the Light King decided to stand by and do nothing, the next person to fight against the Frost God can only be me. The reason why I made this request after revealing my relationship with you, Stannis, and Lalo is simple. I don't want to lie to you. You want to use sincerity to move me? Unfortunately, you failed. The red-robed woman sneered. Dany shook her head and said, I just want to live with a clear conscience. Melisandre looked at her deeply and turned to leave. Dany shrugged and opened the window. She leaned on the windowsill and admired the beautiful crystal city. Winterfell was embedded in an ice mountain, and the sky was a large piece of clear ice crystal. When the firelight shone on it, the ice reflected rainbow-colored light, and the ice surface reflected red clouds. Just a few torches created a fairy-tale-like scene. Winterfell can be considered a blessing in disguise. This ice mountain is not only a barrier to the strange ghosts, but it also turned a dilapidated grey stone castle into the most beautiful building in the Seven Kingdoms. If Longlegs Lomas was still alive, he might have listed Winterfell as the 10th wonder of the world. You should thank me. It's a pity that I don't know the technique of the fire elemental domain. As for the wind elemental domain, the wind elemental domain isn't urgent. I suggest you spend some time to understand it yourself through the wind of a world. The Green Prophet is not on the same path as you. The big crow stepped into the window and cawed. I have to leave Winterfell too. A week ago, there was an urgent report from Slaves Bay. A few dragonworms burned the manor and barn south of Meereen City. Perhaps, I have to make a trip to the Smoke Sea. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of iron boots running on the stone walkway approached. Dany turned her head and saw a pockmarked knight trotting over in a hurry in the dim walkway. Your Majesty, we are leaving soon. Melisandre asked me to pass this to you. Without waiting for Dany to ask, Sir Richard handed her a ham sausage. It was as thick and long as 200 grams of ham sausage, wrapped in a layer of grey lambskin. Reaching out to take it, Dany immediately realized that it was a roll of lambskin. What is this? She shook it thoughtfully. It was quite heavy. Richard shook his head. She only asked me to tell you that you have the right to ask for responsibilities and missions that don't belong to you. But when the time comes, she hopes that you won't back down. Dany smiled happily. She was sure of the contents of the lambskin roll. Tell her, who else can do it but me? To help the world and bring peace to the country, there is no one else but me. Chapter 831. After the pterosaur flew over from the White Blade River Air Force Base, Erlu brought Aunt May and left Winterfell. Jon led a group of Northern Territory nobles to send the king off. Dany received Aunt May's gift and started reading it on the spot. You're right. Territory should be comprehended by oneself. After a while, Dany looked away from the thin parchment and thought hard for a moment. She sighed and said, I'm an unorthodox person and lack a complete system of teaching. I've reached this stage and formed my own school. I can't learn from other schools. Melisandre was very generous. Since she gave away the secret book, she didn't hide it. The process of a fire wizard becoming a demigod and the realm after becoming a demigod were all recorded in the parchment. It was different from what Dany thought. After becoming a demigod, one had to study the divinity that was compatible with the element of the meditation technique. However, they studied the polarity of their meditation technique. The so-called polarity was a characteristic that was born after studying a certain rule to the extreme. It was like chemistry in high school. In university, one would be interested in chemistry and choose the chemistry department to further study. However, the chemistry department was divided into inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, polymer chemistry, chemical materials, and many other departments. If one chose the materials department of the chemistry department, one would choose a research project in the materials department during their third or fourth year or postgraduate studies. For example, fuel cells, lithium-ion batteries, and polymer membranes belonged to the materials department. Transcendents were also scholars. Their research project was the laws of the universe. When one studied the laws to the extreme and sang the song of the laws, one would become a true god. In the process of comprehending the song of the laws, a true god would develop the polarity of the song of the laws according to his talent, characteristics, and hobbies. It was like a university student choosing a specialty based on his talent, hobbies, and social employment environment. Dany, Sheep Egg, and Lalo were the future, present, and past controllers of the Song of Fire respectively. They all had their own fire polarity. Dany's fire polarity was the creation of fire. Lalo's fire polarity was the most primitive fire instinct, the greed of fire-like invasion. The greed of fire. Sheep Egg's fire polarity was fire rage. Currently, the supernatural world recognized Grand Adept Valeglia's meditation technique as the most advanced fire meditation technique in the world. In fact, The red-robed priest's meditation technique was not weaker than the Grand Magus meditation technique. It was just that the polarity of the two was different. In the end, the meditation technique of the Grand Wizard and the fire meditation technique of the Red God Priest were both created by the true gods. They both used the Song of Fire of the true gods as the endpoint of evolution. After cultivating a true god's meditation technique to become a demigod, the cultivator would begin to study the polarity of the meditation technique, which was the polarity of a true god's song of law. With the polarity of a true divinity's laws, simulating a true divinity's divine kingdom was a domain. To put it bluntly, the true god that sang the Song of Laws represented a law of the world. Wherever a true god was, it would naturally cause the elements of their laws to become active, just like their own kingdom. For example, the fire god's surroundings were filled with fire elements, and all the fire elements were under the fire god's control. The scope of the fire god's control was his divine kingdom. A demigod who cultivated the fire god's meditation technique and delved into the fire god's fire polarity could simulate a counterfeit divine kingdom, which was the fire domain that Dani desired. If the Song of Laws chanter was a towering tree, then the transcendents who cultivated the true god's meditation technique were the vines on the tree. I can't walk on Lalo's path, I've also walked on another path for Sheep-Egg's Grand Wizard meditation technique. If I don't study their fire mastery, their divine kingdoms will naturally not be able to be simulated. Dani said helplessly. Actually, a person can't only master one type of mastery. Mastery is both talent and knowledge. Bran said. You're not wrong, but now isn't the time. If my Song of Fire is completed, then I'll study Lalo's and Sheep-Egg's mastery and learn from their strengths to make up for my weaknesses. I'll definitely be able to improve further. But right now, I haven't even fully grasped my own talent. Where would I have the time and energy to learn from others' strengths? Then use your own fire mastery to develop the domain. Bran said in a low voice. Dani gripped the red-robed lady's parchment tightly and nodded with a heavy expression. Although it's difficult, this is the only choice. Caw 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 caw. Amidst the shocked cries of the guards, a black torrent poured into the ice castle through the ice cave, spreading out a black cloud under the dazzling ice crystal sky. It was a large flock of crows. After half a year, you should have 1,000 fire elves and 1,000 wind elves, right? Bran asked. It'll be a little hard, but it should be possible. Bran's method of distinguishing the elemental attributes of the crows was ingenious. He separated a thought from the 4,000 crows, the thought of the child of the forest crows fusing with his own consciousness, and then burned it in the flames of the Dragon Queen. Because his own consciousness was in the thought, he could distinguish the sensitivity of the child of the forest crows to the fire and wind elements. In just half an hour, 2,000 large crows with blinking red and golden eyes appeared around Dani. Blackie spat out dragon flames, and under the control of Dani, the 2,000 crows were burned to ashes, leaving only the souls to enter the faith space. With a skillful flip of her hand, she pulled out a soul of a large crow and burned it until it screeched. In front of Bran, she repeatedly burned it for almost an hour. Boom! A pure, golden-haired double ponytailed elf with clear eyes was born. Mother Goddess. The little elf flapped her dragonfly wings and looked timidly at the Dragon Queen as she called out. Dani gently touched her apple-sized red cheeks and smiled. Look at your golden hair, I'll call you Peeper. Hey, thank you Mother Goddess, I'll be called Peeper. Peeper rubbed her chubby cheeks on Dani's palm happily. When Peeper entered the faith space of the 7 gods to participate in Misty's training, Bran said gloomily, Shuai-Che said he wanted to keep his original name. All fire elves are named after fruits, that's the rule. Let's go to the Great Wall and heal your spine, then I'll return to Slaver's Bay. With the red-robed lady's secret manual and the 2,000 large crows, the Dragon Queen was in a good mood. After hesitating for a moment, Bran said with difficulty, Do you understand Sansa's thoughts? The change of topic was too fast, and Dani was stunned for a moment before saying, What plans does she have now? Bran's mouth was filled with bitterness and helplessness. She's different from the other Stark. Her personality, her experience after leaving Winterfell, and the teachings of Cersei and Littlefinger have filled her heart with a desire for power. Dani glanced at the large crow on the windowsill and sneered in her heart. Different from the other Stark, I don't believe you don't know what your grandfather did. Stark had never been more indifferent to fame and fortune than the other nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. In other words, without the protagonist's life providence and halo, Stark was just a normal gamer. I'd had no desire for power because he was born as a second son and received the education of a second son. If I'd was replaced by Brandon, perhaps the one to sit on the Iron Throne would not be Robert, but Stark. In the Deer, Fish, Eagle, and Wolf Alliance, the alliance leader was Jon Arryn, the first godfather of the Seven Kingdoms. I'd and Robert had the same status. The first to enter the King's Landing was Stark, but I'd looked at the Iron Throne in front of him and handed it to Robert without hesitation. Jaime was stunned. Get to the point, I don't have time to waste, Dany said impatiently. Sansa is interested in the Iron Throne, Bran sighed. So? She once made Arya swear loyalty to her, Bran said softly. Dany suddenly understood. You mean, she thinks Arya killed King Forenghost, so the Iron Throne should belong to her? Why didn't she tell me herself? If she was still the innocent Princess Stark, she would definitely say it. Now, she hasn't even told anyone about this idea, but I know what she's thinking. Bran was like a useless father worrying about his daughter. His voice was tired, powerless, and depressed. Since she only has an idea and hasn't said it or acted on it, what are you worried about? She may be ambitious, but she knows her limits, Dany said in confusion. I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about you. I'm worried about your opinion of her and her actions. The big crow's eyes were burning as he stared into Dany's eyes. You're worrying too much. I treat everyone who wants to fight for the Iron Throne equally. I have no bias, Dany said with a faint smile. After thinking for a while, she said, how about this? We digitize the oath of the one who ends the long night shall be king and determine who the king of the Seven Kingdoms is based on the final score. King Forenghost did indeed die at Arya's hands, so the total score is 10. Sansa gets 5. Erlu risked his life and got 3. I also did my best and got 2. What do you think? Dany asked with a smile. It's meaningless. You're the only human who can summon the sun and end the long night, Bran said disapprovingly. Summoning the sun and dealing with the frost god is the job of the child of the era. It's not part of the bet, Dany said. If she could really summon the sun and turn over the frost god, how strong would she be? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for such an existence to fight with a bunch of mortals for the Iron Throne in the latrine pit? You really don't care about the glory left behind by the Targaryen ancestors? The Iron Throne isn't just an Iron Throne. It's the same as Winterfell, an ancestral property. Even though Bran knew that the Dragon Queen was indifferent to the Westeros and didn't have much desire for the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, he still couldn't understand her thoughts. Jon broke the oath for the House of Stark, Tyrion schemed for Lannister, and Stannis unswervingly pursued the legitimacy of the Baratheon dynasty. This was the normal behavior that was in line with Bran's worldview and values. You're right. The King's Landing and the surrounding royal lands were all developed by the Targaryens. They belong to the ancestral property of the Targaryens, just like the Northern Territory is the land of the Stark family. Dany lamented, I don't care about the ancestral property, but I don't want to be a prodigal either. In the future, no matter who becomes the king of the Seven Kingdoms, they will have to find a new capital. The King's Landing will be like Winterfell and Storm's End Castle, becoming a Targaryen family castle. That's not what I meant. Bran mumbled. The two of them were talking by the stables in the corner of the training ground. Jon led a group of soldiers towards the city gate. Every 2 soldiers were carrying a corpse, and there were also wailing Northern Region civilians and soldiers on the side. I want to hold a mass funeral and cremation for the soldiers and civilians who died in Winterfell. Seeing the Dragon Queen's gaze, Jon explained. Dany nodded. I'll get Blackie to light the fire for you. And absorb a wave of soul essence. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the unusually conspicuous blazing red heart cloak. Chapter 832. Among the corpses in grey and black linen, the flaming red heart cloak on Clutton Songe's body was especially eye-catching. Dany found it among the hundreds of stretchers at a glance. Stannis didn't even take care of his subordinate's body. She frowned. He left in a hurry, but he didn't forget Sir Songe. Before he left, He asked me to help burn the body. At this point, John looked at Danny with a strange expression. You forgot that Sir Songe went to heaven. Or did you forget to summon stranger to receive his soul? He asked. Danny was startled for a moment before she realized that when Sir Clutton Songe was willing to die with the King of Strange Ghosts, he had asked her for an atonement scroll. At that time, she didn't have one on her. So, she entered the stranger state and split a part of her consciousness to wait for his soul to appear in the world of death. The result was very bad. There was a large space in the stone tower room. Song Ji, Richard, and the King of Strange Ghosts didn't die. Then the forbidden spell appeared and the Dragon Queen dealt with the Frost God with all her strength. Danny was embarrassed. John had been paying attention to her expression and immediately understood that Sir Clutton Songe had died for nothing. This is really... He looked back at the stretcher covered with the flaming red heart cloak, his eyes full of pity and sympathy. Stannis and the red-robed woman refused to hold a funeral for him because he was going to heaven. When his soul really goes to Lalo, I'm afraid, Danny was full of guilt. She decided that no matter where she went, she would carry a few atonement scrolls with her like a golden dragon. Don't worry, he won't go to Lalo's hell, the big crow on top of the stable's wooden door said calmly. Danny looked at the crow expectantly. Did you interfere? I didn't know about this at all. And I was busy suppressing the Frost God's will. How could I have time? The big crow shook its head and reminded her. Sir Songe doesn't believe in Lalo. He's the flaming red heart knight. How could Danny's words stopped abruptly? She suddenly understood what Bran meant. Back then, when Song Ji saw that the child of prophecy and Aunt May had died in battle and that the first divine king had been defeated, Lalo had fled and the sun had been covered by darkness, he felt that the King of Light was unreliable and believed that the local Holy Mother of the Seven Kingdoms was more real and stronger. What did this mean? That guy no longer had any faith in Lalo. It really is. Danny walked over to Song Ji's corpse with a strange expression. She pressed her hand on his chest and entered stranger mode. The colors disappeared, and the grey Winterfell was as quiet as a ghost town. A figure walked around the Winterfell gate like a demented old man. Fight deviant ghosts, go to heaven, fight deviant ghosts, go to heaven. The undead's eyes were dull, and he kept muttering the same sentence. A short and stocky figure, a bald head, and a blazing red heart cape. It was Sir Clutton Songe. As Bran expected, he lost his faith in Lalo, but his devotion to the seven gods was not enough to go to heaven, so he could only dissipate between heaven and earth. However, Sir Songe died with a deep obsession. If the obsession could not be fulfilled, it would turn into resentment, and resentment was the nourishment of the vengeful spirit. If Danny left him alone, Winterfell would be haunted in a few years. Of course, being an undead in Winterfell was very dangerous. It was not the people who were in danger, but the undead was in danger. Jon, Bran, Arya, and Sansa could all take care of him. What is she doing? She has been pressing her hand on the corpse for almost half an hour. Yergerit stomped her feet and complained, "It's so cold, let's finish cremating the corpse and go back to sleep. I didn't have a good rest last night." The big crow's red eyes stared at Song Ji's corpse without moving or speaking. Jon looked around. The people carrying the corpse were all squeezed in the training ground behind the city gate. Their faces were red from the cold, and they looked impatient. Carry the corpse out and pile it on the crematorium. When the Megalosaurus wung. Before Jon could finish his sentence, a golden light broke through the dark night and descended from the sky. Within the holy light, there were specks of fog. A golden armor general slowly descended from the light. Everyone widened their eyes. The golden armor general's face and attire were too familiar. They could not help but exclaim, "Sir Richard, it's Sir Richard. He has descended from heaven." Swoosh. The holy golden light descended from the sky onto Sir Songe's corpse. The moment the golden armor general touched the corpse, the golden light was injected into it. Under everyone's shocked but reasonable gazes, Sir Songe on the stretcher moved a few times and groaned as he slowly woke up. "Is this heaven? It's so beautiful." Song Ji looked at the dazzling ice crystal dome and was mesmerized. He could not help but scream. Suddenly, a big hairy face leaned over. The face was too close and the face was too ugly. It woke him up from his fantasy of heaven. Tormund touched Song Ji's face that was gradually warming up. "You're really alive? How magical. Knight of Hearts, this is Winterfell. Didn't you go to heaven?" the savage asked curiously. "Winterfell?" Song Ji looked around and asked curiously, "I'm not dead." Suddenly, his face was filled with fear. I'm dead. I died a terrible death. I froze to death in the ice. I went to a terrifying world. It's not heaven. It's Lalo's hell. Why didn't I go to heaven?" "Your Majesty," Udani quickly interrupted his nonsense and said sternly, "After you died, you went to the stranger's kingdom of the dead. It's not Lalo's hell. As for why you didn't go to heaven, sigh, I haven't achieved my goal. How can I be happy? What do you mean?" Sir Song Ji was confused. "The king of the deviant ghosts is not dead. Your mission is not complete." Then, the Dragon Queen explained the second half of the Battle of Winterfell to Song Ji with a serious expression. She also let Song Ji understand the current situation. Finally, she comforted him. "Although you didn't go to heaven, you received a silver sacred garment from the seven gods, just like Sir Richard." Song Ji felt better, but he still muttered, "The silver sacred garment sounds inferior to the gold sacred garment." Pope Dany said sternly, "The power of the sacred garment comes from the faith of the seven gods. As long as you're devout enough, it's normal for the bronze sacred garment to defeat the gold sacred garment. Moreover, yours is silver. There were only 12 gold sacred garments. Of course, they could not be given out randomly. Besides, she was right. Other than the difference in color, Song Ji's silver sacred garment was not inferior to Richard's gold sacred garment." Tormund rubbed his hands and smiled obsequiously. "Your Majesty, can you give me a sacred garment? I've also fought deviant ghosts. During the Battle of Winterfell 2 days ago, I killed 146 ghouls. That's half a deviant ghost. I'll send you to heaven. Will you come?" Dany laughed. "If I can return from heaven, I'm willing to give you a sacred garment." Tormund patted his chest and said righteously, "You don't believe in the seven gods. Without the divine power of the seven gods, you can't activate the sacred garment." Dany shook her head. Tormund looked conflicted. It seemed that he did not see any benefits from believing in the old gods. "As for the seven gods, Your Majesty, can you revive my brother? He's only 15 years old." A young savage in his early 20s came before the Dragon Queen and knelt down to beg. "Your Majesty, please have mercy on my 2 children. They're only 3 years old at most. They can't live without a father." A northern woman sobbed. "Your Majesty, my mother." In a short while, 30 to 40 northerners knelt in front of Dany and begged for the revival of their loved ones. "They've gone to heaven, or the heaven of the seven gods, or the heaven of the old gods. That's the best place for them. Isn't it good to let them enjoy the sun and wine in heaven? What can they do after revival? What's the point of living? What's the point of dying?" Dany advised loudly. Besides the huge consumption of energy during the revival, the flaws of the revival were apparent in the pockmarked knights. She could still control a small number of revivals. If there were too many flawed revivals and they formed a humanoid race with yin and yang spirituality, the situation would be unsalvageable. After Dany consoled them and offered to be the priest of the cremation ceremony, the northerners who missed their loved ones were persuaded to return. At night, after the cremation ceremony ended, the Dragon Queen rode the Black Dragon and left Winterfell for the north. In the bedroom of Miss Stark in the Winterfell main castle. "Jenny, don't. Close the door, close the door. I'm sorry, Jenny." Sansa gripped the quilt tightly like a person who was grabbing onto the last vine before falling off a cliff. Theon squatted by the bed and used a wet towel to wipe the sweat off Sansa's face and forehead. "Has she always been like this?" Arya stood at the end of the bed and frowned. She was fine before, but after she saw Jenny's body, she kept having nightmares. Theon sighed softly. "What happened then?" Jon asked. Sansa was terrified. "When the white frost fell, I carried her and ran. She screamed and screamed as she closed the door. Then, when we entered the tomb, the guards locked the door. Jenny was left behind. Theon's expression was gloomy. His face was filled with sorrow and self-blame. When we recovered from the shock, we found Jenny blocked outside the door. Her cries and cries seemed to come from another world. She always did things that she regretted. But what's the use of regretting? Bran said coldly. In this bedroom, other than the dead Robb and Rick Ken of the Valley, the rest of the Stark siblings were present. Yes, Theon was Id's adopted son. He could be considered their sworn brother. If Id was still alive, he would definitely be happy to see this warm family reunion in the room. Bran. Sansa suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear as they locked onto the big crow on the railing at the end of the bed. You're finally willing to see me. I really don't want to see you, Bran said flatly. You hate me. Sansa waved away Theon's towel and struggled to sit up. She stared into the crow's eyes and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why do you hate me?" Theon looked back and forth between Sansa and the big crow. He wanted to say something but stopped. Arya's expression was blank. Jon quickly came out to smooth things over. He said gently, "Sansa, you're overthinking." Bran didn't mean anything else. Jon, shut up. I want Bran to say it himself. Sansa suppressed her anger and said in a low voice. Bran was silent for a moment. He said helplessly, "You're my sister. I love you just like I love Arya and Jon. But you've done, are doing, and are about to do too many stupid things. I have reason to dislike you." Chapter 833. What stupid thing have I done? Sansa questioned. The past cannot be chased. The future is still uncertain. There is no point in talking about it. Bran sighed. What about now? Sansa was very unhappy. She insisted that her brother give her an explanation. The most important thing now is that you and your daughter can live through the night safely. But look at yourself. What have you been doing recently? Mother and daughter. She is a girl. Sansa stroked her belly. The anger on her face turned into a motherly gentleness. Then, she raised her voice and roared at the crow, "What am I doing now? If you had helped me a little, I would be lying in my husband's arms right now and singing a lullaby for my unborn daughter. If Aegon was still alive, I would not have to worry about anything right now. I could be a mother and wife in peace. Do you think I am not tired of scheming and plotting? But I am a widow. My daughter lost her father before she was even born. Who is the reason for all of this? Tell me, Bran. Who is the reason for all of this? Are you saying that you have made a choice and that I will bear all the responsibility?" Bran said coldly, "This is why I did not want to see you. I knew that you would think and say this. Yes, you are the three-eyed crow. You know everything you want to know." Sansa's pretty face twisted slightly. "Since you know everything, why don't you help me once? Just once is enough." "It is meaningless," Bran said sadly. "It is meaningless to you, but it can change my life." Sansa roared angrily. "Sansa, if I told you that I was protecting you and paid a great price to help you avoid the most tragic fate, would you believe me?" Bran sighed. "Can I be worse off than now?" Sansa obviously did not believe him. She thought that her brother was lying. She was so angry that her face turned pale and her lips trembled. The crow's red eyes swept across Jon, Arya, and Theon's faces. Then, it asked, "If I helped Sansa once, do you think she would ask me to help her a second time or a third time? If I don't respond to her after helping her once, will she hate me even more than she does now?" This. Jon lowered his head and rubbed his nose, silently agreeing with Bran's statement. Theon smiled awkwardly. Arya nodded without hesitation. "She definitely will." Sansa pulled out a pillow from behind her and threw it at Arya. Bang! Ouch! Arya even had the time to roll her eyes. With a light punch, she sent the pillow flying back to her sister's head. "I'm only asking you to help me once. Let Aegon live. Is this too much?" Sansa asked loudly. "If I want Aegon to live, I have to help you countless times. In the end, Jon, Arya, Rick Ken, and even me would be dragged into the abyss. At that time, not only will you lose your husband, but you will also lose your brothers and sisters, and even your daughter," Bran said indifferently. "You're lying." Sansa shook her head hard. I don't believe that Aegon is destined to die. Dany Rise is not hostile to him. As long as she doesn't do anything, as long as you're willing to help, the Westeros will not be able to harm him. Your thinking is the main reason why he won't live. Bran sighed. No one is destined to die. But after meeting you, Aegon will die sooner or later. I'm helping him with everything I have. Why would I harm him? Sansa's eyes widened. If you didn't help him so much, he might still be alive. Sighing inwardly, Bran said bitterly, I've seen Aegon's various endings in the River of Fate. In order to save you and your child, he died under Melisandre's magic. In order to get food for Highgarden, he died under Yulun's evil scheme. In order to help you and our Stark take revenge, he was ambushed under Riverrun. Because you wanted to kill Cersei, Aegon had a trial by combat with the Kingslayer. He died under the Kingslayer's left sword. You thought that wearing the Vaal steel armor would guarantee victory and wanted to kill the Ghoul King before Stannis did. In the end, Aegon became a member of the Ghoul army. There are many more. Compared to those endings, losing at Winterfell was the best ending. He would be spared a lot of suffering. You wouldn't have to worry about losing your child. Jon was stunned. Arya's mouth was agape. Theon was in a daze. Sansa, I don't believe it. I don't believe I'm that stupid. She was stunned for a moment and immediately shook her head in denial. The Sansa that Bran mentioned was not even as smart as Cersei. It was too fake. He must be spouting nonsense in order to shirk responsibility. Bran seemed to have guessed her thoughts and said, Sansa, you've been with Cersei for a long time. You should know her fatal flaw: she can't recognize herself. To put it bluntly, Cersei always thinks she's the smartest. I'm not Cersei. I know my limits. Sansa said angrily. You know your limits. You're even good at learning from experience. This is a good point. But you're used to making stupid mistakes before realizing your mistakes. Then, you learn from your previous mistakes. I can tell you clearly that if I don't help you, it will be the greatest help I can give you. Your current fate is the best of countless possibilities, Bran said in a low voice. If you don't do anything, doesn't that mean your powerful abilities are useless to me? I don't believe that the omniscient three-eyed crow can't help me. Sansa's face was full of doubt. You don't understand. Three-eyed crows are Westeros, not Stark. Bran sighed. For example, the previous three-eyed crow, Blynden Riverdale. He was the noble illegitimate son of the Targaryens, but he witnessed the destruction of the Targaryen dynasty, and even the extinction of his race. You're questioning me now, just like how Dany and Rise questioned him back then. If I can help Stark change his fate in the Seven Kingdoms War, Blynden can do the same. Blynden's previous three-eyed crows and the one before him. If all three-eyed crows plan for their families and the Westeros will not benefit in the end. For example, if all three-eyed crows have free will, Blynden can see the future from the past. I can help you, and I can wipe out your birth. The big crow's cold red eyes made Sansa tremble. Everything I see now might have been seen by the previous three-eyed crows decades, centuries, or even millennia ago. If they're not satisfied, they will solve the problem at the source and get rid of you. I don't believe you. You're lying to me. You helped Jon and Arya, Sansa shouted. You're different. Your greed is insatiable, and they're just trying to save their lives. Sansa, trust me. For you who wants to fight for the Iron Throne, not getting involved with me is the best choice, Bran said sincerely. Ah, Sansa, you want to fight for the Iron Throne? Jon shouted in surprise after realizing what had happened. When Sansa saw her brothers and sisters' unfamiliar gazes, she explained awkwardly, I don't have to. It's just like when I'm walking by a river and suddenly see a big fat sheep floating down from upstream. Isn't it normal to spend some effort to fish it up? If I really can't get it, I won't go into the river and wet my shoes. Ah, you're so small, Dany said in surprise. The next morning, in the forest 50 kilometers south of Longnight Castle, she saw Bran wrapped in fur. He was really small. He was a little over 1.4 meters tall and weighed no more than 60 pounds. He was small and skinny, like a stunted child. All right, he was a child to begin with. His actual age was only 12 years old. Because he broke his spine and lacked exercise for many years, his muscles had atrophied. Also, because life beyond the Great Wall was tough, his nutrition couldn't keep up. If I cure his disability, I'm afraid his nutrition won't be able to keep up. Dany glanced at Merylide, who was smiling bashfully. She thought unkindly. However, when she looked at the two of them carefully, they were both small and skinny. They did look like husband and wife. Like Sansa, Mera had a big belly. With the help of the child of the forest, she followed Bran out of the cave. They leaned against an iron tree and welcomed the Dragon Queen who had come from afar. "Ah, it really looks like a pine tree." The two centaur maids, Jitchi and Iri, stared at the child of the forest and clicked their tongues in wonder. "Can my spine be cured?" Bran was small, but his eyes were deep and weathered. He looked like a wise man who had lived for hundreds of years. Leaf glanced at the centaur maids and frowned. "Let's talk inside the cave." This squirrel man was still wearing clothes made of dried vines. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest. "Why aren't you wearing clothes? Even if you're poor, you should at least have fur and linen clothes, right?" "Savages have clothes too," Jitchi said curiously. "We're people who sing praises to the earth. We're the spirits of nature," Leaf said with a straight face. "It's already a long night. Aren't you cold?" Dany asked. "You don't have thick winter clothing under your armor, do you?" Leaf asked in return. The cave was much simpler than the shelter beyond the Great Wall. It wasn't furnished with simple decorations or furniture. The child of the forest didn't have much furniture either. The shelter was very spacious. There were many stone rooms with different functions in the tunnel. There was a sheep pen, a pasture, a mushroom garden, a fishing ground. This was an ordinary cave that used to belong to Black Bear. There was a gap in the cave that connected to the underground tunnel. It was cold and damp. "How have you been living these days?" Dany asked curiously. "There's an underground river where we can fish. There's a forest nearby where we can cut wood for fire." There was only peace and contentment in Leaf's large golden cat eyes. "How is it?" By the fire, Bran had already taken off his shirt and was lying on a thick fur blanket. The skin on his back was as pale as paper. Because he was too thin, the contorted bones were clearly visible. Above his pelvis, there was a lump of grayish-blue sarcoma the size of a melon. It was a mixture of broken bones, tendons, nerves, and blood vessels. "Ah, so disgusting." Iri covered her mouth and whispered, "Do you want some poppy milk?" Dany signaled the two maids to prepare the surgical tools. Ji-Chi opened her backpack and skillfully took out bottles and jars. She prepared to concoct an anesthetic unique to the world of ice and fire for Bran. "No need. I'll transfer all my consciousness into the crow's body," Bran said. Under the gaze of Bran and a dozen children of the forest, Dragon Queen first used high-concentration alcohol to clean the corpse's back. Then, she separated wisps of red flames from the dragon fireball above her head and burned the surrounding air. The scalpel danced in her hand. The deformed broken bones were removed, the sarcoma was cut, the nerves and blood vessels were adjusted, and the white light of Saint Healing swept across like a laser beam. "This is amazing. Saint Healing combined with pharmaceutics and anatomy can be so powerful." 2 hours later, Bran muttered in shock as he looked at the smooth skin. "Go in and try," Dany said. "Ah. It hurts, it feels so good. I can finally feel the pain in my lower body." Bran howled and laughed as his soul entered the body. Chapter 834. After the Battle of Winterfell ended, the reinforcements of Winterfell left. Dany followed closely behind Erlu and brought her maids to the Great Wall to treat Bran's spine. Then, they set off for Slaver's Bay. Little Green and Little White would stay on Dragonstone Island, while the Winged Dragon Legion was responsible for sending the Southerners back to Winterfell. The next morning, Dany returned to the palace of the Great Pyramid of Meereen. It was morning, but the sky in Meereen was like a winter evening at 5 o'clock. It was not pitch black, but it was dark and gloomy. Without a lamp, the house would be pitch black. Only by carrying a lantern could one walk on the streets. What was more frightening than the darkness was the cold and the heavy snow. "I've lived for almost 40 years, but this is the first time I've seen such a cold day and such heavy snow." Earl Shackle shivered in his thick fur coat. There was no fireplace in the hall at the top of the pyramid. When it was designed, the pyramid did not consider winter facilities. Earl, you should go to the Westeros and visit Winterfell. It's so cold that you can't even light a fire, Jissy said. This is the long night. The world is eroded by cold and darkness. Dany turned to Blackie. Is there any guarantee of heating in Meereen? Previously, there were hundreds of thousands of convicts, and now there are 60 to 70,000 captives. The long night is coming, and they can't farm. I've arranged for them to cut wood and burn charcoal in the northern forest, Missandei said. What about the civilians? They won't have a share of the charcoal, Dany asked again. As soon as she finished speaking, she laughed involuntarily. The long night is coming, and I haven't appeared in front of the civilians. They're probably out of their wits and panicking. Compared to firewood and food, it's more important to stabilize the people. Missandei, make the arrangements. Tomorrow, I'll go to the manor outside the city for a field trip with the theme of Meereen under the long night. 3 days later, I'll give a speech in the People's Square about Slavers Bay and the people spending the long night as one. You're right. Even I'm at a loss for the future. Red-haired Lila, who was sitting opposite Earl Shackle, smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, what's the result of the battle at Winterfell? Could it have been lost? Ymont asked worriedly. If the goal of the Battle of Winterfell was to kill the variant Ghost King, the Dragon Queen and the 2 maidservants would not be the only ones returning. It's not really a failure. Dany took some time to recount her experience in the north. It was mainly about deviant ghosts. By the 7 gods, Winterfell is sealed under an ice mountain, 2,000 meters high. Hearing the effects of the forbidden spell, White Frost, everyone around the conference table turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. If the Frost God comes to Meereen, how are we going to stop him? The Earl of the Shackle asked in a trembling voice. Dany had a strange expression on her face. The Westeros are the front line against the deviant ghosts. As long as the people of the 7 countries are still fighting, the deviant ghosts and the God of Frost will not cross the narrow sea and come all the way to Slave Bay. The Count let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. That's good, that's good. I've heard that there are many nights in the land of the setting sun. With them in front of us, we can rest easy and wait for the Savior. Your Majesty, are you the Savior? He widened his eyes and asked curiously. I will save the world, but I'm not the Savior. Isn't saving the world the Savior? Klein asked blankly. Old Ymont said slowly, the Savior that everyone knows now comes from the prophecy of Asher 6,000 years ago. The Queen is not the Savior that Lalo chose. Your Majesty, since the battle at Winterfell is over, there's still half a year to adjust. Why don't we deal with Jenny and the dragon worms? Red Hair Lila suggested. It's snowing heavily these few days. Do the dragon worms dare to come out? Dany asked. Lila shook her head and said, the sun disappeared completely 3 days ago, and it started snowing in Meereen. I'm not sure if it's because the weather suddenly turned cold, or if Jenny is adjusting her guerrilla warfare plan. She failed in the previous few attacks, so she might have noticed the existence of spies. In this era, normal people did not have the ability to store food for a long time, 3 years or more. Therefore, in the villages that were far from the city, they would usually build public granaries that were managed by the government. Because of this, Jenny planned to use the dragon worms to destroy the granaries. However, the previous few attacks were not effective. The burned villages were not only empty, the food was moved, and there were also pterosaur knights ambushing them. The Dragon Queen had more than 50 pterosaurs, and only 40 were sent to the Westeros. The rest were in Meereen, preparing to deal with Jenny's dragon worms. In the half a month before the sun completely disappeared due to the confrontation between Ahlor and the God of Frost, Jenny had attacked 3 villages. 4 dragon worms had died, and 7 or 8 cylindrical warehouses had been destroyed, but not a single grain of rice had been burned. Even the centaurs who acted as couriers outside the villages guessed that there was a spy by Jenny's side. Indeed, Prince Leo arranged for one of his subordinates to fake his death and leave the dragon worm cave, revealing Jenny's plan to Meereen. Ah, you are the Dragon Queen? The young spy had just entered the palace with the unsullied guards when he pointed at the Dragon Queen on the throne and exclaimed, "This is Her Majesty the Queen, do not be rude." The red-haired Lila scolded loudly. I thought. The young man wanted to say something, but when he met the Dragon Queen's puzzled eyes, he immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Forgive me, Queen, forgive me, Lord Amber, I mistook you for someone else. The Queen looks like a kind person I met before." The young man had blonde hair and blue eyes, with obvious characteristics of the Loinar tribe. He was 24 or 25 years old, barely over 1.6 meters tall, thin as a bamboo pole, but with an exaggeratedly long freckled horse face. Danny stared at him and frowned for a while before she suddenly remembered the identity of the person who knelt. "You didn't mistake me for someone else, but you used a fake name, so I didn't recognize you immediately." Danny smiled. "Ah, you're really Miss Lila, you've become the Queen? Oh no, you were a spy in Volantis." The long-faced young man suddenly looked up and was so excited that he spoke incoherently. "Aren't you called Cadillac? Why did you change your name to Dick?" Danny asked curiously. This young man was the elephant coachman that Danny and old Bart met when they were touring Volantis. At that time, Cadillac had a wheel tattoo on his right cheek that represented the coachman's identity as a slave. Now that the tattoo had been cut off, leaving a scar, and even his name had been changed, causing Danny to not think of him as a former coachman. "Dick is the new name that Prince Leo gave me. He said that Cadillac is a mark that the slave owner left on me, and should have been removed along with the tattoo," the long-faced young man said. Danny's mouth twitched a few times. That guy seems to be able to get along well with anyone. A few words and a new name, and you were fooled. Cadillac did not know what was going on, and could only confess blankly. "Prince Leo said that the alliance had already lost, and we couldn't be buried with Priestess Jenny, so surrendering was the best choice. He even took me in as a servant, and promised to bring me back to Ko Chang Island after we're free. He gave me a piece of land, a noble's daughter as my wife, and 20 elephants. I said that I had a wife, so he gave me a name and surname, Dick Tywin." He. Danny could not help but laugh, and so could old Yimont. The two of them laughed until Dick Tywin, who was below, was at a loss for what to do. After laughing for a while, Danny asked curiously, "Did you know that I purposely hid the gold coins in the copper coins that day?" P.S. Dick Tywin's face turned green and red, and his eyes flickered. Danny was deep in thought, and the smile on her face disappeared. "You thought that I made a mistake, and you were afraid that I would ask for the money back, so you didn't come looking for me." When they met in Volantis that day, this elephant coachman showed amazing skills in driving elephants, and he was also very smart. He was respectful to the Dragon Queen, who used the alias Priestess Layla. More importantly, he admired the Dragon Queen, who freed the slaves. Therefore, Danny decided to give him a chance. When paying for the carriage, she purposely mixed 5 gold coins in the handful of copper coins. She waited for Cadillac for a few days, waiting for him to come to the merchant's house hotel to find her. No matter the reason, whether it was because he did not pocket the money he found, or because he was smart enough to guess her intentions, as long as he went, she would take him away. There were elephants in Slave Bay, and she could always arrange a suitable place for him. But she did not see him. Dick Tywin's face turned pale. He prostrated himself on the ground and begged, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. When I found the gold radiance coin in the copper coins, I immediately had 2 guesses. The biggest possibility was that you purposely rewarded me with the gold radiance coin for some purpose. The other possibility was that you didn't care about money and put the gold radiance coin in the wrong pocket. I know I should go back and find you, but..." Dick Tywin pressed his face against the carpet and choked out, "5 gold coins can change my fate. I don't want to be a slave. I want freedom. Only by becoming a free citizen can I marry Dana. I'm afraid. Even if the possibility is very small, if you ask me for the 5 gold coins, I. Get up." Danny raised her right hand and said gently, "The gold coins are a gift from me. You didn't steal them or rob them. What crime are you guilty of?" She was really not angry. She was the one who gave the gold coins to Cadillac. Cadillac's choice was up to him, and his choice would determine his fate. Danny did not want to get anything from him. She was just giving him a gift. His actions determined how much she gave him. Clearly, Cadillac's choice was not the best. He only received 5 gold coins from her. Well, although he missed the chance to become Dragon Queen's follower, he was now in contact with the dwarf. He even received the promise of Kochang Island and 20 elephants. His luck was not bad. How did you come to Slave Bay? When Dick Tywin got up, Dany asked again. I secretly gave the 5 gold coins you left me to Dana. The elephant cart was owned by her uncle, and he sold me easily. Then, she gave me freedom and married me. Our marriage was not blessed by her family, but we could make a living. I can ride an elephant, and Dana made meat pies with her mother at Kelly's meat pie shop since she was young. So, we used the rest of the money to buy an elephant and a barbecue cart that was converted from an elephant cart. We sold meat pies on the streets of Volantis. Those were the happiest days of my life. At the end, the young man's long face was filled with sorrow and nostalgia. Uncle, Kelly's meat pie. Dany chewed on these 2 words. They seemed to trigger a memory in her. Chapter 835. Since you're living happily by opening a small food stall in Volantis, why did you join the Alliance army and become the elephant soldiers for the expedition against Slave Bay? Dany asked in confusion. She clearly remembered that when Cadillac was still a slave coachman, he yearned for Misha who freed the slaves. It was also because of his admiration that he gained the favor of the Dragon Queen, who decided to give him a chance to change his fate. Could it be that his thoughts changed when his identity changed? Dick Tywin said helplessly, I just got married. Of course, I don't want to fight, much less work for a slave owner. However, Dana's mother was stripped of her status as a free person because she blackmailed a high-ranking Alliance army officer. As a chef with a slave status, she had to follow the army to Slave Bay. Dana was worried about her mother and cried every day. I went to find the Alliance army officer to ask about Kelly and happened to meet the Long-Nose King who was recruiting elephant soldiers. The story of how I became a free person from a slave made me famous in Volantis. My elephant controlling skills were gradually known and recognized by everyone. The Long-Nose King heard about it and personally tested my ability. He immediately recruited me to be his guard and promised to give Kelly a good job. If I perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield, I can even use my contributions to redeem her. Dany frowned and thought for a while before asking, did that Kelly open a meat pie shop in the west of Volantis? It's on the side of Valeglia Avenue, and it mainly sells carrot and lamb pies. She also has a cousin who was the owner of your previous coachman's shop. The horse-faced young man widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Your Majesty, you know Kelly? That fat auntie even took 5 gold radiance from her. What did she do to be punished as a slave? Dany asked curiously. The Alliance army usually uses Valeglia Avenue when they go to Slave Bay, and Kelly's lamb pie shop is on the side of the road. Mercenaries and officers from all over the world often patronize her business. For some reason, Kelly, who was always smart and experienced, became especially greedy. She asked for sky-high prices when she found out that they were foreign customers. 2 tamed horses, 2 pieces of meat pie, 4 bottles of Qingting Island wine, and a pack of snacks. She dared to ask for 7 gold radiance. The wine was fake. The other party is a famous gossip group. She was directly captured and sent to the military camp's enforcers. According to the law, she was demoted to a slave. Hee hee. Dany laughed unkindly. After laughing for a while under the puzzled gazes of the others, she got down to business. Can you find Prince Leo in the insect tunnel? Or, does Prince Leo have any arrangement for you to find him? Your Majesty, I'm good at controlling elephants and know them very well. I can find the location of the elephant herd through their feces, footprints, and smell. The elephant herd was where Prince Leo was. After King Long-Nose died, he became the commander of the elephant troops. When he said the last sentence, Dick Tywin had a strange expression on his face. This method is really good. Dany praised and asked, how long will it take to find the elephant herd? It mainly depends on how far I am from the elephant herd. If it's 20 kilometers away, it'll take 2 to 3 days to walk there, not including the time spent searching, the long-faced young man said helplessly. The village in the south of the city was attacked by the dragon worm. You should have found the dragon worm cave, right? Danny looked at Lara. I've also arranged for people to bury water tanks nearby to monitor the underground movements. Mirine's Maya nodded and answered. Danny suddenly stood up and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. Let's go immediately and solve the last hidden danger in Slaver's Bay. Your Majesty, there are too many uncertainties in the insect tunnel. If you're ambushed, no matter how strong you are, in a narrow space, you won't be a match for the dragon worm. Old Yamont quickly advised. That's not wrong. I definitely didn't dare to enter the insect tunnel before, but it's different now. I have a way to protect myself. Danny smiled. Seeing that she was confident, old Yamont was relieved and advised again, even if you're confident, there's no need to be so anxious. Don't forget, you have to go outside the city tomorrow to inspect the living conditions of the ordinary people, and the day after tomorrow, you have to give a speech in the square. It's not like I have to find Jenny once I enter the insect tunnel. Tomorrow, I'll come back on the dragon. Or, we can put the inspection place in the village near the insect tunnel. Danny was swift and decisive. She put a special saddle on the little silver horse and let Blackie carry it, and flew to the cuckoo village 70 kilometers away. Lara Amber and the other 15 winged dragon knights each brought 3 iron-armored knights. Including Danny and Dick Tywin, there were 62 people in total. Ah, Calixi, I didn't expect you to come personally. As soon as the Megalosaurus landed on the manor's threshing ground, an old centaur with a white ponytail came to greet her. The old man was short and thin, his reddish-brown face was like a shriveled orange that had lost its moisture, and his mouth that was missing front teeth cracked into an ugly smile to please. Other than the old Dothraki vest that had been replaced with a new and neat sheepskin coat, it was as if he was reborn yesterday. Danny could not help but be in a daze. The scenes that happened in the Red Wasteland a few years ago flashed through her mind quickly. Avanti. She thought for a moment and suddenly realized, I remember now, Cuckoo Village is your fief. Even the Count of Shattered Shackles had a fief, so the Dragon Queen would definitely not mistreat the old officials that followed her all the way out of the wasteland. The 3 cities of Slaver's Bay were all fiefs under the Queen's direct jurisdiction. The south of Heilongjiang, especially Myrine and Astapor, completely implemented the county system. From Myrine to the northwest, all the way to the edge of the northern plains, to the Mataris border in the west, the great nobles under her command, the Dragon Queen allowed them to freely choose between the county system and the fief system. Even the Ming dynasty's guard office had hereditary official positions and land. The Dragon Queen had her own direct knights, and they all needed a piece of land to support themselves and pass on their family. In the Heilongjiang region, she had divided many small knight territories, and one of them was Avanti's. Centaurs, slaves, and foreign knights were the 3 main forces under the Dragon Queen's command. Maintaining a balance between the 3 would be more beneficial to her rule. Oh, no, there was the rule of Lysinba's descendants. The great ancestor did not need to play politics, it was all for the sake of his descendants. Yes, my fief is in this area. Sigh, those damned Valeglia people, the sun is already gone, what's the point of tormenting them? Oh right, Calixi, do you know when the sun will rise? I don't have many years left to live, I just hope to see the summer sun one last time before I die. The old centaur sighed. Your ambition is not small, to actually want to live until the next summer, how many years would that take? Anyway, she had no confidence that she could summon the sun within 10 years. You are old but strong, you can live for another 20 years, the long night will definitely end after 20 years. Danny casually comforted her younger brother. Arriving at the entrance of the manor, 3 centaur women in their 40s and 50s smiled and saluted the Dragon Queen. Calixi, we are so happy that you can come to our house. Beside them were 2 ponies about 2 or 3 years old, a boy and a girl. They looked nothing like Afandi's son and daughter, so they solemnly followed the centaur custom and called them Calixi. Afandi waved his hand and instructed his wife, go to the stable and choose 61 healthy horses. Calixi did not come to our house as a guest. If the dragon worm is not dealt with, this land will not be peaceful for a day. The feudal system of Slaver's Bay was also different from that of Westeros. Every feudal lord had 1 or more positions to serve the king. For example, Afandi, as the feudal lord of this land, in addition to bringing his own rations, serving the army, paying taxes for the king and other traditional duties, he also needed to manage a pasture for the Dragon Queen. The pasture was in his fief, the production costs of grass, labor, and other production costs were all provided by him, but when the nearby relay station needed war horses and trained horses, Effendi had to provide them free of charge. Another example was the Count of Broken Shackles. Even if he was a great noble, Slave Bey was very big, but very common in Westeros. He also had to help the Dragon Queen maintain and protect the road from Meereen to the Dothraki Sea, but he could not set up checkpoints on the road to collect toll. The road belonged to the kingdom. To put it bluntly, these nobles had the title of feudal lords in name, but they were actually more like county magistrates or magistrates. A large portion of the production in their fief had to be taken out to contribute to the kingdom. They served the country in a substantial way, not the king. To a certain extent, Slave Bey had completed the centralization of power of the strong and the weak. Not long after, Effendi's 3 wives and 20 centaur soldiers brought over a group of healthy horses with saddles and shoes. The Dragon Queen planned to ride on horseback to explore the Worm Road. Her mount was brought over by Blackie, and the other 61 war horses needed to be provided by the relay station. Slave Bey's relay station system began in Astapor. At that time, in order to ensure a substantial ruling power over the villages outside the city, one of the measures was to connect all the centaur relay stations in the villages. When Yuan Kai and Meereen fell into their hands, and when the Battle of Meereen was won, the older centaur warriors retired from the army and changed jobs to become the relay soldiers of Slave Bey. Other than delivering parcels and letters, conveying the queen's orders to the village, and helping the village chief deliver memorials to his superiors or even the queen, assisting the village militia in arresting bandits was also their job. Calixi, I'm very familiar with this place. Let me go with you. Afana patted his chest and volunteered. You're familiar with the surface, but if we go underground, there will definitely be a battle. You'd better stay at home and take care of the children. Dany waved her hand and led the 60 fully armed knights out of Afanti's house. The insect path was located at the center of the village. It was the ruins of a collapsed brick house. The house had collapsed because of the dragon worm's sudden attack. A path had been cleared by the village militia. The average width of the tunnel was about 3 meters, so it wasn't stuffy at all. Caw, caw, caw. A series of black shadows flew out from Dany's purple eyes and turned into 81 large crows. Go, look for a passage with a higher concentration of fire elements and the highest temperature. At the same time, pay attention to the smell in the air. If you find feces or traces of human life, inform me immediately. Caw, 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 caw. 79 large crows cawed and disappeared into the dark cave in front of them without a sound. Boom. The remaining 2 turned into a ball of fire the size of a plate. One floated in the middle of the cavalry while the other floated at the front. Let's go. Dany frowned and urged the stunned Dick Tywin. Caw, caw. The long-faced youth looked at the Dragon Queen in awe and hurriedly spurred his horse forward. Your Majesty, you went to the Sosros continent again? You actually picked up so many little elves. Are there so many little elves there? Lara looked at the baby-faced little sun in the sky and exclaimed. There are a lot of them. Groups of them, just like carrots in the field. I picked up 2,000 of them at once. I couldn't fit them all in my pocket, so I came back. Dany said with a wooden face. Chapter 836. 4 days ago, in a tunnel 50 meters under Meereen City. The sun has completely extinguished. Jenny looked at the big-nosed Leo below her with a dejected expression. Wasn't it extinguished a long time ago? Tyrion focused all of his attention on Jenny's blushing face. It's like firewood in a bonfire. When the fire is extinguished, there will always be some embers in the ashes that will continue to burn for a while. It's completely dark. Tyrion was stunned for a moment before sighing. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I went to the surface. Tomorrow, we will leave Slavers Bay and return to the land of Long Summer to rebuild Aulus, Jenny said as she stroked his chubby face. Tomorrow? Tyrion almost sat up in shock, causing Jenny to let out a moan of ecstasy. Don't worry, the long night won't affect the land of Long Summer. Perhaps the Smoke Coast will become even more pleasant. Jenny said with a dazed expression. Tyrion shivered as he touched a burning red worm that looked like a tentacle. He lay back down and asked anxiously, "You're giving up on your plan to take revenge on Slavers Bay? I didn't expect the sun to extinguish so quickly. Now that it's snowing in Slavers Bay, the dragonworms will only be courting death if they go to the surface. In fact, the dragonworms have already become sickly due to the drop in temperature in the past few days. There's nothing we can do if we stay in Slavers Bay, so we might as well return," Jenny said helplessly. "Then what about the remaining elephant soldiers and elephants?" Tyrion asked. I didn't succeed in my previous sneak attacks on the villages." "What does that mean?" Jenny said coldly. "Didn't we already catch a spy? If you're still worried, then we can do another purge." Tyrion gritted his teeth. He was very passionate about catching spies. In the half a month since the Dragon Queen left Slavers Bay, more than 10 officers that he thought couldn't be roped in had already become food for the dragonworms. If he continued with the purge, he would be able to keep all the elephant soldiers firmly in his hands. If he didn't have the Dragon Queen's help, he would be able to overturn Jenny and escape. There's no point in continuing the purge. As long as there's nothing wrong with their brains, they'll know that the Alliance's momentum is gone. Even idiots should know that continuing to follow me won't end well. Right now, they only have fear and no respect for me. Their loyalty cannot be guaranteed. Before leaving, I will let the dragon worm eat them all. I guarantee that the traitor won't survive," Jenny said sinisterly. "Eat them all." Tyrion became excited. Jenny frowned and wriggled a few times in dissatisfaction. When it came back to life again, she showed a satisfied expression. Tyrion felt like he was a piece of sugarcane that had been chewed over and over again. All the juice had been sucked dry, leaving only a few strands of dry wadding. "Actually, we can reuse the waste." Just as his brain was about to be squeezed dry, he thought of a good idea. 4 days later, 3 hours after Dragon Queen entered the underground cave. "I didn't expect you to come in person." Jenny was overjoyed. On the 4-meter-wide long ramp, the two groups of people stood 20 meters apart from each other. Dragon Queen was at the bottom of the slope. Just as she was about to go up, Jenny led a group of elephant soldiers and suddenly appeared on the slope. It wasn't that Dragon Queen didn't send the crows to scout the way. Instead, the dragon worm drilled a new hole in the wall of the slope, allowing the elephant soldiers behind the hole to catch them off guard. Dragon Queen sat on the little silver horse and didn't retreat. 60 armored knights immediately dismounted and formed a shield around her. "Ha ha ha ha. Originally, we only planned to capture the Count of Shattered Shackles. We didn't expect the Dragon Queen to come in person. The Battle of Meereen isn't over yet. Now, we're going to make a comeback." The short general with a big nose was riding on the elephant's back. He raised his crossbow and laughed excitedly. His excitement and joy came from the bottom of his heart. His big nose was almost as red as a lantern. "You were going to ambush me?" The Count of Shattered Shackles was both shocked and angry. Previously, Big Bear was in charge of searching the worm passage. When night fell, Big Bear followed the Dragon Queen to the Westeros. Then, it was changed to the Count of Shattered Shackles escorting a group of prisoners from the Allied army to map the terrain of the worm passage around Meereen. If the Dragon Queen hadn't returned, he really would have brought people to investigate the worm passage in a few days. Jenny looked back at Prince Leo on the elephant and said excitedly, "Fortunately, I listened to you and didn't leave immediately. Back then, I only wanted to kill a few high-ranking generals of Slave Bay to vent my anger. I didn't expect the heavens to favor me and send me such a big fish. Ha ha ha. You're right. The Battle of Meereen isn't over yet. The final winner is us. Big fish. Maybe a shark." Looking at the elephant herd behind Jenny and the crossbow in the hands of the elephant soldier commander, Danny smiled meaningfully. "The shark will also make you into a bowl of shark fin rice." Leo waved his crossbow and said loudly, "What's shark fin rice?" Jenny was stunned. "It's a special delicacy of Slave Bay. I invented it. Your man can eat 3 big bowls in one meal." Ha ha ha. Danny raised her head and laughed. In the midst of her laughter, the 5-layered dragon spirit soul extinguishing strike was launched one after another. The target was only Jenny. While Jenny was concentrating on resisting the soul attack, the elephant soldier commander shouted, "Everyone, charge!" This was different from the battle strategy they had agreed on earlier. What was Leo doing? Why did he decide on his own? Jenny was surprised. In the next instant, Leo raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A steel arrow with a strange green light on its head shot out like lightning. Under the Dragon Queen's confident gaze and the others' dumbfounded gazes, the arrow as thick as a pencil pierced through the back of Jenny's head. The powerful kinetic energy made her stumble forward. Bang! The arrow pierced through her skull and exposed a finger-length section from her nose and lip. The poison on the arrow turned the blood dark green and flowed through Jenny's red lips and white chin. This poison was made by Jenny herself at Leo's request. Danny, Rise is a powerful extraordinaire. Her recovery ability is very strong. Normal arrows have no effect on her. Do you have a poison that is specially used against fire mags? Prepare for me. I want to kill that bitch myself. At that time, Prince Leo clenched his teeth and said to Jenny below him, "Leo betrayed me. He's the spy." Coldness and numbness froze Jenny's thoughts. And the giant elephant raised its head and raised its front hooves. It landed heavily on the back of the struggling dragon bug monster Jenny. He looked like a 200-pound fatty wearing a pair of new leather shoes and stepping on a pile of fresh poop. Squeak. Juice splattered and broken bones flew everywhere. "Get out of the way. We're on the same side. I'm a spy." After stepping on Jenny's poop, the elephant continued to run downhill. Prince Leo shouted at Dragon Queen and the others from the elephant's back. "Blackie." Danny whispered softly. Buzz! Just as the elephant was about to hit the shield wall, a red light appeared in front of the shield. In an instant, the red light extended into a red mirror. The rider on the giant elephant and Tyrion were shocked. The scenery in front of them changed instantly. The cramped underground tunnel turned into a vast snowfield. Whoosh whoosh! The wind blew the snow out of the mirror and landed on their faces. It was cold. It was not an illusion. The next moment, the giant elephant rushed into the mirror. Tyrion looked around blankly. The wheat field was covered in snow. On the low hill beside the wheat field stood a ferocious giant beast. "Blackie, what's going on?" Ang! The sound of the elephant herd came from behind. Turning around, they saw the dark and narrow tunnel. The elephant soldiers who were roped in by the dwarf did not hesitate. They rode the giant elephant on Jenny's poop and rushed down the slope. They entered the mirror world and came to the commander's side. Tyrion was in a daze. Not long after, the Dragon Queen and 60 knights killed all the diehards in the elephant soldiers and came to Jenny's side. Danny covered her nose and looked at the mud on the ground. She muttered, "I prepared a trump card for you, but it seems like I won't need it now." Pop! Black mud, green organs, red flesh, white tendons, and golden hair were all mixed together. Suddenly, a chopstick-sized dragon worm crawled out. Then, 2, 3, a group of dragon worms crawled out. Kai! The knights around the Dragon Queen did not say anything. They waved their steel swords and cut the dragon worms into two. They struggled for a while before they disappeared completely. Boom! The flames burned. The dragon worms' corpses and the mud on the ground turned into ashes and a huge amount of spiritual quality and divinity. A satisfied smile appeared on Danny's face. Ao tilde. The moment the dragon worms died, Tyrion held his head in the snowfield and wailed in pain as if he was having a difficult birth. "Queen, save me, save me. He's coming out, save me." This was probably the most miserable wail Tyrion had ever cried in his life. The space door was already closed, but the dragon spirit connection with Blackie was not cancelled. Therefore, with Blackie's eyes and ears, Danny saw and heard the dwarf's wail. It was very tragic. However, she did not go back immediately. Jenny had prepared a huge trap for her. The 200 elephant soldiers were just an appetizer and cannon fodder. The real trump card was the dragon worms above, below, behind, and in the walls on both sides. Especially the dragon worm above her head. According to the original plan, it would cause the worm tunnel to collapse. Thousands of tons of earth and rocks would fall. Even if it did not crush Danny to death, It would bury her alive in the depths of the ground and eventually suffocate her to death. However, before the thousands of methods were used, the long-armed crossbow prince had completed the triple kill. Now that the dragon worms had lost their master and were at a loss, Dany naturally had to subdue them before they scattered and fled. Therefore, after more than half an hour, she dispersed Balerian's imprint in the dragon worm's mind and left her own consciousness behind. Only then did Dany leisurely ride the little silver horse and return to the ground along the path she came from. Ha ha ha. After wailing for more than an hour, Tyrion was exhausted. His voice was hoarse and he could only groan with his teeth chattering. He was currently in the snowy outskirts of the city. The elephant soldiers that he had subdued around him did not dare to move because of Blackie's cold gaze. "Save me, Queen, save me." Finally, Tyrion saw the Dragon Queen's iron boots approaching slowly from afar and used the last of his strength to shout. "Are you stupid? Jenny's will wants to snatch your body. Don't you know how to activate the Holy Knight's seal and use the Holy Mother's power to force her out?" Dany kicked away his right hand that was grabbing at her and said angrily, "Holy Mother." Tyrion muttered with a twisted face. "I'm so stupid, really. I only know that wait." Just as Tyrion was muttering to activate the Holy Knight's seal, a thought flashed through Dany's mind. She bent down and tapped on his forehead with a finger, breaking his connection with the seven gods. Ow! His cries became more and more shrill and blood even seeped out from the corners of his eyes. "Save me, why do you want to kill me? I've worked for you and been your spy. Dragon Queen, you can't get rid of me after I've outlived my usefulness. Don't worry, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you and won't let you get hurt. On the contrary, you're lucky and will get a great opportunity," Dany said with a smile. Chapter 837. In Winterfell, Lalo used the red sword to trick Dany once. In the process of losing 20% of her soul, divinity, and divine power, she fully activated the red sword for the first time. At the Great Wall, she only activated a portion of the runes in the red sword, and the runes in the sword were completely open to her. Dany was very curious why the red sword was stuck to her hand and she could not get rid of it. After studying the runes, Dany more or less figured out the reason behind it. The nature of fire had a strong greedy trait, as if it wanted to swallow everything that could burn. In the natural world, the appearance of this trait was very common. For example, a forest fire could not be extinguished even after a few months, causing a superpower to be laughed at by the people of the world. Lalo's fire polarity was in accordance with the greedy nature of fire. The original fire created the entire world. Could the world be used as fuel to burn everything, returning the world to the original fire? The reason why she could not get rid of the red sword was because Lalo used his fire mastery. The fire polarity of greed was hidden in the center of the red sword's runes, turning the red sword into a ball of fire that could burn everything, and Dany was a tree in the burning forest, unable to escape the fate of being burned. Unless she destroyed the sword. Now, Dany used the techniques she learned from Lalo on the sheep egg, and Tyrion was the human version of the Lightbringer. Artilda in the living room of Afanti's house, the dwarf was wailing in pain. His voice seemed to be accompanied by countless echoes, male and female, old and young, as if countless little people were standing on his throat in a chorus, chanting the world's most mournful song of pain. The dwarf was only wearing a pair of underpants. His body was covered with strange runes drawn with dragon blood, the runes lit up with dark red flames, burning his skin and even his soul. "This is Lalo's devouring formation. Why is it here? What do you want?" Every syllable came from a different person, causing Afanti and the others outside the house to tremble in fear. After the magic circle that Dany named Fire's Greed was activated, the Jenny that was about to mature instantly sprouted and grew. In just a few seconds, the will that belonged to the sheep egg expanded into a towering tree. To put it more bluntly, Dany had imitated Lalo's method and extracted the goat egg's divine soul, divine power, divinity, and even the song of fire into Tyrion's body. This was because Tyrion was the human Gundam that Jenny had prepared for the sheep egg. Deep in the dwarf's soul, there was a faith spore. As long as the dwarf had faith in Balerion, the power of faith would nourish the spores and slowly assimilate the dwarf's soul into a part of the egg. In this way, when the dwarf died, he would join the Balerion family in the most complete way. Everything he had would belong to young Dan. The direct descendants of the 14 Fire Peak families and the Wizards of Valeglia had also fused with the sheep-egg's divine soul in this way. Dany's fire's greed did not have the ability to seize the sheep-egg's divine soul, it was mainly used to nourish the faith spore that belonged to the sheep-egg. If she did not do anything, the sheep-egg's will would continue to grow and eventually destroy the dwarf's will. The sheep-egg did not lose anything, but instead gained the dwarf's body. This was like Dany forcefully summoning the sheep-egg. But the sheep-egg knew that the Dragon Queen would not spend so much effort just to chat with him. He began to struggle, just like how Dany struggled to get rid of the red sword that day. He wanted to get away from Tyrion's body. The dwarf's body was like a clay bodhisattva in a temple that was exposed to the sun and wind. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body and red light seeped through the cracks. Tens of thousands of red light filled the room. Those who did not know would think that the dwarf was practicing some peerless technique. His body could not withstand the power of the sheep-egg's divine soul and began to collapse. To get rid of the red sword, the only way was to destroy the red sword. To leave the dwarf's body, the only way was to destroy it. If Dany wanted to maximize the benefits, she should have waited for the sheep-egg's divine soul to continue to grow and the dwarf's body was about to explode. Then, she would have killed the dwarf, burned his body, and used the spiritual bestowment to turn the sheep-egg's divine soul in his mind into spiritual essence and divinity. But she was not that black-hearted. No matter what, the dwarf was helping her undercover. The fetus in his mind was a work injury. At least the dwarf had killed Jenny at the last moment. He had made a great contribution. Tyrion, wake up quickly and activate deity's descent. Dany pointed at the dwarf's forehead and helped him activate the mark of the Holy Knight. A large amount of warrior's divine power surged into it, and the Holy Mother's healing spell wandered all over his body, repairing his broken body. Almighty Heavenly Dragon, Pineapple Jackfruit. The dwarf subconsciously chanted an incantation. Catcher, catcher, tilde crackle crackle tilde. His body was like a blow-up doll under the pump of a single man who had just watched an adult film and swallowed 10 Viagra. The speed of his expansion was extremely fast. In a breath's time, he had become the Nezza of 100,000 cold jokes. The Vaja Song of Power runes carved into his organs, muscles, and spine were even more powerful than the soul. It was so powerful that Dany was shocked. Because she could clearly feel that the dwarf's strength had exceeded the limits of a normal person. In other words, in the state of deity's descent, his strength was even stronger than Dany, who had absorbed the Song of Power's divinity. This dwarf is really the best experimental material. Dany's eyes lit up. If she could comprehend the Song of Power through studying the dwarf. Forget about comprehending the Song of Power, as long as she could naturally condense the runes on her body, then her strength would increase by a large margin. Perhaps, she could use physical attacks to break through King of Strange Ghost's ice armor and split its head open. The Holy Mother has appeared, deity has descended. The dwarf raised his head and roared. His loud voice shook the roof tiles. Focus and calm your breath. Use your will to lock the strange soul in your mind. Dany used soul suppression to help him regain his rationality. No tilde. Tyrion's chorus of 10,000 people gradually lowered. Finally, he spoke with his own voice. Ah, Your Majesty, my head is like a bladder that has been holding in for 10 days. It's so swollen. It's about to explode. Save me. The dwarf regained control of his body. Don't panic. Don't panic. You're experiencing the greatest opportunity of your life, Dany quickly comforted him. Your Majesty, please don't joke around. I'm experiencing the greatest pain of my life. Help me. The dwarf wailed. Stop talking. Focus and think carefully. Did you notice that there are many more memories in your mind? Right now, Balerian's soul is sealed in the center of your mind. He wanted to forcefully fuse with you, but the fusion process has been stopped. In theory, you're one person. At least there's no barrier between your memories, Dany said in a low voice. Reminded by her, the dwarf immediately began to remember. Ouch, bang. His one intact eye was instantly covered in a bloody net. Then, it suddenly exploded. The splashing juice even landed a few meters away on Dragon Queen's white face. Ignoring her disgust, she hurriedly asked, "What did you see?" Too many, countless memories. Who am I? No, I'm Natalie. Let me go. As the dwarf spoke, he actually let out a woman's scream. Halfway through, the scream turned into an old woman's voice. He wasn't controlled by the sheep egg's soul. This time, it was the memories that affected him. The sheep egg was formed by the fusion of countless souls. Each soul contained all of a person's memories. With these memories, that person would complete a different kind of possession. Tyrion was like a rash kid. He knocked over the luggage of memories. The luggage was filled with bottles of different colors. Every bottle represented a person's memory. If the memories were different, the colors of the dyes in the bottles would also be different. Now, countless bottles of dyes fell into the pool of Tyrion's memories. He was contaminated. He was about to go crazy. Why did you open so many memories at once? Dany cursed. Her figure flashed and appeared behind him. The flames that contained the divinity of fire creation burned his hair, skin, flesh, skull, brain, countless memories in his mind. The mutated memories that belonged to the sheep egg turned into spirituality and divinity. Tyrion's brain, bones, skin, and eyeballs slowly recovered in the fire of creation. If a normal person burned like this, they would have died long ago. However, Tyrion was different. He was a close blood relative of the Dragon Queen. Following Dany's advancement, the level of his bloodline increased. His resistance to fire was far greater than that of a normal person. Because of this, he was still the best experimental material to study fire creation. As the impurities in his memories were burned clean, the dwarf regained his consciousness. It's too scary. Compared to Balerian's memories, my life is like a drop of water in a pond, he said in horror. Use a technique to let the memories find you, Dany said. How? Tyrion asked. Now, there's a sea of memories in front of you. You're standing by the sea and calling out some kind of memory, instead of jumping into the sea and wandering through countless memories. For example, let me ask you, when is St. Bailey's name day? You can't start recalling your life's experiences from birth and then encounter memories related to St. Bailey's birthday, Dany said slowly. Tyrion was very smart. Not only did he immediately understand what Dany meant by letting the memories find you, he also guessed the reason why she was tormenting him like this. You want Balerian's witchcraft knowledge? You should have said so earlier. I was worried that I would be punished by you if I didn't complete my undercover mission, so I kept seducing Jenny to teach me all kinds of witchcraft, he said bitterly. You know the method to make tile steel? Dany said calmly. Jenny said that the tile steel forging technique can only be managed by the Great Wizard. She doesn't have the right to know, the dwarf said slowly. You know the realm of the Fire Devil King? Dany asked again. What's the Fire Devil King? The dwarf was confused. You know about fire armor? The dwarf sighed. Tell me, what do you want? I'll think about it. Record down the Fire Devil King first, Dany said excitedly. The dwarf closed his eyes and pondered. King of Fire Devils, King of Fire Devils, King of Fire Devils. Gradually, a large amount of memories leaped out of the sea and entered the dwarf's mind. Ah, it's so complicated. I can't understand or remember it. What should I do? Haven't you always boasted of being smart? Dany said unhappily. If you ask me to recite the annals of the Four Kings, I can memorize an entire passage in an hour because I can understand it. But now, I can't understand those runes at all, Tyrion said helplessly. Dany had no choice but to find a stack of Longji paper for him. Chapter 838. How do you feel? Ymont placed a bowl of black chicken and red date soup on the bedside table and asked with concern. The dwarf struggled to get up and sat sideways on the pillow. He picked up the bowl and gulped it down before sighing in satisfaction. After the Battle of Meereen, I've been suffering underground for half a month. Finally, I can eat normal food again. But I'm not feeling well now. From time to time, I'll have two opposing feelings for the same thing. How so? Ymont asked curiously. For example, now. The dwarf pointed at the white porcelain bowl. I think it's salty and light, and it tastes good. But suddenly, another me says, what kind of shit is this? Why don't you add sugar? Then, a third me stands up and says, you should add some black pepper from Cocoa Island. Asterisk smack. Asterisk the dwarf slapped himself and cursed. 7 levels of hell. I've never heard of Cocoa Island in my life. I don't even like spicy pepper. This. Old Yemont had been a scholar for almost 100 years, but he still could not understand the dwarf's symptoms. Have you been tortured to the point of mental illness? His old eyes could not help but show pity. No, I have other people's memories in my brain. Those fragmented memories made me have multiple personalities, the dwarf lamented. But you don't seem to be crazy now. The Queen also said that you've recovered, old Yemont said. It had been a week since Jenny's death. The dwarf returned to the Myrine Pyramid and was unconscious for 5 days. He had just woken up the day before yesterday and could barely get up today. Those memories are not complete. It's like a bowl of oatmeal with a handful of rat feces mixed in. Not just one, but a handful. The dwarf emphasized with a raised fist. My head is that pot of slightly smelly porridge. The rat feces have melted and mixed with the porridge. I can't separate the feces anymore. Old Yemont frowned in disgust. What did Jenny do to you? Sigh, before she died, she forcefully activated the fetus of faith in my mind and summoned Balerian's will to descend upon me. There was some doubt in the dwarf's eyes. He said hesitantly, the Queen said that Balerian wanted to take over my body by force. The memories left in my mind are the aftermath of the fusion of my soul and his. That doesn't make sense. I'm in Slaver's Bay, and the Queen is standing right in front of me. How stupid would Balerian be to place so much power on me? Anyway, in the end, Balerian's enormous soul was burned to ashes by the Queen. Old Yemont shook his head and said wisely, you can't infer that Balerian shouldn't have done that just because the outcome was disadvantageous to him. Just like when the Allied army besieged Slaver's Bay, in the early stages of the war, no one was optimistic about the Queen. Even before the Great Battle of Myrine, the Allied army was full of confidence, but in the end, hundreds of thousands of people were killed on the battlefield, and 100,000 soldiers were destroyed by the flood. Dany had already prepared for the defeat of the Alliance half a year ago. According to your logic, the Alliance is too stupid. They shouldn't have come to Slaver's Bay. That makes sense. The suspicion in the dwarf's eyes disappeared, and he said dejectedly, although Balerian's consciousness has been removed, what about the fragmented memories left in his mind? This was the reason why Dany never fused with other people's thoughts and souls. Spiritual bestowment washed away the personal imprint on the soul, and naturally also washed away the memories. Through spiritual bestowment, one could not obtain his memories. In her previous life, she often saw the main character of a novel get the memories of a nascent soul-old monster, and then do everything in alchemy, refining weapons, and practicing martial arts. She was very happy to see all kinds of face-slapping. After coming to this world and looking back at those awesome main characters again, she couldn't help but worry for them. After the soul was fused, what would happen if they lost their personal will? After all, the other person was a nascent soul-old monster, and you were just a mortal. In a battle of wills, mortals were like ants to nascent soul-old monsters. Even if the main character had a halo and successfully suppressed the will of the nascent soul-old monster, avoiding the misfortune of being possessed. But the main character was only in his teens, and the nascent soul-old monster was 1,000 years old. It was like a hard drive of tea. Only a dozen or so gigabytes of memory data belonged to the main character, and the rest was occupied by the old monster. Would the main character be affected by the old monster's memories? Just like how the dwarf was now. Was the sheep egg as strong as a nascent soul-old monster? No one knew if they hadn't fought. But his will and memories must be 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than a nascent soul-old monster. Because the sheep egg was not alone, and countless Valeglia were with him. If Dany took the initiative to fuse with the sheep egg's soul, he would go crazy with joy, because this was his goal all along. For the next 2 days, Yemont, Ashara, Mesai, and the others accompanied the dwarf to talk about the things that happened in the Westeros in the past, helping the dwarf recall and deepen his memories, habits, and personality. This was the treatment plan that the Dragon Queen came up with after diagnosing the dwarf when she came back in a hurry. The harm of messy memories isn't great. Actually, our memories and habits are changed by others at every moment. For example, when you're obsessed with reading, you unconsciously think of yourself as the main character in the story, and the adventures of the main character become part of your memory. The main character likes to eat cherry crepe, and every time, he describes the texture and taste extremely clearly. Then, you'll try it in reality and fall in love with the cherry crepe that originally felt ordinary. What you need to do now is to distinguish your own memory from the memory fragments of the external world, and clarify yourself, and fade the memories of others into the experiences of the main character in the book. This way, you'll feel like you're reading a messy storybook with clear characters. Also, go out more often when you're free, don't stay in your room and let your imagination run wild. Listen and observe the real world, you'll feel like you've forgotten the plot of the book you've read a long time ago, and fade away the messy memories that aren't inferior to yours. The Dragon Queen comforted him like this. As for whether it could be completely cured, if it was that easy to get rid of the side effects, she would have fused with it herself. After all, she had longed for the secret technique that had been passed down in Valeglia for 6,000 years. After a few days of recuperation, the dwarf got rid of the trouble of the strange memories, and began to seriously think about a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Who am I? This had nothing to do with philosophy, it was purely a genetic question. On this day, Messiah excitedly found her uncle and announced the good news that she had been appointed as a court lady by the queen, and asked some questions about government affairs. One of the questions was how to ensure that the maid wouldn't reveal the secrets of the queen and the court. Tyrion suddenly realized that it was useless for him to think so hard. Finding Beristan and asking him was more effective than anything else. He found old Ymont's study, interrupted the teaching process of the children, and asked anxiously, "Master Ymont, when will Sir Beristan return?" Ymont was displeased, and frowned. "I'm busy now, if you're not in a hurry, go out first, and we'll talk about it during lunch." Tyrion was stunned, and looked around, only to find that the study had changed greatly, and there was a room full of children sitting in it. The spacious room with bright windows was about 80 square meters, the bookshelves were cleared, and there were about 30 wooden tables neatly arranged. Each table was accompanied by an armchair. The two tables were placed side by side, and behind them sat two childish children. The oldest was no older than 12 years old, and there were dark-skinned Midsummer Islanders, white-skinned Andals, or Loiners, silver-haired Valeglia, brown-skinned centaurs with almond eyes, milky white queers. There were men and women of various colors, and the dwarf was dazzled for a moment. But in just a moment, his attention was attracted by the half-blood centaur boy sitting in the middle of the front row. Silver hair, purple almond-shaped eyes, and a beautiful face were not the main things that captured Tyrion's attention. The boy had a unique temperament. Among the other children, he did not have the aura of a king, but Tyrion could tell at a glance that he was different from the others. He stood out, like a firefly in the dark night. At least, that was the case in his eyes. "What are you doing? Who are they?" The dwarf frowned as he looked at the boy. The boy was neither shy nor afraid, and openly looked back at him. Old Ymont's heart skipped a beat. He put the textbook in his hand on the podium, took a step forward, and pulled the dwarf out of the door. "This nature class will end here, next is the extracurricular reading time. Go to the bookshelves behind and look for a book to read, remember to write a review, at least 300 words, and hand it to the class monitor after you finish it, then you can have lunch." "Got it, Master Ymont," the children replied cheerfully. "What are you doing?" The dwarf was even more puzzled. "I'm in class, you didn't even knock before barging in, no manners at all," Ymont said angrily. "Class?" The dwarf said blankly, "I've only been away for a month." "Why?" Ymont interrupted him and said, "It's not just a month, my class has been going on for almost half a year, didn't Messai tell you? She's also a student here, but she's a middle school student, I'm teaching elementary school students now." "Middle school students, elementary school students." The dwarf muttered a few words, and suddenly realized, the queen wants to abolish the city of learning, and create a middle school, and elementary school system. "You're experimenting at Slave Bay?" "Something like that." "Who are those students, and who's that round-faced centaur?" "A centaur of mixed blood, the one sitting in the first row in the middle," the dwarf said curiously. "There are two types of students, noble children and smart, talented commoner children. The centaur you're talking about is called Simba, he's not an ordinary person, he's the son of the late Cal, and he joined the Queen's Khalasar along with his tribe. Old Ymont did not avoid the topic. Instead, he explained Simba's identity in a casual manner. That's a lion. The dwarf sighed, a white lion of the grasslands, nurtured well. The Queen will definitely have another powerful general in the future. Why do you say that? He's only 5 years old. Old Ymont was inexplicably happy, but he was also very curious. The dwarf pointed at his eyes. This thing of mine is very useful. That kid sitting among the children is like my father standing among the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Tell me, how eye-catching would that be? Ymont's old face twisted. Why are you looking for me? He asked in a muffled voice. The dwarf looked around. They were in a long corridor, and from time to time, servants and unsullied with dogs walked past. He brought the old man to his bedroom, and said with a serious expression, "When will Sir Beristan be back?" It's hard to say. He's now stationed at Dragonstone Island, handling Westeros affairs for the Queen. Without any major changes, he might not be back for a year or 2. I want to use the magic mirror to ask him a few questions, or, Master Ymont, can you also tell me the answer? The dwarf stared at the old man and said. Ymont's heart skipped a beat. He had a vague guess. What do you want to know? There are some terrible rumors between the Mad King and my mother Joanna. Chapter 839. Frowning and thinking for a moment, old Ymont sighed and said, "What do you want to say, or do you know something?" Tyrion kept staring at him. He suspected that the old man knew something but was deliberately hiding it. You know, the Queen sent me undercover, but there was an accident. Jenny took a fancy to my high-ranked Valeglia bloodline and left Balerian's faith in my mind, Tyrion said slowly. You've heard rumors about Aerys and your mother, so you suspect that you're their illegitimate child? Old Ymont asked openly. Tyrion was shocked for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "A dwarf is already as lowly as an illegitimate child. How would an illegitimate dwarf be considered? Worse than a beast." Ymont looked at him deeply and said, "You're very sure?" The dwarf returned his deep gaze, as if he understood something. He said with a complicated tone, "I was an idiot in magic before, and I didn't know anything. Now I understand why Jenny and Valeglia's descendants joined the Alliance army. It was because Balerion wanted to seize the Dragon Queen's unique unburning blood. If I'm her illegitimate brother, then Jenny has a perfect explanation for how much she values me. After all, our Lannister has never had a marriage alliance with the Targaryens in 300 years. We, Lannister." Ymont chewed softly. A look of sorrow flashed across Tyrion's eyes, and he said meaningfully, "I know my identity. You and the Dragon Queen don't have to worry. I won't take advantage of the Targaryen world empire with my identity as the Mad King's son and the Queen's brother." Ymont understood that the dwarf understood that they knew his identity long ago. When the dwarf guessed his identity, Ymont did not intend to hide the fact that he already knew his true identity. "Do you know about the witchcraft lens?" Ymont asked. Tyrion's pupils constricted as he said with difficulty, "Genes can be tested." "You already knew then?" Ymont's eyes were clear, and he did not evade the question. "You were infected with grayscale disease. Dany took your blood for a drug reaction test and accidentally found that there were many genes in your blood that were similar to hers. She had grown up in the Free Trade City, so she was unaware of the widespread rumors about King's Landing. Therefore, she was shocked and incredulous. In the end, like you, she asked the White Knight of Aerys, Sir Beristan. So it's true, so that's how it is." Tyrion had mixed feelings. Happy. He didn't kill his father. Pain. Like a tsunami, he killed a father who could tolerate his vile spawn identity. What followed was confusion and resentment. What was his existence? What was the meaning of it? They had known about it a long time ago, but they had kept it from him and treated him like that. Ymont had lived for too long, and when he saw the dwarf's expression, he could roughly guess what he was thinking. "Dany wanted to tell you the truth immediately, but I stopped her," he said. Tyrion suddenly raised his head and glared at the old man. "Why?" "I'm old, and I really don't want to see a dragon fight before I die." Ymont sighed, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his old eyes. "Think back to the situation at the time. Aegon was determined to get the Iron Throne, and your nature hides a strong desire for power I didn't." Tyrion interrupted him agitatedly. Ymont stared into the dwarf's eyes and said with certainty, "Don't deny it. The desire for power is not a weakness, and it's not embarrassing to say it. Think about it carefully. Is there a hole in your heart that needs power to fill? But in reality, it can never be filled. You are the standard Lannister, and also a qualified true dragon. The desires of a lion and a dragon converge in you. You're old and muddle-headed. I have no interest in the Iron Throne." Tyrion grinned. His body was trembling, and so were his hands hanging by his side. His heart was also trembling. Am I really like Littlefinger, Tywin, Old Rose, and Cersei, crazy for power? No. Tyrion, it's not shameful to desire power. You're a dwarf, and you want to be recognized by others. The only way for a dwarf to become a giant is through power. And God's descent. Tyrion's smile was twisted. That day, I grew to 1.6 meters tall. Old Ymont said numbly, "What would Aegon think if he knew that you were the son of Aerys? You should know that it's good for both of you to remain the same. The Mad King's illegitimate son is not as glorious as Tywin's son. If you don't know your identity, you won't clash with Aegon. It's only good for Dany Rise. She has the witchcraft lens, so she must know about Aegon's identity, but she deliberately hid it. Aegon helped her attract the firepower of the Alliance, and I was constantly given missions that would send me to my death. You can't wait for us to all die, so that we won't interfere with the Dragon Queen's great empire." Tyrion sneered. Ymont was not angry. Instead, he smiled strangely. "It seems that you still care about your Targaryen bloodline. If it didn't matter at all, the dwarf wouldn't be angry. If he wasn't so angry that he felt wronged, he wouldn't have said such angry words. I don't care about bloodline, but your actions of hiding the truth make me angry," Tyrion said coldly. "Aegon has the Targaryen bloodline. The witchcraft lens only showed that his true dragon bloodline is much weaker than Dany's. This doesn't mean anything. After all, there's a layer between him and Dany, and his mother, Ilya, isn't a Targaryen. If Ilyo hadn't taken the initiative to reveal the secret, no one would have been able to confirm his true identity." Suddenly, Ymont noticed the change in the dwarf's expression. He didn't think much of it, and his face was full of mockery. His heart skipped a beat, and he probed, "You also guessed long ago that Aegon isn't Lei Jazi?" "Also." Tyrion was shocked. Ymont's expression was complicated. Perhaps he looked down on a weak girl like Dany, or perhaps Aegon's identity as a red dragon was going to be exposed sooner or later. Ilyo only tried his best to hide Aegon's existence, but he didn't care much about hiding his true identity. Dany and Viserys wandered the free cities like beggars. Aegon had received elite noble education from a young age, and even had Ashala guiding his faith. The Golden Regiment mocked Viserys for asking for help, but swore a blood oath with Aegon. His completely different attitude towards Aegon, Dany, and Viserys showed that Ilyo only treated Dany and Viserys as pawns, cannon fodder. But Dany and Viserys were the true Targaryen bloodline. Any loyal subject who wanted to restore the Targaryen dynasty should not have treated them like that. Even if it was for Rhaegar, it wasn't worth it. Rhaegar had committed a grave mistake that was enough to strip him of his right to inherit the Iron Throne, let alone Rhaegar's son. So, Ilyo definitely isn't a friend of the Targaryens. The flaw is indeed huge, but Ilyo can't be blamed for being careless. The dwarf couldn't help but sigh. The Dany Rise before she was 14 was a completely different person from the Dragon Queen after she hatched. He could toy with the fate of the last princess, but could only kneel and tremble at the feet of the Megalosaurus. Targaryen is only complete with a dragon, old Ymont said matter-of-factly. So a dwarf bastard without a dragon like me deserves to die. Tyrion sneered. Don't you know what you've done? If you were just Lannister and dared to sneak out of Slaver's Bay with Tessa, you would have been swallowed by Blackie long ago, old Ymont said in annoyance. Tyrion blushed and shouted, She told me to go to Sosrose. Sir Clinton went. Is he dead? Tyrion, you must understand that she has no reason to protect you. In terms of age, you are older than her. If you had the ability, you should have protected her. But you are in dire straits because of her help. In terms of friendship, you were just strangers before. You still have Lannister's mark on you. Don't you know the relationship between Lannister and the Targaryens? In terms of relationship, she is a ruler and you are a subject. Even when Tywin was alive, did he let you be on equal footing with Jaime? You can't even be a subject and you still have the face to make a fuss here, old Ymont rebuked bluntly. Tyrion was speechless. You are right. This sister queen is at least better than that sister queen, he said self-deprecatingly. Don't be mistaken. She wanted to reveal your identity. I was the one who stopped her, old Ymont said calmly. Just a week ago, in a speech in the People's Square, Dragon Queen announced the plan for the Great Cold War to the 1.5 million people in the 3 cities of Slavers Bay. This was the second national strategy after the Great Leap Forward in agricultural production. In fact, the Great Leap Forward and the Cold War were 2 steps in the overall strategy to survive the long night. The food in Slavers Bay can last us for at least 10 years. We still have the sea to fish. In 10 years, we don't have to worry about food. With that, we don't have to worry about the food shortage of the 3 great dangers of the long night for now. The 3 great dangers of the long night, the other ghosts, at least they have not crossed the narrow sea, so we don't have to worry. Only the last great danger, keeping warm. Next, the main task of the council and the government officials is to solve the problem of keeping warm. That night, after a simple but sumptuous dinner, Dragon Queen gathered the recent information on the living conditions of the people in Slavers Bay and gathered the ministers to discuss the problem of keeping warm. The dwarf was also listening by the side. He knew that Sister Dany already knew that he knew his identity. But during the dinner at the palace banquet, her behavior was the same as usual. She was neither too close to him nor too distant. She was natural and unrestrained, and did not even feel awkward. Anyway, he felt that it was rather awkward. He did not know what she was thinking, but seeing her speak with assurance on the podium, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Hehe, such a wise and brave queen is my sister. In the outskirts of Meereen, the villages near the forest can build a brick bed. The blueprint for the brick bed is on page 17. The sound of pages flipping could be heard in the meeting room. The dwarf woke up from his silly joy and opened the 17th page of the document in his hand. Indeed, there was a strange rectangular brick bed drawn with dotted lines. The brick bed had a stove and a chimney. The stove was used to burn firewood, and the smoke and heat generated would pass through the walls of the brick bed to heat up the stone slabs above. The smoke would then pass through the chimney of the brick bed and out of the room. The dwarf was very smart and immediately understood the advantages of the brick bed. First, it saved firewood. Every household would light a fire to cook. Now, they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and make full use of the heat from the stove. Second, the brick bed had very low requirements for firewood. If it was a fireplace in a castle, it had to burn dry chopped firewood. Many nobles had special requirements for the type of chopped firewood, because different types of firewood had different smells. The brick bed did not have to worry about the smoke. Freshly cut wet wood, branches, and leaves could also be stuffed inside. This was especially important during the long night, because there was no sun and the air was cold and humid. The freshly cut trees would not dry for a few years. Chapter 840. The 8th page is a map of the worm tunnel outside Meereen. 20 to 30 meters underground is much warmer than the surface, maintaining a temperature of around 5 dragon degrees. Those who are older, have more children, and have less labor can move to the worm tunnel as long as they are unable to log outside the city. I will mobilize the prisoners to enter the worm tunnel to build sewers, canals, and other public facilities. The worm tunnel in different areas will be divided into commercial streets, manors, squares, and residential areas. Your Majesty, you want to build an underground city outside Meereen? Ymont asked in surprise. No, not Meereen. Dany shook her head. The worm tunnel outside Meereen is just a test area. The real underground city is in the Red Wasteland. My fire sprite has been drawing a map of the Red Wasteland's surface temperature. It's on the 13th page. You can take a look. The dwarf immediately turned to the 13th page. 90% of the areas were similar to Slave Bay, around -3 degrees, but some areas were marked in red. The surface temperature of the desert was above 0. 50 kilometers southeast of White Cloud City, there was a desert marked with a red cross. The temperature was close to 10 dragon degrees. Is there really a volcano outside White Cloud City? Xiao Ji asked with a straight face. When he was exploring the terrain near White Cloud City, he passed by the place marked with a red cross. It was very hot. After returning to report to Calixi, she guessed that there might be a volcano under the red hell. There are no volcanoes or magma. Maybe the crust is a little thin. Danny pointed at the red cross and said, "We can use this as the center of the circle to build layers and layers of the underground city. The inner ring has a high temperature and can grow wheat, fruits, and other green plants. The middle ring has a moderate temperature for people to live in. The outer ring has a lower temperature and can be used for planting fungus seeds for animal husbandry." The temperature in the sanctuary beyond the Great Wall was not high, around 7 or 8 degrees. The children of the forest grew mushrooms and herded sheep, living a leisurely life. She asked them for a batch of fungus seeds that could grow in the dark environment, and Slave Bay could also build her own sanctuary. You can't grow wheat even if the temperature is high, right? Green plants need sunlight. The dwarf was puzzled. Danny's eyes flashed. I have a fire sprite. As long as there are enough fire elements around, they can maintain their elemental sprite state for 24 hours. In fact, there was a difference between fire and sunlight. Perhaps she should spend some time studying Song of Light. The main reason why he had fused with the useless Lady of Light's destiny that day was to cause damage to Lalo. Lalo had set her up many times, and she could tolerate it the first few times. However, during the Battle of Winterfell, Lalo disregarded the big picture and tried to kill her, which made Danny give up the idea of forming a united front to end the long night. His own people had stabbed him in the back at such a crucial moment. The lethality was too great, and it was too infuriating. In her anger, Danny didn't think about what she could gain. She only wanted to make Lalo lose something. However, Lalo's main body was split into two. Shadow Demon was in the far east, and Light King was in the Earth's core. At least Danny did not have the ability to threaten him now. Then, she would take the initiative to start a great Dao battle with him, take away his Song of Light and make the King of Light lose his status as a true god. Comprehending Song of Light required time, and it didn't seem to be of much use to her. In theory, she shouldn't waste time on it. However, in order to deal with Lalo, she was willing to sacrifice 800 points and kill 10,000 enemies. Song of Light was also the Song of Law, so it couldn't be completely useless to Danny. She wouldn't be sacrificing 800 points, but she would be earning less. The key was that she could kill 10,000 enemies. Lalo, who was half crippled due to the extinguishing of the sun and the long night, would completely fall to the mortal world after losing Song of Light. Simply put, without Song of Law, Lalo would no longer be a true god. Lalo, who wasn't a true god, was less of a threat to Danny. However, when Danny tried to comprehend Song of Light these days, she realized that she had obtained more than 800 points. Song of Light was far more helpful to her than she thought. There was a strange bond between light and fire. Perhaps she could obtain 8 million points. What about water resources and fertilizers? The Red Wasteland will definitely lack water, so how can we farm in desert soil? Asked the dwarf. Are you crazy? It's snowing everywhere now, how can there be a lack of water? Mocked the Count of Shattered Shackles. I thought it would be an icy desert, said the dwarf in surprise. There's snow, so we might be able to find an underground river. Danny nodded. There are many wells in White Cloud City, we can dig wells, said Cora blankly. As for fertilizers, the septic tank will collect human and animal feces through the sores. Last question, the distance from Myrine to White Cloud City is about 1,000 kilometers. Crossing mountains and ridges, the actual distance will only be further. The long journey of hundreds of thousands of people and their rations is already a disaster. The dragonworms can't stand the cold, so I'm afraid they won't be able to get through, right? I heard from Jane that the dragonworms are dying of disease, said the dwarf with a frown. You'll know in a few days. Danny glanced at him and continued with the next topic. White Cloud City's underground city wasn't prepared for the free people of Slave Bay. Don't forget Danny's identity as the Queen of Cal, she still had more than 500,000 centaurs to take care of. The underground city alone wasn't enough for 500,000 people to live in. Furious Howl City, Bayasabad conquered by Dani, the city-state of the Red Jade Warriors, had 2 captains stationed there. Including their families, there were about 50,000 centaurs. There were also 50,000 centaurs at the foot of Mother Goddess Mountain. At least 200,000 people, including the Red Jade Warriors, gathered in Khaleesi City, which was built on the south bank of the Raza River. Now, they were on their way south to White Cloud City. The remaining centaurs were in the form of Khalasar nomads on the plains of the Lun River. It had been less than a month since the long night fell, so they didn't have time to rush back. If the underground city was doing well, then a portion of it would be moved there. This way, the burden on Slave Bay would be greatly reduced. After the meeting ended, everyone bid farewell and left. Tyrion and Ymont stayed behind with different expressions. Dany glanced at the dwarf and asked with a sarcastic tone, "You seem to be quite proactive today. Do you know your true identity and intend to serve the Targaryen dynasty well?" Seeing her natural expression and attitude, which was no different from before, Tyrion, who was a little nervous, suddenly relaxed. While he was relaxed, he also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She didn't seem to care about him, her only kin. "Your Majesty, I've always been willing to be loyal to you, as long as you don't send me to my death." His words were also sarcastic. "You still owe me 500 lives. You have to work for me 500 times. No one can go against a sacred oath." Dany laughed coldly. Tyrion's face began to twist. "You tricked me. What did I trick you for? Did I not save your life? Did I not give you the deity's descent divine spell? Did I not help you grow? 500 lives is the price. Even if Rhaegar comes, he'll pay the same price. The VIP treatment plan includes allowing me to obtain supernatural powers, but the reason I can master fire witchcraft is entirely because of my own bloodline." Tyrion said angrily. "Didn't you try the glass candle that day?" Dany asked in return. Tyrion's expression froze. Indeed, when he arrived at Slaver's Bay, he became a wildfire general and was in charge of managing a group of fire mags. Naturally, he knew the way to test his supernatural talent, holding the glass candle and meditating. At that time, he did not light the glass candle. That was the truth. "But Jenny said my bloodline is noble," he muttered. "The VIP treatment can make you grow taller. Naturally, it can also make you noble." Tyrion said helplessly, "I killed the long-nosed king, spied on Jenny to obtain witchcraft knowledge, even killed her and tampered with the trap she set. These can offset dozens of life-risking missions, right?" "All right, offset once." Dany's tone was reluctant. "Once is too little. Your main mission was to lock onto the elephant soldier's position before the Battle of Meereen. If the mission failed, everything after that was just to make up for your mistakes. Moreover, you didn't even finish writing down the Fire Devil King and Fire Armor Witchcraft. You didn't even have time to record the tile forging technique. That day, the mission of stealing sheep eggs was only 40% completed. One reason was because Tyrion was writing with a pen and was too slow. Before his body collapsed, he had not finished writing the witchcraft. Another reason was that when he was helping the dwarf burn his messy memories, a large part of the witchcraft inheritance was also burned away. The Fire Devil King was only 70% of the content, and the remaining 30% was burned away. The fire armor was only 60%, because Tyrion could not take it and cut it off prematurely. He did not even have time to recall the tile forging technique. However, the dwarf did manage to obtain a lot of witchcraft from Jenny. For example, using dragon blood and dragon worm blood to purify his bloodline. For example, like Jenny, implanting a worm egg in his body and fusing it with the dragon worm was a powerful blood witchcraft. For example, a full set of sacrificial spells, Valeglia's high priest meditation technique, not a great wizard. They all seemed to be unorthodox. 2 days later, in the garden of the Great Pyramid, which had been installed with a double glass dome, a small sun was suspended in the dome, emitting light and heat. Horse God, how did he become so beautiful, like a woman? 7 gods above, I actually have feelings for dwarfs. Holy Mother, Uncle, is it really you? Tyrion walked over from the staircase with his head held high, and the light of the entire world seemed to fall on him, dazzling him. The centaur maid, Messiah, red-haired Lyra, and the other women were so shocked that they started shouting. "I'm really too handsome." The dwarf touched his own face, and sighed with a complicated gaze. Using Little Plum's face to make such a melancholy expression, it once again caused a frenzy of screams from the maids. Compared to the people of Valeglia, he's not that good-looking, right? Dany was speechless. At midnight 2 days ago, the Dragon Queen fulfilled her promise and helped Tyrion change his appearance from Prince Leo to Leonardo, and his height increased by another 5 centimeters. With a height of 1.4 meters, the face of Little Plum at his peak, and the unique black and blue eyes of dwarfs, he was indeed very handsome. But in this fantasy world, the people of Valeglia were cheaters in appearance. Especially Targaryen, he was a cheater in a group of cheaters. If Laega and second brother Wei were still alive, the dwarf might not be able to attract more attention if he stood together with the 2 brothers with Little Plum's face. Other things aside, if Dany changed into men's clothing, she could instantly kill the 1.4 meters Little Plum. Don't blame us for being exaggerated, but his transformation is too exaggerated. If you saw a pile of shit turn into an apple with your own eyes, wouldn't you be shocked? The plump maid Jitchi said with conviction. Shit. The dwarf's handsome face started to distort. I was shit in your eyes before. To be honest, I'd rather look at my own shit, Jitchi said honestly. Chapter 841. I want to return to the Westeros, Tyrion said to the Dragon Queen who was sunbathing on a deck chair after finding a chair under the persimmon tree. Go ahead. The united front against ghosts needs a peerless general like you, Dany said casually without raising her head. There are 3 issues that need to be resolved. The dwarf took a glance at the many girls playing in the pool. His gaze paused on Messai for a moment. Then, he lowered his voice and said, my identity, the dragon worm in my body, and my pterosaur Tessa. I will publicly announce that you are the illegitimate son of Eris and Joanna. Then, I will acknowledge your identity as a super illegitimate son, Dany said. Sure, lower your voice. The dwarf nervously took a glance at the pool behind him. I don't want to reveal my true identity. I just want you to not tell anyone else. Why? You were complaining about Ymont concealing your identity. Dany raised her head and said in surprise. Targaryen's illegitimate son is no more glorious than my original identity. But, being your illegitimate brother is more dangerous. Your Majesty, many people hate you, but they can't do anything to you. I am different. I have a mortal body. I don't want to repeat what happened to Aegon, Tyrion said solemnly. You don't want to let go of your ties with Lannister, right? Dany revealed his true thoughts with a sneer. You are afraid that Messai, Cersei, Jaime, and your other relatives will look at you differently. You are afraid that you will lose their love. I have seen the love of deviant ghosts. What love does Cersei have for me? Jaime must hate me because I killed his father. Tyrion's handsome face turned red. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he growled. You can't hide it anymore. Dany shrugged and leaned back on the chair. She said lazily, don't forget about Bran. The three-eyed crow knows everything that happened in the Westeros. If you don't want to be schemed against, it's best to disclose everything. Don't let the enemy have an advantage in information. The three-eyed crow is real. Knowing everything about the past, present, and future, isn't that a little too much? Tyrion said in shock. You're an idiot, Dany said indifferently. The midget was baffled. What's wrong? How many times have I told you about the three-eyed crow? But if you only believe what you want to believe, isn't that stupid? I now fully understand why the City of Knowledge created the real world. It's because there are too many smart people like you who have a skeptical spirit. Actually, I shouldn't be talking nonsense with you. I won't be the one being plotted against. If you want to continue hiding your identity, then go ahead. Tyrion's expression changed several times. After a while, he took a deep breath, and his eyes became incomparably clear. He sighed and said, You're right. I was really stupid before. After experiencing so many things, even the sun in the sky has disappeared. If I still think the same way as before, I will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Hearing his words, Dany was a little surprised. Then do you want to reveal your identity? I don't want to waste any more time on this, she said. Let's reveal it. Tyrion smiled bitterly. A secret is a secret that only one person knows. The three-eyed crow has no reason to be kind to me. But what does a super illegitimate child mean? Do you know a noble illegitimate child? Dany asked in reply. Could it be? The midget widened his eyes and said in shock, You're willing to give me the right to inherit the Targaryen name? The right to inherit is nothing. You're a super illegitimate child, and you're stronger than a noble illegitimate child. A noble illegitimate child only has the right to inherit, and he doesn't have the Targaryen name. I can give Eris to you. What? The midget was confused. Give me what? I'll return your father to you. My father? The midget was still confused. Your biological father. As the only surviving son of Eris, you should inherit everything from him. But he's also your biological father, the midget said in confusion. Dany quickly waved her hand and said, No, he's only your biological father now. Eris and I are of the same bloodline. Westeros have this tradition: if an elder brother can't give birth to a son, he'll adopt his younger brother's son and inherit the family business. I'll establish my own family and establish my own empire. It's enough to have Layla as my mother to continue the family tree and the inheritance. In the end, Layla is also a direct descendant of the Targaryens. As for you, you'll inherit your father's business. Eris and the three-headed red dragon emblem belong to you. Facing such a generous sister, Tyrion was so touched that he wanted to cry. No way. He was indeed very touched. Unlike Dany, the midget was a typical Westeros. He valued the honor of his ancestors and family very much. This could be seen from the lion emblem on each of his clothes. So, he was really happy to receive the Mad King's legacy from Dany, which was far superior to the noble illegitimate child Daemon Blackfyre. He was also very touched by his sister's care for him. But seeing her indifferent attitude, he came to a realization. The care and concern was probably an illusion. What do you want to do? It seems that you've also acknowledged Aegon's identity as the direct descendant of the mediocre King Aegon. Now, you want me to put up the sign of Eris's son. What's your goal? Tyrion said with a complicated expression. Old Ymont is afraid that the dragon duel will happen again. I don't want to be a kinslayer either. So, it's good for everyone to maintain a clear distance and be close to each other. I have Slaver's Bay. A large world is waiting for me to conquer. To me, the legacy left behind by Aegon the Conqueror is just a cherry in a yogurt fruit basket. I don't mind giving the cherry to you, or Aegon, or anyone else. Of course, if none of you want it, I don't mind eating it myself. All right, I understand. Tyrion smiled bitterly. If I had 100 gold royals in my pocket, I wouldn't mind giving a handful of copper coins to a beggar who comes begging at my door. Dany flipped her hand, and a fire spirit was born from the blazing palm. She clenched her fist again, and flames burned in her palm again. She said, Don't make it sound so bad. I'm the one who put the copper coins in your bowl. If you think that you're begging, then my actions are charity. If you acknowledge the fact that Eris is your biological father, then I'm taking your father's place to care for you. The dwarf's plum face became more and more distorted. If you say that a sister's care for her illegitimate brother, it'll be more sincere, and it'll make me feel better. Dany rolled her eyes at him beautifully. The truth is more sincere. The dwarf was silent for a moment. You gave me the Targaryen surname and clan crest. What about the other things? Eris' other legacy? The Iron Throne? If you want it, then fight for it yourself. I won't object. You don't support it either, Tyrion said calmly. You guys treat the holy oath like phlegm, spitting it out casually and licking it back up when necessary. I, on the other hand, love cleanliness. No, I'm a germaphobe. If we can kill the king of the strange ghosts, I'll definitely help you sit on that iron chair. Dany lay on the soft couch and glanced at him from the corner of her eye. You have to hurry. Sansa has already obtained the first kill of the king of the strange ghosts. She has 5 points and is leading the rankings. First kill. Tyrion's mouth twitched. How many times do I have to kill it? Actually, Your competitors are only Sangza, Stannis, and Yulun. As for me, because I'm too strong, I'm basically out of the competition for the oath of kill the Ghost King as king. I don't intend to fight for the Iron Throne. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms won't accept a king who committed patricide. Moreover, my birth is very immoral, and I'm a dwarf. The dwarf looked disappointed. Up to you. Can the dragon worm in my body be taken out? The dwarf asked his second question. Dany shook her head, her face full of admiration. She said, "This kind of witchcraft that fuses the dragon worm's bloodline is very strange. It's not a dragon worm that lives in your body. This is a kind of body modification spell. Using the dragon worm's bloodline to fuse with your bloodline, your genes have the dragon worm's genes. Your muscles, organs, and bones will gradually turn into a dragon worm under the witchcraft." What do you mean? The dwarf didn't quite understand. There's no real dragon worm in your body at all. You'll understand if you use your brain. Dragon worm eggs are about the same as dragon eggs. A newly born larva is about as thick as a wrist. How can it be like Jenny's, which is as thick as a chopstick and as long as an arm? The dragon worm in your body isn't a dragon worm. It has the dragon worm's genes, dragon worm's bloodline, and dragon worm's body organs. Of course, you can also say that it's a dragon worm. It's just that your body has transformed into a dragon worm. Those dragon worms are you. You fused with the dragon worm's bloodline and became a dragon worm. If that's the case, if I fuse with the Megalosaurus bloodline, wouldn't I be able to transform into a Megalosaurus? The dwarf asked doubtfully. It's only a theoretical possibility. The sheep eggs witchcraft can't do it yet. Actually, this isn't a bad thing for you. Dragon worm transformation can increase magic power, increase the damage of fire witchcraft, immunity from physical damage, and many other advantages. Tyrion thought to himself. A woman's dragon worm transformation can scare a man to death, but a man's dragon worm transformation can make a woman die of beauty. Would it work if the 8-clawed little devil fought against the 8 great goddesses? It seems like it's not a bad idea to be a tentacle monster that dominates Lust Forest. Thinking of this, his manhood became as hard as iron. A wretched smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Ah, uncle, don't smile like that. It's so ugly." Myrna's voice came from the side, waking the dwarf up from his lewd thoughts. Turning his head to look, a group of girls had already climbed out of the pool. They were carrying baskets and picking strawberries and small tomatoes in the garden that was opened up in the flower bed. Gulp. Seeing those white bodies that were full of vitality, the dwarf swallowed his saliva and began to envy the queen's happy life. Even Robert didn't seem to be so. No, the queen was his sister, not his brother. Sigh, what a pity. Grinning at his niece, he asked again, "Where's my Tessa?" The dragon queen was lying on the chair, wearing a pair of aviator glasses and looking at the sky. She didn't see his wretched expression. Tessa was requisitioned. The dwarf suddenly stood up and said in shock and anger, "Who dares to steal my dragon? You promised back then that you wouldn't give my Tessa to anyone else." When he was undercover, he scattered the Holy Knight's seal in his mind. Naturally, his Dragon Knight relationship with Tessa was dissolved. "Do I have to arrange a Dragon Knight for the pterosaur I control?" Dany said calmly. "Ah, it's you." The dwarf's anger dissipated like a pig with a hole in his bladder. "Where's Tessa now?" "Go to the outskirts of the city tomorrow and take a look." That night, the sun hung high in the garden at the top of the pyramid. Hundreds of nobles, knights, priests of the 7 gods, officials of Meereen, and celebrities were all invited to this banquet that made the officials of Slave Bay feel somewhat familiar. Indeed, this was not the first family meeting. The last time it was Lei Jazi, the queen's nephew. This time it was the Mad King's son, the queen's illegitimate brother. It seemed to be of a higher class. Anyway, this banquet was unprecedentedly luxurious. Fresh fruits were eaten to their heart's content. Chapter 842. The dwarf was the same as Aegon back then. His gorgeous robe was embroidered with a lion representing his mother's tribe and a 3-headed red dragon representing his father's tribe. Just like Aegon, he was extremely handsome today. Because he was too handsome and too tall, The guests looked at the new prince with suspicious eyes as they ate the cherry and strawberry salad. Dany noticed their gazes and said, "Everyone knows him, General Wildfire Tyrion." "Yes, his appearance and height have changed. But this is his original appearance. His monstrous appearance was because he was cursed by the forest witch." Blah, 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 blah. The Dragon Queen adapted the story of the Frog Prince into the fascinating Dwarf Prince. She did not know if everyone believed it, but Dragon Queen told the story brilliantly. Everyone listened attentively and were satisfied. While Dragon Queen was telling the story, the dwarf also tried his best to maintain an elegant smile, as if he was really the lecherous prince who was kissed by the Red Saintess 100,000 times. The one who kissed the ugly dwarf-turned-handsome prince was not the princess, but the Red Saintess of the temple. In view of General Wildfire's outstanding contributions to Slave Bay, and because he is the only surviving male blood descendant of my late father, I bestow upon him the title of Honorary Prince Jean. In the end, Dragon Queen finally took out something useful and gave the dwarf a surprise. "Congratulations to Prince Tyrion of Jean." Dragon Queen raised her wine cup. "Congratulations to Prince Tyrion of Jean." The guests congratulated in unison. "What's up with Prince Jean?" After the opening speech, the banquet officially began. After every guest came to greet the new prince, the dwarf finally had the chance to ask the question in his heart. "You don't know about Jean Island?" Dany asked in return. "You're going to confer the title of New Guise to me?" The dwarf was excited and moved. New Guise was the transit point of the East and West Sea trade. It was the pearl of the Summer Sea and the gateway to Slave Bay. Its commercial and military value was too great. "Is there something wrong with your ears? You're Prince Jean, not New Guise." Isn't Zingis Island a part of Jean Island?" The dwarf laughed. "I'm not Aegon the Conqueror who has a screw loose. New Guise can only belong to the royal territory. Furthermore, you're an honorary prince, so you're only entitled to the taxes of Guise Island. The people who manage the island are still officials sent by the royal family. Like you said, New Guise can't leave Guise Island." The dwarf said dejectedly, "After all this time, my prince title is a royal title." Dany sneered, "There's a prince title in the palace. There's a fief annuity. It could be passed down. As long as you're not an idiot, you should understand that I can't just give out strategic locations like New Gith and Queers. Sigh, if Aegon the Conqueror was as meticulous as you and had the Three River Basin in your hands, the War of the Usurpers would never have happened," Tyrion said with a bitter smile. "The stupidest thing Aegon the Conqueror had done was to infect the Three River Valley to the Tully family. The richness of Hadjen was second only to River Bend. However, the vassals of River Bend were all blood descendants of Greenhand Garth. It was difficult for outsiders to interfere, just like how it was difficult for the vassals outside to rule the north. Leaving the Highlands to Tyrell could also be said to be a better choice out of helplessness. However, Hadjen was completely different. The one who ruled over the Three River Basin was Haluan the Black, and Hadjen had never had a fixed master. Haluan's reputation in the Seven Kingdoms was like cruel Maegor. Listen to his nickname, Black Heart. If Targaryen killed him, he would only gain the support of the vassals of the Three River Basin. Furthermore, there was no geographical boundary between the royal territory and Hadjen. On the contrary, part of the royal territory and the entire Three River Basin was the complete Three River Basin. No one knew what Aegon the Conqueror was thinking at the time. He actually divided the Three River Basin into two and chose the leftovers, leaving the biggest piece of meat for Tully. Count Tully. Oh right, Guise Island hasn't been taken down yet. The Guise people on the island are openly engaging in guerrilla warfare and are very arrogant. General Hattar of the Southern Expedition is more than ruthless, but his methods are insufficient. In 2 days, I'll arrange for you to go to New Guise to help Count Hattar take charge of government affairs. Guise Island is your fief. You can work for yourself, no problem. It hasn't been taken down yet. The dwarf's face was distorted. Why don't you make me Prince Pentus? It'll be closer for me to visit my family in my hometown. To be honest, if you have the ability to deal with the various evil gods in the Free City, I really don't mind giving you Pentus, Dany said with a serious expression. Evil gods? The dwarf was a little confused. Are we talking about the same Pentus? The long night is coming, and the world's upper echelons are starting to become active. Think about it with your brain. If there is a supergiant tree that is 100 meters tall in a forest, will there be a shortage of ordinary giant trees that are 50 meters tall? Tyrion shuddered violently. The kingdom's noble class is basically a pyramid model. The king is at the top, the next level are the 7 great dukes, and then the next level are the powerful counts of the 7 kingdoms. After that, it's the mid-level counts, ordinary counts, knights. If the world's power class is also a pyramid model, if the 2 true gods, Lalo and Frost God, are counted as kings, and each king has 7 great dukes, this demigods are everywhere? He said in horror. You're not too stupid. Dany nodded approvingly. Just like how there are more than just Westeros with kings in the world, there are more than just Lalo and Frost God as true gods. Other than Westeros, every trading city-state in the continent of Essos has a god behind it. I want to go back to Westeros. Tyrion was stunned, and said seriously. Do you think Westeros are safer? I can't find a sense of belonging in Slavers Bay. Tyrion sighed, and said honestly. All right. Dany picked up a cherry and put it in her red lips. You can leave any time. I thought you would ask me to stay. Seeing her agree so easily, Tyrion was strangely disappointed. Dany looked at him strangely, and said, I won't stay in Slavers Bay for long myself. Why would I ask you to stay? I forgot about the deviant ghosts. The dwarf smiled awkwardly. When are you going back? The 2 Megalosaurus will stay on Dragonstone Island, and cooperate with Beristan to form the Dawn Warriors. I won't be involved in those trivial matters anymore. After I'm done with the matters of Slavers Bay, I'll put all my energy and time into training. With a sigh, Dany did not hide anything, and explained the terrible thing between her and Lalo. After recovering from his shock, Tyrion's expression was complicated. You've grown to this extent. I'm not a normal person. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, outside Meereen City, Prince Jean saw Tessa, whom he had not seen for many days. At the same time, he saw a spectacular scene. More than 50 pterosaurs were flying in the sky, each pterosaur holding a long chain in its claws. It was a dozen meters long, a few dozen meters long, and even 300 meters long. All the chains were connected to the side of a spaceship in the sky. The ship's hull was very simple, shaped like a U. There was no bow or stern, only a huge skeleton. In other words, it was the rough prototype of a giant spaceship made from dragon bones. Hiss! A huge bump suddenly appeared on the ground covered by the charcoal fire. Then, a huge dragon worm stuck its head out and screeched in the middle of the fire. Waves of heat radiated from its body. The round dragon worm was more than 2.5 meters tall and wide, and when it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, it could swallow a giant elephant alive. Now, under the cold gaze of Megalosaurus blackie, this 30-meter-long giant creature was as obedient as an earthworm. It wriggled its body and quickly crossed the fire, climbing onto the giant spaceship that only had a skeleton. Then, more than 10 centaurs carried a huge straw mat onto the bone spaceship. They opened the mat and wrapped it around the dragon worm. Hiss! When the centaurs got off the ship, Blackie roared loudly at the group of pterosaurs resting on the ground. Original language, lazy bums, get up and get to work. Hiss hiss, the pterosaurs flapped their wings and slowly took off, until the chains on their claws were straightened. The dwarf also saw his Tessa. No one was controlling her, but under the roar of the Megalosaurus, she was as obedient as a little demon in front of Tywin. The 50 pterosaurs occupied different levels of space in an orderly manner, and did not interfere with each other at all. When they flapped their wings together, the bone spaceship carrying 20 tons of dragon worms swayed gently, and then slowly left the ground, quickly climbing into the sky and flying towards the mountains in the southeast. This is really a crazy and genius idea, Tyrion muttered. This is nothing, I'll show you something really crazy. 2 hours later, the dwarf followed behind the Dragon Queen's little silver horse, all the way to a large manor surrounded by brick walls in the south of Meereen City. The manor was luxurious, with a magnificent palace made of white marble, a red copper skeleton, and a large glass dome. It was enough to be the palace of any king in the world. It used to belong to the noblest king of Meereen, Sitsdala, Dany Rye's slave owner husband in the original work, and now it was the royal residence of the Dragon Queen. However, Dany did not bring the dwarf here to visit the slave owner's magnificent palace. They went to the smithy in the backyard. On the ground near the courtyard wall, Tyrion saw a strange path. "Do you know what it is?" Dany pointed at the 2 iron rails nailed side by side on the wooden pillow and asked. Tyrion only thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "In the mines of the western region, the miners can't leave these rails, but more often than not, they are 2 grooves sunk into the ground." Dany's eyes flashed, and she asked with a smile, "What do you think will happen if we spread these rails all over Slave Bay?" The dwarf frowned and said, "It's meaningless. These rails made of fine steel are too valuable. On flat ground, the rails are not as useful as carriages." Dany gave the Unsullied a look, and the canvas in the brick house beside the smithy was lifted, revealing an extremely ugly lump of metal. It had 8 iron wheels, a steel front that looked like the head of a megalosaurus, a chimney, and windows. The dwarf was baffled and shocked when he saw it. However, his shock was not because of the machine in front of him, but because, 7 gods above, that blacksmith master can actually create such a complicated, exquisite, and smooth iron carriage. In the era where forging relied on hammers, Tyrion was shocked by the exquisite forging technology of the locomotive. Dragon flame and magic can break the limits of technology, satisfying the fantasies of humans surpassing the times. Dany said with a complicated expression. Tyrion did not understand her sigh, and only asked, "What's the use of wasting so much fine iron?" Chapter 843. Woo catcher 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 tilde. When Dragon Queen threw a bottle of wildfire into the steel fireplace and lit it up, the head that she named Train suddenly spewed out thick white gas and steam. After waiting for a full 5 minutes, Dragon Queen moved the guillotine. The sound of gears grinding and twisting came from within the huge lump of metal. Then, the wheels turned and the locomotive began to accelerate slowly. 7 gods above, this iron carriage is too amazing. It can run even without a cow pulling it. It's so fast and the pulling force is so strong. The dwarf leaned against the window and felt the cold wind blowing in his face. He was so excited that he could not control himself. The tracks were built under the walls and circled around the manor. The locomotive circled around the manor. In the end, the boiler heated up and the locomotive reached its maximum speed. It was almost as fast as lightning. "How did you do it?" the dwarf asked loudly. The noise from the running train was too loud. He had to speak loudly. Dany did not explain. She only found a piece of parchment in the carriage and passed it to him. It was the side profile and the overall structure of the locomotive. 7 gods, genius, 2 genius. This is not magic at all. Queen, even if you don't become a magician, you will still be the smartest scholar in the history of the world. The dwarf's expression was fanatical. He looked at Dany with an unprecedented admiration. Scholars will never be able to invent such a machine because this fantasy world doesn't seem to have coal. Dany shook her head. Perhaps the mining depth was not deep enough, or the location was not found. Perhaps there was no coal at all. In any case, Dragon Queen had transmigrated for many years and had never seen coal. Otherwise, she would have occupied that place long ago. Coal. What is coal? The dwarf had never even heard of this word. It's something that burns at a high temperature and heat. Just like wildfire, half a kilogram of wildfire can heat up 80 times more water than charcoal. The temperature of wildfire is also much higher than that of firewood. It can even melt steel in an open space. Only when the heat is high can it last. Only when the temperature is high can the steam power be sufficient. There is also the problem of ash and smoke from the firewood. After wildfire burns, there are no debris left. There is no smoke during the burning process and it will not block the ventilation pipe. Wildfire is the perfect fuel for machinery. Do you understand what I'm saying? More or less. The dwarf said reluctantly. Catcher, catcher. The wildfire was still burning, but Dany pulled down the brake to slow the train to a stop. In the dwarf's eyes, the Dragon Queen's locomotive was enormous. It was the largest and heaviest steel monster he had ever seen in his life. However, in Dany's opinion, the train was only 1.8 meters wide and 6 meters long. It was just a steam car used for experimental purposes. A bottle of wildfire would be enough for it to run around the yard for an hour or so. There was no way she would wait for it to run out of fuel and stop by itself. Actually, there is an even more powerful wildfire engine. Its design is more complicated and dangerous. Danny brought the dwarf, who was reluctant to leave the train, to the Queen's forging room. Then, she handed the dwarf a scroll of blueprints. Pouring wildfire directly into the cylinder? It's too scary. It'll explode. The dwarf was very smart, and after looking at it for a while, he understood the principle behind the evolution of the steam engine into the fuel engine. Do you still remember what I said when I appointed you as the Wildfire General? The Wildfire General is definitely a greater position than the Hand of the King. If you can develop a stable and powerful wildfire, the entire world will change drastically. Before coming here, the dwarf would have scoffed. Now, he only felt deep shock and awe. He was shocked by the Dragon Queen's grand goal of changing the world, as well as her genius wisdom to change the world. Being born in the same era as you is both a blessing and a misfortune. You have a high talent for magic, a megalosaurus, can fight, a natural-born expert in governing a country, and you're so smart. How can a normal person live? The dwarf sighed deeply. Everyone is different. Some people are born to be princes, while others are born to be thrown into the trash heap of the slums by their parents. The next day, they meet strangers. Don't compare yourself to me. If you compare yourself to me, you'll lose the meaning of living, Danny said calmly. The dwarf could not refute. He only asked, what's the use of studying trains and steam engines when the long night falls? Do you think that this place was built after the long night? The dwarf looked around. It was a very large warehouse, at least 400 square meters. The roof was half open, and a corner was filled with brick-sized metal ingots. There was grey iron, gold, silver, red copper, and so on. There was even a huge steel-making furnace and a matching mold room built in the open-air room. There were also messy metal parts that he could not understand their purpose. In the blacksmith shop outside the warehouse, there were blacksmiths in uniform who were busy with something. Danny said, technology is a process of continuous accumulation. For example, alloys need to be tested bit by bit according to different ratios. Where do you plan to use the locomotive? Slave bays shipping is extremely developed, and it seems like there's no need for it. Or rather, it's not worth wasting so much steel. It's better to use the steam engine to replace manual labor and do some tedious and monotonous work. Tyrion pondered. In the future, maybe we can research a kind of Earth-type witchcraft. The current mining technology is too backward, and the production of steel can't be increased, which leads to the high cost of the rails, Danny said. After that, in front of the dwarf, the Dragon Queen used a pile of strange steel parts to form an iron box the size of a carriage beside the locomotive. Then she pulled the sluice gate again, and the locomotive began to move again with a whooshing sound. However, this time, the transmission shaft did not move the wheels of the train. Instead, it made the newly formed metal box hum. Then, something that made the dwarf dumbfounded happened. A large bag of wheat was poured into the port of the metal box, and from the other end, a long cloth bag surrounded the exit, and handfuls of warm flour as white as snow slid out. Smelling the sweetness of the flour and grabbing a handful to feel the smooth and tender flour, the dwarf's eyes widened. He said in disbelief and realization, so that's how it is. So this is how the steam engine changes the world. He turned his head and pointed at the strangely shaped but exceptionally large six-bladed iron plough in the corner. He asked, can we still use the steam train to plough the land? You think that plough the land is more difficult than threshing grain? Danny looked regretful. If we had discovered the two steel statues 2 years earlier, I could have let Slave Bay feed the entire world for 10 years. The dwarf murmured, I seem to see the future after the long night. Using the steam engine to plough the land and threshing the grain, every family's granary would be filled with wheat and rice, and no one would starve to death in winter. As if he had some kind of realization, his eyes were clear and firm. The magic civilization is the future of mankind. The city of knowledge is wrong, and the people of Valeglia are also wrong. The power of dragons and magic should not be used to conquer the world, but to serve the production of the world. You're wrong. Dani shook her head. The combination of magic and technology is the way of the king. If we don't understand the laws of science and physics, the power of magic will always be a weapon. Yes, you're right, but we haven't even walked down the path of science. The history of the human kingdoms is more than 10,000 years old, and there is almost no progress in civilization. 10,000 years of development is not as good as a few years of torment from you. Tyrion's tone was complicated. After spending the whole afternoon in the blacksmith's shop, Dani finally brought the dwarf into the palace in the evening. It was luxurious beyond Tyrion's imagination, but the people in the palace surprised him greatly. The palace was like another city of knowledge, and the people living in it were all mags and scholars recruited by the Dragon Queen from all over the world. There was no obvious boundary between mags and scholars. They wore the same clothes, read the same books, and discussed the same problems. It was as if they were studying and researching at the same time. Tyrion even saw their teaching materials: magic, physics, chemistry, and the laws of nature. There were already 3 volumes of that book, and now a group of scholars and mags were working on the 4th and 5th volumes. He found the first volume, Basic Physics, and casually flipped it open to read. Soon, the dwarf's attention was fully attracted by Dani and Rai's 3 laws. These simple sentences seemed to contain all the truth of the universe. Tyrion was shocked again. This is a university, but the teaching materials have not been compiled, and the system has not been set. Everything is still in the initial stage, Dani said to him on the way back. Tyrion was puzzled. How come I didn't know there was a university here before? The blacksmith shop was built after getting tile steel, and then the forging and mechanical research developed into a university. Tile steel. Tyrion's eyebrows gradually furrowed. Mechanization can't be separated from tile steel, and the total amount of tile steel is limited. I still have to think of a way to get the full set of forging techniques from Balerion. Another 2 days passed, and after all the dragon worms were transported to the Red Wasteland, Tessa returned. That day, the dwarf wore the tile steel armor that he begged from Sister Dani, which could satisfy his transformation requirements, and carried the tile steel battle axe on his back, and went to the dragon cave behind the pyramid alone. He was ready to leave. Hey, you are Simba. Just as he walked out of the staircase, Tyrion saw the boy that left a deep impression on him. He was scrubbing the scales of the Megalosaurus. The red dragon was also more than 2 years old, almost 3 years old. Its body was almost 20 meters long, and it was as tall as a 1-story building when it lay on the ground. The boy called Simba was also shirtless in the middle of winter, wearing only a small pair of underpants. He stood steadily on the red dragon's back, using a brush to brush a layer of white foam on the dragon's scales. The red light from the torches on the wall fell on the child's sweat-soaked back, shining brightly and hot. "Greetings, Your Highness." Simba saw the dwarf, but did not go down. He only stood on the dragon's back and performed a centaur's salute. "What are you doing?" Tyrion asked curiously. "Bathing Her Majesty's Megalosaurus." "Why bathe?" "Megalosaurus doesn't need to bathe," the dwarf said. "Yes. Just swim 2 laps in the sea." "Yes, it's my job," Simba said seriously. The dwarf was speechless. After a pause, he asked again, "Are you afraid of the Megalosaurus?" Simba lowered his head and glanced at Little Red. "Afraid of what?" The dwarf choked again. "Ordinary people don't dare, and can't get close to the Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus naturally emits a dragon's aura, and they don't like strangers getting close. I'm not an ordinary person. I'm the coachman who takes care of the Megalosaurus." Tyrion grinned and waved to the boy. "Simba, come down. Let me take a good look at you." Simba did not understand, but he still slid down the wing like a slide, carrying a wooden bucket and a mop. This relaxed and casual movement made the dwarf's pupils contract. "Child, how old are you? Who are your parents?" He touched Simba's soft and thick silver hair, and a trace of suspicion gradually appeared in his eyes. "I'm 5 years old. My father is Jocko, and my mother is Lilith." "Shit, you're only 5 years old. How come you're almost as tall as me?" Chapter 844. Simba was almost 6 years old. He was about 1.3 meters tall, which was not an exaggeration. If it were the children of the current Chinese society, there were many who were 1 or 1.2 meters tall when they were 6 years old. However, before the Dragon Queen's plastic surgery, the dwarf was only 90 centimeters tall. Now, even at his maximum height, he was only 1.4 meters tall. At the end of the day, he was still too short. Cal Jake. Tyrion's heart skipped a beat. He remembered who Jake was. In reality, in this day and age where the Dragon Queen was at her peak, killing the Dragon Queen's son in cold blood was too great of an achievement. When they thought about how the Alliance army had mobilized hundreds of thousands of soldiers to inflict that much damage to the Dragon Queen, and then thought about Jake, the people in power in the Free City wanted to cry. "You Tyrion, what are you doing here?" The dwarf was about to ask again when Blood Alliance guard Xiao Ji walked over. "Have you completed your mission today?" Xiao Ji looked at Simba with a wooden face. Simba lowered his head and bowed. When he raised his head, he touched his head in confusion. Then, he carried the bucket back to Little Red's side. The dwarf's hand that was stroking Simba's head clenched into a fist. He stared at Blood Alliance guard's face and probed, "His father is Jake. Why are you still letting him live? Khal Drogo massacred my parents Khalasar. Now, I am Khaleesi's Blood Alliance guard. Under normal circumstances, a courageous Khal with magnanimity would not kill the children of a defeated Khal," Xiao Ji said blankly. The dwarf frowned. "You centaurs have strange customs. You Westeros knights have even stranger attitudes towards oaths." Xiao Ji looked at him blankly. He started walking and was about to leave. "Wait." Tyrion's suspicion did not disappear. He stopped Blood Alliance guard and asked, "I heard that Jake's son was born at the same time as the Queen's child, right?" Xiao Ji nodded blankly. "A few days apart. Khaleesi gave birth to a son. Jake's wife gave birth to twins." Tyrion was shocked. "Simba has a sister. Where is she?" Being a maid for the Queen in the pyramid means that she often runs around behind Kiki. Tyrion stroked his chin as he recalled the skinny little girl. She was indeed a mixed-blood, silver-haired pony. If my poor nephew was still alive, would he look like Simba? When I see Simba, I can't help but feel a sense of closeness. He seemed to sigh unconsciously. This was not a lie. He really did feel an inexplicable closeness to Simba. When he said this, Tyrion stared at Blood Alliance through the corner of his eye. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. The centaur that looked like a wooden statue had the same expressionless expression as before. "Little Khal is different from Simba. He inherited Khal Drogo's black hair," Chogo said. "Black hair?" Tyrion was disappointed. The difference between silver hair and black hair was too big. There was no way to pass off as genuine. "Where's Tessa?" He seemed to want to hide his emotions and asked a nonsensical question. After condensing the Holy Knight's seal again, the Dragon Queen removed her control over Tessa. The human and dragon would sense each other. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Simba one last time. After hesitating for a moment, the dwarf was about to throw away a strand of silver hair between his fingers when he stopped. Stuffing the hair into the leather pocket at his waist, he threw away the previous distracting thoughts and ran excitedly to his pterosaur. A few minutes later, the huge pterosaur leaped up and ran with the newborn dwarf to his beloved home. "You are Fen Ni." After the dwarf left, Chogo was about to leave the dragon cave and go to the Great Pyramid to report to Khaleesi the suspicion that Tyrion had shown before. However, he saw a little person hiding in the tunnel that connected the pyramid and the dragon cave. The female dwarf, Fen Ni, looked sadly as the pterosaur disappeared into the dark sky. "Ah, Lord Chogo. I. Fen Ni went from being sad to being embarrassed and at a loss of what to do. "Are you here to send Tyrion off?" Chogo broke her awkwardness with a straight face. "Yes." Fen Ni lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Chogo frowned. "He didn't look for you after he came back." Fen Ni nodded gently. She no longer lived in the Great Pyramid. She came to Slaver's Bay because of Tyrion. She could live in the Great Pyramid because of her identity as the dwarf's girlfriend. Other than the dwarf, Fen and I did not have a close relationship with Clinton and Ashara. Therefore, after the dwarf ran away to the Westeros to help Aegon conquer the world, the female dwarf consciously moved out of the Great Pyramid. It was not that she had no place to go. After coming to Slaver's Bay, relying on the dwarf's relationship, she easily got the city's household registration of Astapo and was already qualified to be allocated a house and land. Later, she joined the arts troupe and gradually became one of the pillars. Her monthly salary was not small. She had her own home in Astapo and also had staff housing in Meereen assigned by the arts troupe. She did not have to worry about food and clothing, and her life was very happy. However, after leaving the Great Pyramid, she no longer had contact with the dwarf. The last time the dwarf was injured and came to Meereen to receive the Queen's treatment, Fen and I also went to see him a few times, but the dwarf was unconscious and the two missed each other again. "Why didn't you go out to see him just now?" Chogo asked with a straight face. Fen and I lowered her head and said something. Then, she turned around and ran away with her short legs. Looking at her back, Xiao Ji felt that it was strange. A few days later, he vaguely heard Iri mention the female dwarf. It seemed that she was married, and her husband was a burlesque actor in the arts troupe, who was also a dwarf. However, this was a story for later. Seeing the female dwarf run away, Chogo also put this small matter to the back of his mind. That's it. I suspect that he is suspicious of Simba's identity. In the Queen's study, Chogo reported the dwarf's improper words and deeds to Dany. "Oh, I know." Dany thought for a while and said to old Ymont beside her, "Perhaps, he will find an excuse to ask you for the witchcraft lens. Old master, you should be careful." Old Ymont nodded and sighed. I guess that he would suspect that there is a strange sense of intimacy between Targaryens. Dany looked at the dragon crystal magic mirror leaning against the wall and smiled. No matter what he feels, he will forget it completely when he returns to the Westeros. With the current chaotic situation of the Seven Kingdoms, he might lose his life if he is not careful. Ymont heard this and said with a complicated expression, "I didn't expect Stannis to be so ruthless." "That is not Stannis. The real Stannis Bella, Theon, is dead. He died in Winterfell. The person who killed his daughter and burned down the city is an evil spirit sent to the human world by Lalo. I should have burned his body immediately," Dany said regretfully. "The matter at Slaver's Bay is almost finished. Do you want to return to the Westeros and ask him to restrain himself?" Ymont said hesitantly. Dany's eyes gradually darkened. She tapped her finger on the table and shook her head. "I want to go fishing in the Sea of Sorrows. Actually, even if we scold him for being ruthless, we have to admit that he did something that I have always wanted to do but could not do." "Dany, you..." Ymont was shocked at first, then his shock turned into worry. "Don't be impulsive. Don't follow that bad example. I am sure that Stannis is finished. Even if he has the two-headed demon dragon, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will not accept him. You are worrying for nothing. Do you think I am stupid to follow him?" Dany rolled her eyes. Old Aemon sighed and said, "To be fair, Lou Bolton and Seganthan are indeed at fault, but their actions are not incomprehensible. It is impossible to expect everyone to face death calmly. We fought to the death with the Allied army on the battlefield, but didn't we allow the enemy soldiers to surrender to each other?" Dany said disapprovingly, "Can you not die if you don't want to? If the night doesn't end, you will die sooner or later. If you are not afraid of death, you may be able to fight for a way out." As they were talking, the little black girl Missandei came over. "Your Majesty, that Dick Tywin has been looking for me several times. How do you think I should send him away?" The little black girl was not young anymore. It had been almost 5 years since they met. She had now grown into a 14-year-old girl, slender and elegant. She had helped the Queen deal with government affairs all year round and had developed an intellectual and noble temperament. "Tyrion did not make any arrangements?" Dany asked. "He is looking for Prince Tyrion, but Prince Zeon said that he is Tyrion, not the 4th Prince of Kochang." Missandei said helplessly. "Haha, he is reasonable. What does looking for Lu Xun have to do with Ju Shuren?" After laughing for a while under the puzzled gazes of the others, Dany asked again, "Why is Dick looking for Tyrion?" He is looking for his mother-in-law and wants Prince Leo to fulfill his promise to go to Volantis and bring his wife over to Ko Chang as a baron. Oh yes, and 20 elephants. That dwarf is really shameless. Whether it is Lannister or Targaryen, they must fulfill their promises and repay their debt. He probably knows about your relationship with the elephant coachman and plans to throw him to you. Old Ymont guessed. Throw him to me? Dany smiled coldly and said to Missandei, explain to Dick about the imp and Leo. When the pterosaur returns to Dragonstone Island, bring him along. Actually, you can give him a knight's domain on Jean Island. Old Ymont said embarrassedly. Dany waved her hand. That is the dwarf's promise, not mine. 2 days later, on Dragonstone Island. Holy Mother, are you really Tyrion? Princess Dawn was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. You are a completely different person. Beristan looked at the dwarf with shock and doubt in his eyes. If he had not communicated with the Dragon Queen earlier, he would have suspected that the person in front of him was fake. Your height has increased by more than half, and your face. Bronn could not help but reach out and pinch the dwarf's little face. You are not a faceless person, but you are 10,000 times scarier than a faceless person. How did you do it? You don't seem to doubt my identity. Tyrion pushed away his old partner's right hand and smiled. Your appearance can change, and your height can change, but your lowly temperament and your depraved soul have not changed at all. Bronn crossed his arms and sneered. Your voice has not changed, and your heterochromatic eyes have not changed. Yelene's gaze swept down from his handsome face and finally landed on the dwarf's crotch. She gulped. Your body has become well proportioned. Your head is no longer big and your legs are short. Tyrion met Yelene's moist eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, actually, some changes can only be felt, but not seen. Ahem, Tyrion, are you a Lannister or a Targaryen now? The old crab interrupted the flirting between the couple and asked seriously. What does that have to do with anything? The dwarf's eyes flashed, but he did not answer the question directly. I don't care about your identity, but Dragonstone Island will inform the other nobles about you. You have to let them know that you have a choice. You are the son of Aerys recognized by the Queen. Do you understand what I mean? The old crab said meaningfully. I have to see Jaime and Sansa, Tyrion said hesitantly. Chapter 845. Another 2 days passed. Taz Island, 700 kilometers south of Dragonstone Island. Taz Castle, a luxurious and spacious bedroom. The north wind whistled outside the room, and snowflakes gently knocked against the mosaic floor-to-ceiling windows. The fireplace burned brightly inside the room. Sansa sat up with difficulty with Theon's help. She stared at the handsome man in front of the bed and asked, "Are you really the Mad King's son?" If she was 13 years old, she would have blushed, her heart would have raced, and her mind would have been in a daze. If she had just left King's Landing and had not been taught by Uncle Finger, she would have regretted it when she saw her ex-husband again. You should have transformed earlier. Even if you're still not as tall as my shoulder, your looks can make up for your height. Plus, you're short but not short. If she had met him before the Dragon Queen personally acknowledged Aegon as the son of the mediocre King Aegon, she would have gritted her teeth and complained that the heavens were unfair. Why did I marry a fake prince instead of a real one? Now that she saw Tyrion, the son of the Mad King, Sansa did not have the time to be infatuated with him, nor did she have the time to lament about the fickleness of fate. Her heart was filled with fear and vigilance. The dwarf had surpassed Stannis and Yulun, and had become her biggest competitor on the road to the Iron Throne. Sensing the hostility of the pale pregnant woman on the bed, Tyrion smiled bitterly. If you can call him Aerys. Even though he's crazy, I'm his son. Actually, I'd rather you scream at me, like Princess Elaine and the others, and say you're so handsome or something like that. Are you flirting with me? Sansa was so angry that her lips trembled, but a strange feeling arose in her heart. I just miss the simple girl who would be infatuated with Joffrey and Laura's. Facing you like that, our conversation can be less guarded and scheming. The bitter smile on Tyrion's lips, coupled with his handsome face, made him look even more charming. Sansa looked at the unfamiliar face and was stunned for a moment. She did not expect the little demon to have such a heart-wrenching smile. Her expression softened, and her tone was no longer as aggressive. As long as you're not blind, you can tell that I'm no longer a young girl. Sansa lowered her head and stroked her belly. Caitlin Targaryen, Caitlin Targaryen. The Maester says she will be born within the month. Do you understand? For her, I must abandon my naivety and foolishness. For her, I must guard against all possible harm. For her, I must strive for more and better things. For some reason, Tyrion knew that Sansa's words were ridiculous, but he felt that she was especially charming at that moment. Perhaps it was the radiance of motherhood. Perhaps it was the charm of a new widow. Perhaps it was a similar aura. Stannis is mad, do you know that? Tyrion asked out of the blue. Sansa was stunned for a moment before she said, I know. He used his own daughter as a blood sacrifice to Lalo, and used blood sorcery to merge the demigod dragon soul, Vhagar, into a living pterosaur. That demonic dragon called Guardian of the Seven Kingdoms has two heads. One head spits out smoke and fire from hell, while the other head devours people's souls. He also slaughtered Carhold, the Dreadfort, and a number of knights in the north. He did not spare a single soul. Men, women, old, and young were all burned to ashes, Tyrion said. What are you trying to say? Sansa asked with a frown. Tyrion said loudly, Stannis is so powerful and crazy now. Do you still dare to fight for the Iron Throne with him? Are you worried that I will fight for it with you? Your Caitlin will be born in a month. No matter what you want to do for her, at least let her come to the human world safely. Although the world is dark and cold now, and filled with lunatics, evil gods, and ghosts, as long as she is alive, she will see summer one day, right? Sansa's expression darkened. Bran had said similar things to her before. Perhaps Tyrion and Bran had good intentions, but she did not want to hear it. Do you think I would be stupid enough to provoke Stannis? Because of Erlu's madness, she did not dare to go to the valley anymore. She even brought her brother Rickon back from Moongate Castle with her big belly. To avoid provoking Erlu, she even took the initiative to withdraw the Golden Knights to Tarth Island. I have already hidden on Tarth Island, and I have never thought of fighting for the Iron Throne before the end of the long night. How did I provoke him? Tyrion sighed. You have the heart to fight for the Iron Throne. In his eyes, you are a traitor. He can kill his brother and daughter for that throne, let alone you. Don't follow in Aegon's footsteps. Did I make it very obvious? I am not doing anything right now. I just want to preserve my strength and survive the long night. Sansa had a trace of doubt on her face. The dwarf had just returned, and he already knew she had ambitions for the Iron Throne. This was not normal. Other than Illyrio and Bran, she had never revealed her ambitions to anyone else. Even if she was consolidating the power of the Golden Knights, it was not only the king who had an army. Tyrion let out a long sigh and slowly said, Your ambitions are not obvious. They are even very hidden. Unfortunately, in the Game of Thrones, you are only a newbie. You do not understand one principle. Veteran players will be wary of every character who has the ability to participate in the game, whether or not they have entered the game. During the rebellion of the Four Princes, Robb only focused on Lannister. It was as if Dorne, the Iron Islands, and High Court did not exist. They did not enter the game, but they had the ability to decide the outcome. Robb could not see this. But me, my father, Littlefinger, Varys, and the others, everyone knew what to do. So, when Robb was winning battles in Hadjen and the Western Territories, I appeased your Aunt Lyssa. I sent Myrcella to Dorne for a marriage alliance and won over Prince Mikhael. I sent Littlefinger to High Court to discuss the marriage between Joffrey and Margaery. That's right, at that time, you and Joffrey had not yet broken off the sacred betrothal. Even for the Iron Islands, we promised King Balon that if he could conquer the Northern Territories, we would make him the king of the Northern Territories and the Iron Islands. After Robb won 100 battles and turned around, exhausted, he was shocked to find that the entire world was filled with his enemies. So, do you understand now? As long as you have power and status, even if you hide your head in a mouse hole, the players of the Game of Thrones will lock onto every part of your body with nail-like gazes. As if to increase his persuasiveness, He even used his powerful gaze to sweep across the pretty widow's body. Sansa's expression changed a few times. After a while, she pulled the blanket up to cover her bulging breasts and sneered, "Do you think your sister is dead? Would she let Stannis kill all the competitors who participated in the Night Terminator bet? My sister." The dwarf was stunned for a moment before he realized who she was talking about. Of course she is not dead, but she is obviously pretending to be. When Stannis blood-refined the two-headed dragon and slaughtered Carhold and the Dreadfort, she did not react when she heard the news. Sansa shook her head and said, "The meaning of killing me is completely different from killing Roose Bolton. I did not break the rules. Everything is done according to the oath and the rules. All right, I did not expect to dissuade you. But now you should understand that I will not fight with you for the Iron Throne. You do not have to treat me as an enemy." The dwarf shrugged. "You are a Targaryen, the son of Aerys," Sansa said calmly. "It is not a glorious identity. I am alone and do not have the power to fight for the Iron Throne." The dwarf smiled bitterly. Sansa's eyes flashed. "Then, in this game of power, which side will you take?" The dwarf looked at her and said meaningfully, "What do you want me to choose?" Or. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. They seemed to have understood something, as if there was a tacit understanding between them, but nothing happened. It was as if they were just looking at each other. Theon frowned. What was the smell in the air? Hiss. The sound of the winged dragon in the sky came into the room through the window. "Who is it?" Tyrion suddenly came back to his senses. Not long after, Brittany came to report, "Lady Sansa, Prince, Duke Stark and Count Shaworth are here." "Shaworth?" Tyrion said cautiously, "The Onion Knight is Stannis's Hand of the King. What is he doing here?" "They are in the living room. Should I help you out or call them in?" Brittany looked at Sansa and asked. "Jon." Sansa's face was gloomy. "Let them in." Jon and Davos were not the only ones who came. There were also 4 fully armored skeleton knights. Yes, after the death of the Golden Knights, the flesh and blood on the skull would be boiled and plated with gold before being hung at the top of the flagpole. In the end, the golden skull strung together became the symbol of the Golden Knights. Just like how Erlu's knights wore the flaming red heart cloak, the Golden Knights were used to wearing the golden skull-strung cloak. At this time, the defense of Tarth Island was basically taken over by the Golden Knights. There were skeleton knights stationed both inside and outside the castle. "Gods, are you really Tyrion?" Davos and Jon were old acquaintances of the dwarf. When they saw the 1.4-meter little plum, they were shocked. "Previously, the forest which put a curse on me. I can only recover my true appearance after being kissed by the prostitute 10,000 times. How is it? Am I legendary enough? Actually, I think I need a princess more. Only by being saved by the princess's kiss of true love can I become a bedtime story for the children. 10,000 kisses of prostitutes would be seen by old grandma as a scourge that poisons little Lord Jew and little lady, comparable to the king of strange ghosts and Stannis." The dwarf touched his face and said with a smile. Davos's pupils contracted. He said seriously, "Tyrion, His Majesty's actions may be extreme, but he follows the law and rules. You can ask Duke Stark if the decision to deal with Carhold City was made by the Ghost Resistance Committee." Tyrion was shocked. He looked at Jon, who had an unnatural expression, and said, "You dare to talk about massacring the city openly?" Jon waved his arms and explained, "We didn't massacre the city. We only decided to kill." DeFoss immediately took over the conversation and said, "Kill everyone who participates in, supports, and knows about the evil god's sacrifice, right?" Jon nodded with a gloomy face. This was indeed the original decision of the Dragon Queen, himself, Stannis, and the vassals of the Northern Territory. Then, Davos said, "The Dragon Queen rode a dragon and burned Carhold City once. Saigon luckily escaped and made everything public. No one in Carhold City is innocent anymore. What about Roose Bolton? Burning the Terror Castle and the Knight's Domain in the Northern Territory was also the decision of the committee?" Tyrion frowned. "It was the decision of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. The king followed the old rules and gave the same punishment for the same crime. It was fair and just." "What's wrong with that?" Davos looked down. Tyrion was silent. Chapter 846. Harsh punishments are needed in troubled times. This concerns the safety of all humans. King Stannis is not wrong. He is brave enough to bear his responsibility. He knows that he will be misunderstood and cursed by millions, but he still made the choice that is most beneficial to the Seven Kingdoms and the war against the Dark Ghost. Jon was speechless, the dwarf was silent, and Sansa was cold. However, Davos continued to speak. It seemed that he was not trying to convince them, but rather, he was trying to convince himself. King Stannis is more responsible than the Dragon Queen. This job should have been done by her. The Onion Knight's tone was filled with anger, as if his king was taking the blame for the Dragon Queen. In the past, Tyrion would have agreed and joked, but now that he heard Davos' words, he felt that they were harsh. In terms of responsibility, I reckon that no one in the world can compare to the Dragon Queen. In order to free the slaves, she faced the world alone. Just the number of Allied soldiers killed in the Battle of Meereen is many times more than the number of civilians in Carhold and the Dreadfort. In order to save the world, Yu Changye, she has been training hard every moment, all because she has taken on the responsibility of resisting the Frost God. The Frost God is a true god, the father of the King of Strange Ghost. Tyrion shouted in agitation. The Frost God is being dealt with by the Light King. The Onion Knight was uncertain and even doubtful. The Light King gave up long ago, Tyrion mocked. Davos frowned and said, I don't know about the affairs of the gods, so I can't express my opinion. I didn't come here today to discuss the secrets of the true gods. He turned to Jon and said, do you want to say it, or should I? Say what? Sansa looked at the two of them warily. Jon, Rick Con is still in Winterfell. Why are you here? Bran has returned to Winterfell. With him, Rick Con is safe. Jon first comforted his sister, then said with a complicated expression, the Ironhide has temporarily stopped providing aid to Stannis, but the King's Landing still hasn't been taken. Tyrion thought of something and asked, should we suspend the gold or the food and material aid? They stopped. Davos sighed. After understanding the process and outcome of the Battle of Winterfell, the Irongold Warehouse changed their attitude and told us that the Eternal Night is coming. They won't allow supplies to flow out. So you guys have your eyes on me? The veins on the back of Sansa's hands bulged, and her fingers almost broke the blanket. There seemed to be a cold flame burning in her eyes. Davos blushed and said awkwardly, His Majesty Stannis will compensate you after we take down King's Landing. Besides 500,000 starving civilians, what can he get from King's Landing? Sansa sneered. Davos' old face was filled with pain and helplessness. Not only 500,000, but a large number of refugees from Hadjen and the King's Dominion have flooded into King's Landing. Now, the streets and the city walls are filled with starving tents. In addition, the sky is dark, so the Winged Dragon Legion doesn't dare to use kerosene bombs to attack the city. As the Hand of the King, it's my duty to take care of the country for the King. But now, I don't even dare to take down King's Landing. I don't know how to feed those people. The Onion Knight's eyes turned red, and his voice was choked with sobs. Sansa sighed and softened her attitude towards the old man. I do have a batch of food on Taz Island, but there's more food in the valley. Why are you looking for me? Not only you. Seagull Town also has a batch of food being loaded onto a ship, Davos said. Transporting food from Taz Island to King's Landing isn't any closer than Seagull Town, Sansa said. The valley alone can't support King's Landing. Also, whether you are willing to provide food for His Majesty Stannis is also an attitude. Lady Sansa, you have caused quite a commotion in Wind's End Castle and Taz Island. Do you understand what I'm saying? Davos looked at the pregnant woman on the bed with a deep gaze. Sansa clenched her fists even tighter. If I refuse, will Stannis let his two-headed monster burn me to death? Davos shook his head and said bitterly, you are different from Roose Bolton and the others. His Majesty Stannis won't kill people for no reason. You can refuse, but you have to leave the West Eros with the Golden Group. Don't forget, according to the previous agreement, you have been exiled. I feel ashamed for you. Sansa sneered. I didn't break the agreement at all, but you still remember your promise to me. If Aegon didn't expose his identity, Davos had no choice but to shut his mouth after explaining. The mockery in the woman's eyes was like a knife that cut through his armor of lies and stabbed into his tormented heart. He missed the determined young man who cut off 4 of his left fingers and said, "Deeds can't make up for crimes. Those who are guilty will be punished." He was so young, so brave, so righteous. That year, it was so far away. "Lady Sansa, I can swear to the Holy Mother that I have absolute goodwill towards you." A sigh made the wrinkles on his face that had been carved by the passage of time even deeper. Before Sansa could say anything, Tyrion took a step forward and whispered into her ear, "Don't do anything about this. I'll take care of it." "You?" Sansa glanced at him and said calmly, "Who are you to take care of me? Aegon is the hand of the king. He didn't revoke my position before he died, did he?" Tyrion smiled bitterly. Sansa looked down to hide the joy of victory in her eyes. She loosened her grip on the quilt and said softly, "I'm tired. You can talk outside." Jon looked back and forth between the dwarf and his sister with an awkward expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. Tyrion gave Davos a look and they left Sansa's bedroom together. In the living room, by the warm fireplace, the 3 men opened a bottle of red wine and talked about the terms as they drank. "Count Seaworth, even the king doesn't have the right to take a vassal's property, right?" Tyrion said. "It's not taking, it's borrowing. After we take down King's Landing, we can repay it with property," Davos emphasized. Tyrion waved his hand and said with a smile, "Sir, I promise you that after we take down King's Landing, you won't find a single copper coin in the Red Keep. On the other hand, in my sister's bedside table, you can find a stack of IOU with a piece of asswiping paper. We won't let River Bend and Casterly Rock go. His Majesty Stannis is the king of the 7 kingdoms, not the king of King's Landing," Davos said meaningfully. "Sir, have you forgotten what time it is? Or did you not participate in the Battle of Winterfell and have no idea what 1,000,000 gowls are?" Tyrion turned his gaze to Dan. "I heard that Winterfell is sealed in an ice mountain 2,000 meters high. Isn't it magnificent? Isn't it beautiful?" Dan shrugged and cooperated with the dwarf. "It's beautiful and magnificent. The Dragon Queen even called it the 10th wonder of the world. Sir Davos, you should go and take a look." Tyrion turned his eyes back. "That's the result of a frost god's forbidden spell. The frost god wouldn't cast a forbidden spell only once." Davos was silent. "The 7 kingdoms are in danger, and the humans are on the verge of extinction. You still want to fight among yourselves? What will happen after you burn Casterly Rock and High Court? Abandon the Western region and River Bend and the 1,000,000 civilians? Just for an iron chair?" Tyrion questioned. Davos said hesitantly, "If you consider the big picture and cooperate, they won't cooperate." Tyrion interrupted the Onion Knight. "First of all, Yulun and Cersei won't consider the big picture. Second, your king doesn't have the right to make them consider the big picture." Davos's expression darkened. He said calmly, "Then can we still talk?" "Talk, of course we have to talk. Aren't we bargaining now?" Tyrion laughed. "What's your price?" Davos asked. "The King's Landing doesn't have money. Even if it did, it would have been used to buy food on the other side of the narrow sea. Besides, we don't need money." Tyrion leaned forward and approached Davos. He whispered, "I won't play games with you. I don't like Stannis. But if he continues to be strong and even ends the long night, pledging allegiance to him is the best choice. On behalf of Sansa, I can agree to provide you with at least 100,000 tons of food, but you have to give the orphan and widow an equal return." "What's the reward?" Davos' complexion looked better now that he had completed his objective. "The title of Duke," Tyrion said word by word. "The promise to Aegon's son, Duke of Hellenberg, is still valid," Davis said immediately. "No, I'm talking about the 7 dukes," Tyrion said in a low voice. Are you crazy?" Davos' eyes widened. Jon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Tyrion of High Court and Aerin of Valley have lost their heirs," Tyrion reminded. Davos frowned. "Robert Aerin is ill, but he still has an heir. There's still Margaery Tyrion of High Court. She's still locked in the Virgin Quarters. She shouldn't be dead yet." River Bend only recognizes Green Hand Garth's bloodline. Valley also has the Righteous Alliance to defend House Erin's sovereignty. It's difficult. There's no rush. You can go back and discuss it with Stannis when we make our demands. Find me at Dragonstone Island if you need anything. Don't come to Taz Island to disturb pregnant women waiting to give birth, the dwarf said. What's your relationship with Lady Sansa now? Davos couldn't help but ask. Can't a widow remarry? We were husband and wife before. Tyrion smiled. As soon as Davos left, Jon grabbed the dwarf and asked, What do you mean? Do you want to remarry Sansa? Tyrion smiled bitterly and shook his head. Don't you know what Sansa is thinking? She wants the Iron Throne, and I can continue to be Aegon's Hand of the King. If I say to Stannis directly, hey, I'm Queen Sansa's Hand of the King, and I'm carrying out the plan of if I don't become king, I'll wait for you to die. What would he think? What would he do? If I don't become king, I'll wait for you to die. Jon muttered in a low voice. He looked thoughtful. When they returned to the bedroom, Tyrion told Sansa everything that had happened. He didn't even leave out the part about remarrying. If Stannis can sit on the Iron Throne, it's worth it to exchange food for a kingdom. If he can't sit on the Iron Throne and dies in defeat, we won't lose much. No loss. Do you know what 100,000 tons of food means now that night has fallen? Sansa said angrily. Spending money to buy comfort. Your power isn't enough to protect your wealth. Don't you understand that? Tyrion's eyes flashed. He said confidently, moreover, even if Stannis fails in the end and can't fulfill the promise of a kingdom, the food won't go to waste. Finally, he asked hesitantly, You're still young. Have you ever thought of remarrying?